Hello, 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 everyone. Hello, Viking Strong, Viking Strong. It's showtime. It's showtime. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. 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 Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello. Viking Strong. Glad you enjoy the Irish jig intro music. Hello, Red Pill Option. Hello, Carmen. Hello, Louise. It's good to have you here. Hello, hello, everyone. Hashtag Viking Strong. Viking Strong. I hope you're in good spirits today. I just ordered a new knife. I know I have a lot of knives already, but I'm so poor, these Team Evil assholes say, that I scrounged up the money to order a Spartan knife. That's the company. It's a USA knife company. Spartan knives. And it's a dagger. It's a full tang dagger. It's a very special knife, well balanced. It's going to be added to my collection. The demons don't like that. The demons, they don't like that I can collect things, music and fragrances and knives and artwork and whatever I feel like to make my time in this hell realm a little bit more enjoyable. They don't like that because they're miserable twats. I keep trying to show people that. It's not just the ones on YouTube. You got to think bigger. You got to think bigger and look at the world and say, you know what? A lot of these demons are miserable twats. They hate anybody else laughing, having fun, enjoying themselves, enjoying food or drink, or collecting something or a hobby, or whatever it is. They hate you for it. They hate when you enjoy yourself. I've been trying to show you about this realm. A lot of people don't want to look. Most in this world don't want to look at the truth. They want to pretend that it's all good, it's all okay. You're in a realm full of hateful, envious demons. And I've been showing you. I've been trying to open your eyes. But part of that is up to you. If you don't want to open your eyes, you could seal them shut. But I'm showing you something. When I talk about things I collect, you see how miserable and rude and angry and bitter and nasty and hateful the demons get? Do you notice? Do you notice how they react on YouTube to me talking about anything, whether I talk about collecting fragrances or artwork or knives or whatever it is, music, whatever I enjoy, they hate me for it. Sometimes people's wheels get churning and they stop really short and they say, "Why do they hate Stephen for this stuff?" You're missing what they are. See, you're missing a big part of the equation. You're not seeing the demons around you on YouTube and in so-called real life. How am I going to point out ones in your real life where you live? Well, I can't, but I can point them out on YouTube and try to spark you to think so that you start going, wait a second. They're on YouTube, and it isn't just on YouTube, these demons. They're beyond, it's bigger than YouTube. We're in a hell realm full of demons. One day that realization might hit you, which is a good thing. Some of you fear that happening. But if it doesn't happen when you're in this realm, you'll get the rude awakening at some point. It's too late then. You wasted your time being defiant, stubborn, ignorant, burying your head in the sand. You don't want to see. Well, you pay. You're going to pay a cost for that. You either see now or you pay later. I'm trying to get you to see here while you're in this realm so that you don't pay later. I'm trying to help you, but it's hard to convince people that they're being helped unless I have my hand out and you're putting thousands of dollars in my hand. That's the way most humans believe help is, that there's a cost to it, that it's like going to a store and buying something, buying a stereo system or something far more expensive than a crappy big screen TV. Buying something that would cost you $5,000 or $10,000, a good hi-fi stereo system. That's what some of you think, that if you don't spend money, that it's no value, that nobody could possibly help you unless you got out your wallet and your credit cards. Because I know some of you are fucked up. You are before you get to my channel. Long before you ever come here. You're fucked up. You think that you have to pay for everything. You can't imagine somebody wanting to help you for free. Why? Why would someone want to do that? They might be a good spirit when in a realm where you're used to shit. You're used to being around shit. And if you were honest with yourself, you'd start nodding your head up and down, saying, you know what? Now I see it. You've been surrounded by shit your whole life. Now, I'm not saying every single person. You might have a few good people in your life. But for the most part, they're not going to help you for free. Family aside, and some of you don't even have family that will help you. I'm not saying that that's your fault. It's the way it is in this realm. Many of us have families that won't really help us. I don't just mean with money. I mean help you somehow without treating you like it's a business or you owe them $600 or $800 an hour like an attorney. A Toronto attorney, that's what the prices were. Some of the prices were that 15 years ago or so. You could spend $800 an hour easily for a Bay Street attorney. I know because I paid some. I paid some $800 an hour 15 years ago. If you wanted a good attorney where you wanted them to handle shit for you, something important. And that's what some of you think. If you don't pay, you don't get anything. You don't realize you're not free-minded. You're brainwashed. You're slaves. If you believe that, you're slaves. A lot of you are paying to get duped. You're paying to get brainwashed. You're paying fake psychics. You're paying fake astrologers, fake tarot card readers, fakes, scammers. I don't know how many times I have to say grifter. Like, I don't even think that word registers with a lot of people. Do I have to say scammer? Charlatan? Are you starting to get the point? Because lots have come to my channel and said, what do you mean by grifter? I haven't heard that word before. You haven't heard that word on YouTube. I don't know what how sheltered you've been on YouTube, but that word has been used for years and years and years all over YouTube. I'll change it to scammer, charlatan, thief. Are you starting to get the picture? That's what some of you have paid for on here. And I know this to be the case. I know it. Whether you're on my channel or others that are not on my channel, thousands and thousands pay. There's people on YouTube, they make a living that way. That's all they do. They don't have a full-time job. And they're buying homes and summer homes from your money. And they're scamming you for hundreds and hundreds of dollars an hour. And you're too stupid to realize, oh, the truth shouldn't have a price tag. Spirituality shouldn't have a price tag. I'm not getting real truth by paying money. I'm getting scammed. You are. You're getting scammed. And what they do is demonize me for exposing them because they feel like, oh, he's taking money out of our pockets. But I don't want their money and I don't want your money. And that's what some of you don't understand. And I know I have a bigger picture view than most because of that. I'm thinking of eternity. I'm thinking well past here in this body, in this material realm, this matrix, this sewer matrix, this hell realm. I'm thinking far beyond this. And a lot of you are just thinking of today and maybe tomorrow and how you're going to get your next meal and how you're going to get your next dollar and where you're going to spend money on fake psychics and fake fucking YouTube shit membership clubs and donations and Patreon and paying these scammers. That's the reality. And I'm sitting here thinking of eternity. You don't have to believe me. My life already proves it. I don't just think of this place. I think beyond this place. And I try to help you see it. But a lot of you have been scrambling to pay these fucking frauds and follow them. I suggest you cut ties with them. You sever your emotional attachments to losers, liars, frauds, grifters, scammers, charlatans, thieves, liars, deceivers. Starting to get the picture? If you don't understand the word grifter, if you've never heard the word before, if you've been sheltered your whole life to that degree, where common words, you don't understand them. I'm not putting you down. I'm trying to light a fire under your ass, trying to get you to go, you know what? I should start learning more. And if I don't know a word, I should use that little device in my fucking hand and look into it and say, I'm going to look that up and see what it means on my own. I'm going to take some little bit of initiative to learn something today on my own. That would be fantastic. That's very rare in this realm with anyone. If you want to get out of here, you have to start, in my view, you have to start making yourself more independent, doing for yourself, teaching yourself, saying, you know what, this is important. I want out of this realm one day. You don't have to want out today. But deciding I'm not coming back here. And while I'm here, I'm going to learn so that I don't come back, so I don't get tricked even before you leave. I know a lot of you are stubborn and say, I'm not going to get tricked. You're tricked already here. You're already tricked by demons on this level. Hello, RI. Good to see you. Good to see you. Well, that's one of the reasons. It's not the only reason, but it's one of them. People are going to learn one way or the other. You don't have to trust me here. You'll get the rude awakening then on the way out. That's all. And you've done it to yourselves, some of you. Some of you insist on shooting yourselves in the foot. And there's nothing I can do to stop you because you're hell-bent on that. You think you have it all figured out and you're following absolute demons on YouTube and some cases beyond YouTube.
Yeah, got any show for y'all.
Listen to these creepy voices here that they put on at the beginning.
Yeah, got any show for y'all. Got a damn good show.
Sounds like demons at the beginning. That's not their voices. Watch their voices. Once they start speaking, might say normally.
just said the unthinkable about those white farmers in South Africa. Yeah. But before we get to today's video, don't forget, got a new giveaway. Ram Diesel, 2,500 turbo diesel, 10,000 cold hard American cash. Get in to win, just go to my website. Anything you buy on my website, like my coffee, my Mifflin Blue, you get automatically in it to win. Yeah, check out what they got to say.
So, South African President Ramaphosa paid a visit to the White House yesterday, which turned into...
Hey, Anthony, good to see you. Gonna rewind this just a little bit. Here we go. Roll it, roll it. Whoopi Goldberg from The View. Watch what she does. Her hands are covered in gold rings. Worth millions of dollars, of course. Been part of Hollywood for decades, going back into what? The 90s, maybe the 80s, but the 90s for sure. So for decades, a good 35 years or so, been part of Hollywood, made millions and millions of dollars. Does she care for people? Is she against white people? Let's see.
Yeah, check out what they got to say.
So, South African President Ramaphosa paid a visit to the White House yesterday, which turned into... a surprise presentation on conspiracy theories of a white genocide in his country. Take a look.
We have many people that feel they're being persecuted and they're coming to the United States. And we take from many locations, if we feel there's persecution or genocide going on, we do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
and then
take
when
land.
they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, there is
Nothing happens to
There
them.
is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
The farmers are black. The farmers are not black. I don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black.
Oh my God! So between ambushing Zelensky and this, why would world leaders continue to come to the White House?
Did the African president, did he deny those allegations? No, he did not. He tried to deflect. But she's so biased because all you see is skin color. If you actually listen to what the African president said, he didn't deny those things was happening. He said, we got a country of criminality. Not only do white people get killed, but black people. And more often than not, it's blacks. It's the stupidest response. Either it's happening or it's not. And y'all didn't even see that because you're blind to it. Yeah, I suppose Whoopi thinks just because they're a world leader and they're coming to the Oval Office, they come in the White House, the president just supposed to kiss their ass. Yeah, that's literally not how it should work. Yeah, but that's how it's been working for years. But because it's Trump and because it's him putting forth this message, they push against it. If it's on the other foot, if it's Biden, or if it's a Democrat president in the White House, then they would stand with him. Whatever he does, right, when a world leader comes into the White House. But because it's Trump, they got to push back. Yeah, that's all it is.
Okay, well, first of all, this is the problem with getting all your information from Laura Loomer and Elon Musk. Yeah. Because this is what they're going to deal you. And it was false conspiracy theory. One, the fact that the president of South Africa was trying to share was that data collected by white farmers themselves, these are the white farmers, has counted 1,363 white farmers murdered since 1990, which is an average of 40 a year, far less than 1% of total murders. The rest are all black people. So
what the hell? So trying to justify what they're doing to the white farmers because it's only 1% of the people dying in the country? It's the same argument they present whenever it's a transgender female competing against a biological female. Oh, it's less than 1%. It's not going to harm anybody. When someone loses their life because of their skin color, that's horrible. That's horrible. But y'all trying to justify it with a statistic because you think you're smart. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. This show should be canceled. She should be arrested. I don't know what the charge is, but you got to find something. You get charged for being a dumb blonde. Is she a natural blonde? Hell no. Hey, Kevin, maybe we didn't hear it right. Well, let's replay it again. Maybe our biases is dictating how we think. Maybe we misheard her. Okay, listen.
Going to deal you, and it was false conspiracy theory. One, the fact that the president of South Africa was trying to share was that data collected by white farmers themselves, these are the white farmers, has counted 1,363 white farmers murdered since 1990, which is an average of 40 a year, far less than 1% of total murders. The rest are all black people. So
that's exactly what she did. That's what she said. But you fail to stipulate how these people died. These white men, these white farmers are being killed because of the color of their skin. Because black people, land, black people are dying because other black people is killing them. Yeah, and because black people, wherever you go in the world, well, I can only speak to what's going on here in the U.S. No, Keith, I don't know what's going on here in the United States with black folks. It's a great representation of what's happening all over the world with black folks. But we don't know that. Oh, I know that for a fact. No, you don't. That's your opinion. You can speak to what's going on in the United States. You don't know what's going on. There might be a bunch of doctors and lawyers out there.
For Whoopi Goldberg, for Whoopi. That's for Whoopi Goldberg. Hello, Rashawn. Good to see you. Hello, everyone. Please hit the like button on the way in. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in Hell Realm. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Hello, TG. Good to see you. We have 18 in the house right now. Hello, my niggas. Hello, my niggas. Good to see you.
So there's no genocide going on. There's a crime problem.
No genocide.
But the thing he's talking about, because usually all conspiracy.
They didn't bother to show the rest of the video that they showed the African president, huh? They showed a street. It was over 1,000 crosses representing every white farmer that was murdered because of the color of their skin. It was like over 1,000 because of what they owned, too. Mm-hmm.
Conspiracy is taking bits of fact and then just choosing your own adventure. Is the government will occasionally come to remedy some of the problems with apartheid that happened for 50 years in that country. They will come and with compensation
and return,
they will take the land occasionally back. So what he did is he took two little seeds and just like did his own thing with that. He was completely false and wrong.
Yeah, it just, look, I'll just say it like this. I made movies in South Africa. I've been in South Africa. I sent your son
to South Africa,
to talk to people that I know who still live there. There's no white genocide, okay? There's not a genocide happening.
Okay, is farmers being killed and their land being taken? Of course. I mean, these stories on UK Mail. This is public knowledge. People are dying because they're white and they're farmers. Okay, so they're using the word genocide. Okay, maybe don't call it that. Maybe white people's just being murdered and their land's being taken. Mm-hmm. Maybe they're not removing whites from their population. That would be a white genocide. Mm-hmm. But maybe they're being murdered and their land taken. So what do you call that? Yeah. If you don't want to consider that genocide,
There's crime, as there is all over the world.
Yeah.
Exactly. They're being persecuted. So they should have a right to come to the United States if they want to. Mm-hmm.
But it's not about killing off white people. This is just straight up bull.
So this is not about killing off white people. This is not about genocide. So I'm thinking you agree that some white farmers are being murdered because they are white and their land is being taken. And their land is being taken. I think we can agree on that. They agree on that because she mentioned those facts and nobody pushed back on those numbers. Mm-hmm. That gets justified because it's only 1% of the overall deaths in that country, which is sick. You're right.
That was gas.
And I think what frustrates me.
And that she wants to like make a joke. Oh, that was gas. This horrible joke. You know how much money these ladies make doing this horrible show? How much? It ain't chump change. I know that. Well, see, they get a lot of viewers.
Me with this, so he's prioritizing giving refugee status to these people who there's crime in.
They got a lot of viewers. I'm not saying all women watch this shit show, but a lot of women have watched The View for decades now. This shit has been on for decades.
South Africa, but these are, I've always believed America should prioritize the most in need refugees. And right now, it's set to later this year, Afghan refugees who are here are going to be sent back to Afghanistan. And we know they'll be subject to beatings, to jailing, and even to killing. And some of those are people who served alongside U.S. forces as translators and interpreters. And I would just implore the president, he was so critical of Joe Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan. Stay true to what we owe the Afghans who fought with us and let them remain here. Let them be safe. If you serve alongside U.S. forces, you have a right to refugee status in the United States.
What she just said about there's more needy people, I don't care how needy someone is that what it boils down to is that family, are those people going to be compatible with the United States, America's way of life? Yes, sure. I mean, of course.
Listen to this Negro speak, and he can barely speak. Is they going to be compatible with us? Listen to this.
Needy someone is that what it boils down to.
Are you Negroes compatible with white people, or do you attack and kill white people anywhere that you are in the realm? Anywhere? Are you compatible with us? Are you compatible with us?
Is that family, are those people going to be compatible with the United States, America's way of life? Yes, sure. I mean, of course, there's more needy people out there, but do we want those individuals? Like these people that they're sending back to Afghanistan that helped? You said they helped us. Maybe they're not compatible with the United States. Yeah. Maybe they're left-wing customs and beliefs. Yeah, maybe they're left-wing lunatics. Maybe they're being weeded out. Yeah.
You know, the Venezuelans that Haitians, and other refugees that have been here, have been doing the work,
paying their taxes,
been paying taxes, social.
Paying their taxes. These people don't. These people living off of government assistance. What are you talking about? Yeah, and they don't pay no taxes. They're leeches of society. Yeah, they take all the money they make and they send it back home out of our economy. These people are not paying no taxes. Yeah. Maybe when they buy something, there's a sales tax that come out. But a lot of these people are living on government assistance. Like all this whole needy thing, I'm done with the whole needy thing. It should be based on a privilege to come to this country. Yeah. Like how can you make this country better? Yeah. Like when I was living in California, I would go to a grocery store, a Latino grocery store, Mexican. Well, all of them out there is Latino. Yeah. And you would not believe how many people don't speak any English, and they all had welfare. Every last one of them. Yeah. You say those people, you think these people are compatible with the United States? They just leech off our system. They don't put no money in. They just take money out. Take. Yeah. Forget all this needy stuff. Yeah. I want to
go Social Security, all that, you know, all of our needs. And it's just despicable. But I will say, in answer to your question will be, why do world leaders continue to meet? It is very clear that South Africa's president was here in the United States to talk about trade, because the Trump administration has cut off trade with South Africa. And so that's why he was there. And
you know, hold on. You coming from South Africa, there's a conspiracy thing, a conspiracy theory that does genocide in South Africa. We've brought in 50 refugees from South Africa, white farmers. And you don't think that's going to be a topic of discussion when you come to the White House? Yeah. You.
I think he was very prepared for the ambush. I think he was very skilled. I think
he was magnificent.
He was magnificent, and he acted like a leader.
Why would you? I don't
like a leader. Yeah, he was magnificent. He wouldn't even look at the TV. Yeah, he wouldn't even denounce the white farmers getting it. He didn't even acknowledge it, and he was acting like a leader. Man, you women are dumb.
I don't understand. I don't understand. I think leaders come from around the world, and you're right. They're doing what they feel is the right thing. They're meeting with the American president and blah, blah, blah. But this is some crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, it was.
The Zelensky thing made me crazy, and this made me crazy. Go ahead.
Zelensky made you crazy. He comes in our White House and demand what we going to do? The leader of the free world? Yeah, Zelensky's come and tell us what we gonna do. Yeah. So y'all so just anti-Trump is just, it's ridiculous. Trump, y'all have not acknowledged not one thing Trump has did right. Not one thing. Yeah, that's the thing. He hasn't done anything right. You didn't know that? That's impossible. He's the worst president of all time. He ain't done nothing right. He ain't did nothing. He did nothing.
This president stood up to him, and he was actually amusing. If you watch this clip, watch this.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay.
Yeah. You know the story.
Well, you know
from Qatar or Qatar, which they say it in two different ways. I never know. But I mean, that plane that now he's accepting. I understand that the United States has accepted the plane. Is going to.
He has accepted the plane. The United States has not accepted the plane.
What does that even mean? The United States accepted it. It's to the Air Force. It's not Trump's plane. Did Trump take it to Mar-a-Lago and park it? Your name is not Whoopi Goldberg. You was Whoopi Gold Fool. Trump, it's Trump's plane. He took it to Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, he's using it for private events.
Plane.
Trump's gonna get the plane. He's gonna make America great again on it.
He representing the government.
He's not representing us.
He's the government, right?
He may be the government,
but hold on.
But my government says
the Pentagon.
You can't do that.
Okay, the Pentagon.
You can't do that? Well, what about Hillary Clinton? She got like $500,000 in gifts from the Prince of Qatar. Yeah. We give bombs, planes to other countries, but we can't get a plane? What is wrong with this? What is wrong with...
Nigga here wants to accept the plane. He wants to accept that plane. He wants that plane. Nigga wants that plane. Nigga wants that plane, boy. Nigga wants that plane. That nigga wants that plane. He wants that plane. He wants a free plane. He wants a plane. Emmy. She's gonna make Haitian dirt cookies. Oh my goodness. They love those mud cookies. Struggle Food Series. Mud cookies in Haiti. Dirt cookies or mud cookies. They call them either way. Dirt cookies or mud cookies. And this is the thing. Okay?
If Donald Trump would have gotten on, at the debate and said, Haitians eat dirt, they would have freaked out. But this is a documentary, a little piece actually, on the fact that Haitians eat dirt. Watch and listen to this. It's insane.
They call them mud cookies. They're baked in everything. Mud cookies. And they burn down every tree in Haiti. They've deforested their side of the island. The Dominican Republic on the other side still has trees, but Haiti's cut down every fucking tree they could find. And they never thought to plant any because they don't know how to maintain forests and an ecosystem. And there's rivers of trash. And I mean actual rivers where there's just trash covering the whole surface of the water flowing down the river. It's all trash. Their whole countries, they've trashed it. They trashed the place, literally.
To enjoy them, at least when our camera was around. But these patties, known as bonbon terres by the Haitians who eat them, are a grim reminder of just how poor this Caribbean nation is. They aren't sweet, they're hard to swallow, and add almost nothing in terms of nutrition, because the cookies are actually made of dirt.
It fills your stomach, When we haven't eaten anything, this dirt cookie fills your stomach.
Traded, sold, and even hoarded by women here in the poorest section of the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, Cité Soleil in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Small amounts of vegetable shortening.
It fills your stomach. It fills your stomach. Well, people want to defend them. They want to bring them here. If they can't run a good country, how are they going to help you in your country? What are they going to offer you if their country's a place that's dirt poor and full of violence, and they walk around through the streets with automatic rifles or semi-autos? What are they going to offer you? What are they going to give you? What are they going to bring to your country?
Salt and occasionally sugar are mixed in with the dirt and water as well. Made in places like this, an old fort where torture was once common by corrupt dictators here. The Fort Dimanche is now a center of commerce built around the dirt cookies, a basketball court, soccer field, and school for hundreds of kids and home to many.
To get to the basketball court, which acts as a preparation area for the dirt cookies,
you just got to go over an open sewer. This is the way they build their countries.
Cross this open sewer, which is littered with animal parts and trash and other nasty things, to get to an area where the cookies are laid out to dry out in the sun. You can see that these are still...
Hey, don't eat one of those cookies. Don't steal a cookie. Don't steal a cookie beside the open sewer. And look what's behind there, a basketball net, of course. Of course. They still have basketball and maybe some watermelons. I'm sorry, but there's a basketball net. You can't make this shit up. Of course. They have to have the staples. They have to have a basketball net, of course.
Still very wet, not quite ready to be served. But this is literally dirt being prepared for humans to eat on top of other dirt and filth.
Celine Denis' life revolves around the cookies. For days we watched as the grandmother sat mixing the dirt cookie batter. Selling the cookies is Denis' sole source of income and often her only food.
It's a necessary evil. I'm in a bad situation, and that's why I make them. It hurts my heart, but I have no choice. We're forced to eat it. It makes us sick, but not the way it would to anybody who's not used to eating it. Our system is kind of used to it.
The dirt is trucked into this huge slum and sold at an enormous markup to the women, who pay about $5 a sack. They say it comes from an area in the mountains and are convinced the dirt is rich in minerals and vitamins. And if they don't have the money, they're happy, indeed eager to buy the dirt on.
They put price tags on them. They sell them like this. I'm not kidding. They sell dirt cookies. They sell them. All right? And there's more than just this documentary. There's tons of footage to show that they do. You know, I tried to show this to friends on Facebook about a decade ago. I've known about this for many years. And they denied it. They thought it was fake. They thought it was a psyop. That's what white people do. White truthers. I'm going to put this in the chat. White truthers often deny the truth when shown to them and call hoax, psyop, can't be real. That's what many do. That doesn't make you smarter. It just means you're burying your head in the sand. You don't want to face the truth. You don't have to. Move to Haiti. I wouldn't keep you around the people that don't want truth. If I were running countries, I'd send you to Haiti with them. Say you live with them. You want to deny that it's that way there, that they can't do anything. They cut down all the trees. They don't know how to keep a country. They don't know how to run a country. They don't know how to do anything. You go there and live with them until you learn that it is true. Okay? Things are different. You go ahead. You go live with them. The deniers of truth. I wouldn't want you around me. And you'd say, but I'm white. But you don't want the truth. You want to deny it.
Credit. If it rains or the sun is blocked, the cookies can't dry out, and women actually end up owing money on the dirt they've purchased. Not a drop of batter is wasted. And throughout Haiti, the cookies are seen in urban markets and small mountain villages. We rarely saw adults eating the cookies, as many seemed ashamed. Kids, however, asked repeatedly why we were so interested before freely eating them. The UN's humanitarian coordinator in Haiti says the need for dirt cookies is an indictment of government failure and waste. The 5-cent cookies, a necessity in Haiti, imported food too expensive for families living on about $1 a day.
Some 3.3 million Haitians are food insecure.
What happened to the white people in Haiti? Oh, the French, the white French, they got rid of them all, didn't they? In brutal ways. Tortured them to death, including children. But you go ahead and feel sorry for them today. Do what you're conditioned to do. Follow your conditioning. That's what most people do. They follow what they're conditioned to do. What happened to the white people? Do you think they'd have a better country? Their country would probably be more like Zimbabwe. Yes, you did hear that correctly, R.I. You did. Yeah. They have to purchase the dirt. They think it's magical from the mountains. It's just mud. It's mud. They're stupid. They're easily duped. They're gullible. You can't fix it. You can go there and try to help them. It won't help them. That's what white people do. They go to these countries and try to help them. Some dummies, some white dummies, liberal dummies, will spend 10 or 20 years in these places. And then they'll come back to the United States or Canada and say, you know, we tried, but we couldn't help them. Some people have to learn the hard way. They have to bang their head against a brick wall for years because they don't want to admit to what's obvious.
Passage you shared about wisdom is better than war or something?
Hey Barney, you know what it is? All you have to do, all we have to do is put Jack in charge of everything, and as long as we make Jack happy, then everybody's happy.
All right, bro, Logic, you're not the gayest one on the panel anymore.
Here we've got more guests as well.
I'm sure.
Welcome,
Jack. I need your help.
What a panel! What a panel!
Jack, I need your help.
In which
Steven
regard?
played. Steven fucking burnt me today. He played my stream from when I had a meltdown, but he put pictures up of you, and I'm absolutely wrecked.
I didn't even get to say anything, and I was kicked off the show. He tattletaled on me right away. Jack tattletaled me, or T-Jack, Tommy Jack, tattletaled on me right away. Watch this.
The freak, what was that passage?
He runs Jack's show, Jack and Jack. This is the Jack and Jack show.
You shared about wisdom is better than war or something?
Hey Barney, you know what it is? All you have to do, all we have to do is put Jack in charge of everything, and as long as we make Jack happy, then everybody's happy.
All right, bro, Logic, you're not the gayest one on the panel anymore.
Here we've got more guests as well.
I'm sure.
Welcome,
Jack. I need your help.
What a panel! What a panel!
Jack, I need your help.
In which
Steven
regard?
played. Steven fucking burnt me today. He played my stream from when I had a meltdown, but he put pictures up of you, and I'm absolutely wrecked.
All right.
Got him. Got him. Jack, best accidental move you ever made. He's going to be seething on that one. He wants to be a part of this community. But I'm the panel versus president, and I think I'm about done with him.
All right.
Luckily, though, he won the nature of his viewers over a little. It was just him spurting in the chat. Wasn't a lot of his viewers were low class enough to comment on my very real stream. Oh, look, Paul's his daddy. Paul's Paul's daddy.
Profanities. You do a good job on your channel. I know what Tommy had.
Jack Armo. Jack Armo likes video
on the stream or here. Tommy, I did that because I remembered Barney, Midlife Bro Logic is restreaming, and he does a very good job of limiting profanity. He keeps his content pretty.
It's a family show.
Pretty friendly, you know. So
please be more family oriented. You can
please be like there's kids in earshot.
Please pretend there's kids in here.
I didn't even think of it until just now. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Either way.
Hey, Midlife.
What's up, the freak?
Hey, so just based on that example, like if you had Jack in charge versus Tommy in charge, you see what the different kind of world it would be.
Well, here's Tommy. I don't know what you're.
Whoops.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Sorry, that was a slip.
What did I say?
No, please.
You cuss so much you don't even realize it.
Right.
But it's okay.
What word do you think is a cuss word?
Say it because it's a cuss word. I don't know.
Tom,
come on.
Tom, just
It roboted just now. What did I say?
Hey, Tommy, you may not have said anything.
Spell it.
I don't. That's not the point.
If you listen, you can hear. Okay, but you got to listen.
I'm listening for A.
No, please.
You cussed.
Didn't even think of it until just now. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Either way.
Hey, Midlife.
What's up, the freak?
Hey, so just based on that example, like if you had Jack in charge versus Tommy in charge, you see what the different kind of world it would be.
Well, here's Tommy. I don't know what you're.
Whoops.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Sorry, that was a slip.
What did I say?
No, please.
You cuss so much you don't even realize it.
Right.
But it's okay.
What word do you think is a cuss word?
Say it because it's a cuss word. I don't know.
Tom,
come on.
Tom, just
It roboted just now. What did I say?
hey, Tommy, you may not have said anything.
Spell it.
I don't. That's not the point.
If you listen, you can hear. Okay, but you got to listen.
I'm listening for you to tell me what I said that you kicked me off for.
It wasn't anything specific. It was preemptive. I wanted to warn you, okay? And caution you. And just, I wanted it. What the heck, dude?
I got the natural born killers thing going. Benton's ripping off my shit. Oh, this was for bro. This was for.
He's holding up a gun on stream. You see that? Tommy's holding up a gun on stream.
If you listen, you can hear, okay? But you got to listen.
I'm listening for you to tell me.
He holds up his gun on stream.
What I said that you kicked me off for.
It wasn't anything specific. It was preemptive. I wanted to warn you, okay? And caution you. And just, I want.
There you go. Take a look.
Wanted it. What the heck, dude?
Then he says, "What the heck? What the heck, dude?" Listen to this.
I got the natural born killers thing going. Benton's ripping off my shit. Oh, this was for bro. This was for freak. I wanted him to read the passage that he trains my hands for war. That's biblical.
Look at this. Look at this. But I'm kicked off, right? At his word. You see the bias and you see the double standards. I'm hoping people see what's going on and don't just get wrapped up and see what's going on. I hope you see through these demons. It might help you one day. You might not be able to help me because I can already see through them, but it might help you. I'm exposing them for a reason.
And Jack, whenever you said to find something worth dying for, that's what soldiers have found. Something worth dying for. That's why we will always have war. People will find reasons of things they will die for. Mic drop.
Tommy, don't you think you're a little hasty? Don't you think you're a little hasty to make judgments? And,
judgment?
You want me to find a verse for you?
I just wondered if you knew what that verse is, because I don't. I'm asking you for my knowledge.
Well,
but where's the judgment?
I'll look it up.
Where's the judgment?
I don't know. I want to talk.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying maybe that you're a little
No,
hasty.
you said I was.
Sorry, Intractable. I didn't see you back there. If you've been there a bit, welcome, brother. Holy cows!
What's that verse again, Tommy? I'll look it up.
I don't know what.
Yeah, you got to close a few of those gay porn tabs.
What are you doing?
Bro Logic. Or I mean, the freak. Same gay. Still gay.
Tommy, what are you doing?
I'm asking that to you in a hotel room with a man with a handlebar mustache and an open shirt. What are you doing? I saw that brace. It was very real. That brace wasn't a LARP. It wasn't an actor thing. You guys embraced with feels that only two men cold in the wilderness alone can
There's genuine care. Genuine care.
Care for the groin.
No.
Dude, that boogie.
Dude. Hey, how about this topic? Deny the false.
Boogie's twice the man the freak is, unless you mean body mass. Then the freak is 5 times the man Boogie is.
Who's Boogie? It's almost fun.
Boogie did his military service. Boogie's been married.
The topic is deny the false.
Yeah, they don't care.
Hey, bro.
All right, so I was asked. I want to jump in here. I was asked if I wanted to do an interview with Rose 777, and Tommy seems to be treating her shitty, and seems to treat her like she's an enemy of his. I'm going to be doing an interview tomorrow night with Rose 777 on her channel. All right. I don't know what kind of audience I will reach. I don't know who will tune in. I don't know, but I have the guts to go on different shows. And most of these demons don't have the fucking guts to come on here. And it's unfortunate, the short memories of people, that I have to keep pointing it out again and again and again and again. I've been doing it now for years. I wish people would go, oh, I get it now. I get it. I get it. The demons are too afraid to come on over here, even though you show that you invite them. I wish it would click in with people. If you leave this realm without knowing what demons are, in my view, you're in trouble. And you've been given a lot of information about how to detect them and how they behave. I show it all the time on my channel. If you're too lazy to pay attention, if it's all just entertainment for you, then you're missing out. You're doing a disservice to yourself, and you're going to be vulnerable when you don't have to be. Because you have a lot of information at your fingertips. But I suspect that a lot of people come here just wanting to be entertained. I really do.
Right. It's early. It's compared to the regular stream time. And hell can walk around and discuss how much it sucks with each other is when you get there and shout to Bart Simpson. When you get there, you drop to your knees and you're probably gnashing of teeth and it sucks and it's really bad. And eventually you're like, oh, this sucks, but I think I can get up and walk around. I think I can go see what this guy's about. And it still sucks, but there is a slight hot tub effect to it. It is real. It is real, and it's live every day, just backstaging people, speaking for them, backing Mike Cerrone. I know I'm going to regret this. He's too motivated. He's too hopeful. Just because you took your daddy out of the title, man, you can take OTW away from his daddy. I'm not sure you can take the daddy out of OTW. See what he's got. I need to do this too because panel versus president, yada yada yada.
This way, because I actually agree with Tommy. I think that Tommy actually shut down Ann River. That's what I saw because I did. And listen, let's take the angle of camera into account. Okay.
Let's hypothetically pretend I'm actually retarded. Had I shot parallel here, because we have like 355 days of sun a year. That's why I count for putting mass bang bangs on the map. I think some people in Colorado are going crazy because it's always sunny here. It's always sunny in Colorado. It's so sunny here that as an East Coast raised boy, I wait for the stormy days. I wait for the overcast to go, oh, this is nice. We haven't had a stormy day in a long time. This is nice. You know what? Yeah, London stops by. London stops by. Where is it? No, I'm
Tommy likes every scumbag there is. He likes hanging out with Jack and London. He likes every fucking demonic douchebag liar that there is. That looks like Ernest, though. It really looks like Ernest. Oh, here's this. Who's this loser that came over here? Who's this loser in the chat room? All right, somebody took care of whatever that was. We got Ernest on the screen. Just give me a second. Where's Ernest? Here he is. What's the difference? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Tommy said he doesn't see the similarities. He doesn't see the similarities. Hello, Ren. Does anyone here see the similarities? Do you see the similarities? Isn't that amazing? I guess his God doesn't make too many different looking people. They're all kind of the same after a while. Interesting.
I'm raining this, London. I'm putting I mean, London, you don't go to the internet with the panelverse you want. You go to the internet with the panelverse you have. And I don't have the time or the inclination to go seek out a number of channels to do another 2 or 3 years of community building with. I'd rather, this is like old school marriage. We didn't have a lot of divorce in the past because 2 people got married and they knew they weren't perfect and they stuck with what they got and made it work. And the reason marriages don't work anymore is because even Jack Talcott said it. He's still looking for a partner to complete him. And the reason partners don't work is because you're expecting a person to complete and fix you, and no one can do that. And you can't do it for someone. So what real marriage is a complete person finding a complete person and boosting each other in their completeness. 2 people thinking they're going to compensate for what they don't have is a fail from the start. Damn, I'm sick of knocking them out of the park out here. I have a reputation. I need to bust another round into this river if I keep talking this truth, boy. Even those guys last night, whenever I straightened it out with them, I'm like, look, now you know the whole story about how it was a safe shot. I know what I'm doing. Don't ruin my rep out here. If you hear somebody say I'm crazy, say, yes, that cracker-ass nigger is crazy. I mean, London, man, I know you just got here. Do you know that Jimmy Shively just membershiped up? Do you know how that makes me feel? I don't know what to do with I got to sit down and think about my life for a minute. Jimmy Shively, I'm talking about Jimmy Shively, I forget which. Oh, this is fucking G. G, you're garbage. I like Jimmy Shively more than G. This popcorn drop ceiling motherfucker, you have been a tool of your daddy so much. Sitting there on Jack, I don't know why you're mad, Jack. I don't know why you're mad. You could just see Paul behind that off cam doing the Jack Nicholson smile and nod. Man, gee, you're garbage, but thanks for showing up. Thanks for showing up. Trying to make a neutral place out here.
This is El Diablo Radio International. Please hit the like button. We have a bunch of people watching right now, couple handfuls that have not hit the like button. Please hit the like button. It takes half a second. It's not very much work. Doesn't take much to do that. Till the likes get up, I'm just going to play some music. Condition you to hit the like button. Train you. Support the channel. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. Show will resume once we have more likes. Get the likes up. Help support the channel. All right. Hello, hello. 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 That got about 5 or 6 likes, I think, something like that. Got it into the 20s. It was only at 17 or so. There were a bunch watching that just forgot to hit the like button. Got to pay attention. You got to support the show or you won't be here. VIPs only. No freeloaders. No dummies.
I still hate everybody, and I can make it neutral in that hate. You people are disgusting. R.I.P.
Back to Ernest. He hates his viewers, and they love him for it. They love when he shits on them. They love it.
Completeness. Two people thinking they're going to compensate for what they don't have is a fail from the start. Damn, I'm sick of knocking them out of the park out here. I have a reputation. I need to bust another round into this river if I keep talking this truth, boy. Even those guys last night, whenever I straightened it out with them, I'm like, look, now you know the whole story about how it was a safe shot. I know what I'm doing. Don't ruin my rep out here. If you hear somebody say I'm crazy, say, yes, that cracker-ass nigger is crazy. I mean, London, man, I know you just got here. Do you know that Jimmy Shively just membershiped up? Do you know how that makes me feel? I don't know what to do with I got to sit down and think about my life for a minute. Jimmy Shively, I'm talking about Jimmy Shively, I forget which. Oh, this is fucking G. G, you're garbage. I like Jimmy Shively more than G. This popcorn drop ceiling motherfucker, you have been a tool of your daddy so much. Sitting there on Jack, I don't know why you're mad, Jack. I don't know why you're mad. You could just see Paul behind that off cam doing the Jack Nicholson smile and nod. Man, G, you're garbage, but thanks for showing up. Thanks for showing up. Trying to make a neutral place out here. I still hate everybody, and I can make it neutral in that hate. You people are disgusting. R.I.P. Ian. I am gonna coin like I've got. Don't you get it? I've stolen. I'm about done with you. Now I'm gonna take the chin. I'm gonna take the long look with the chin touch whenever I make points, and I'm gonna start using you people are disgusting. Oh, you used to. You're talking to Lore Master, baby. You're talking to Lore Master. I got them upholsteries. Of course you are. Of course you are. You were to Jax for your daddy as Brian O'Shea was to the black sectors. Oh, I couldn't believe, even for Paul, I couldn't believe he let Brian O'Shea take all that racist heat when those black sectors weren't realizing his daddy was sending him out to do that. Thank you, Jimmy Shively. I'm gonna have to the way Jimmy Shively drops the donos. I'm gonna have to get him my Cash App so I can get some real time. Like Jimmy Shively, let me get a number one while I'm still streaming. Let's go get a Big Mac. Dude, is that a crane? I thought that was like. I'm not even gonna try and get it on camera. I thought that was like just some stick with mud on it from like high water. I think it's like a crane standing on one leg. A lot of cool wildlife. Ooh, QED, guys. QED. You know why I Wojak the QED? Back when I was an electrician, QED will deliver your electric parts and shit to the job site. If they come on Friday, they got donuts. Fuck yeah, man. We got QED coming on a Friday. Fucking donuts, bro. They'll give you donuts because they're delivering on a Friday. They know what's up. I mean, yeah, he is season 1 unslaved. And Jimmy Shively also has lore out here. Somewhere in my anals, somewhere in my Lore Master anals, I have Jimmy Shively cammed up, telling OTW he's a coward lying bitch as he departs from Ian and OTW because he had a new daddy and Paul enslaved, and eventually Zetetic Warrior would do the same thing. It's funny how some of the sons of Paul, they were like, I have to go burn these bridges. I can't just son to Paul and then community. I must burn these bridges. It's fascinating. And I don't hate it. I can't be the lore master without good lore. What, you want me a lore master for an echo chamber community that just gets along and agrees about everything? I'd walk away from that. I'm like that entity. You want to destroy Illumitami, you all have to kumbaya for like a good month or two, and I just walk away. I'll just disappear. Yeah, and I wasn't gonna. I mean, I appreciated that he showed up. I was low key. I didn't want to say it out loud. I'll go ahead and say it now. And no hate to Dogface, deliberating Dogface. For a guy that couldn't come up because you were driving, you were very active in the chat. Just saying. Just saying. But hopefully he saw I didn't go in on anybody. I just wanted to have that talk. Well, that's my problem, G. Is you and Paul and other people that have flip-flopped between trashing him and enabling, you've made my job very hard to try and talk sense into him. And even your daddy, I've caught your daddy when I'm not around giving me the props that even Illumitami won't let him slide. Even Illumitami will call Jack and not give in to his bullshit. And he didn't realize that only emphasizes that he does. But that's what would... I'd be like, Paul, are you going to vouch for this shit or knock it? Because that's what I don't get. Well, I get it, but I wanted him like, are you going to solid stance and let's do this? Or are you just going to be the wrench in the thing? And then once Jack let Flow State and Paul Dudley boys me, that's when I was like, yeah, it's settled. Like, I knew I was probably never coming back with Flow State when Paul and Jack were reviewing the chemo interview, and it was like random black guy or mystery black guy came up along the chemo interview talks, and right at the end, Flow State shows up as random black guy to back Paul's bit. And I was like, now all your videos about Paul, which number more than I've made about Paul, it all makes sense. They're star-crossed sociopath faggot lovers. And that's why they hate each other. They're two alike. They can never be together because they're both trying to do the same thing, but in slightly different ways. Paul wants to be, listen, you don't get it, Pat. Yeah, you're just asking questions, right? You sound like Cynthia. I just have a question. Gee, you've been out here. We've seen you. Unfortunately, we've seen your face. Not flattering. We know what you're doing, man. That's why even Jack ain't gonna have it. You're too obvious. You're not low-key enough. You're like whenever I walked by the guy at the food truck. He had the like neon reflective vest on. I said, you have the worst ninja outfit ever. And he's like, yeah. It's like, damn it. Damn it. I was like, yeah, I saw you from a mile away. Worst ninja ever. What's up, Random Fan? Random Fan, I tried to talk to Esther last night offline about the road trip stuff. It's like talking to you. You should go out on that date. And I know if we do all road trip together, I will be the criminal mob guy from Dumb and Dumber just sitting between you two. It's like, just taking it. It's like, you guys just talking through me to each other. It'll be hell. And content will love it. Fuck sci-fi? No, not fuck sci-fi. There's cool sci-fi. You ever seen Raised by Wolves, bro? You ever seen Raised by Wolves? Raised by Wolves was so good, HBO dropped it to rip those plot lines off and install them into their Game of Thrones series. It sucks for me. I like Raised by Wolves. Steven is the best example of, like, Steven was mad at me for telling Jack for the millionth time what Steven is doing. Steven's oblivious. Steven, it's not going to change anything. Not going to change. You can still show up tomorrow and do it. Jack is a goldfish casted for the role of the guy from Memento that was flashy thinged by Men in Black. That's the memory range Jack has. I don't know if he'll be back. We really hurt his feelings last night. We really hurt his feelings last night. If you want to see Steven's last showing here, watch last night's stream. Even at the end, it was me and Jack. He came up and tried to say, hey, Jack, hey, Jack. I'm like, Steven, nobody's buying it. It's not going to fly. Nobody's buying it. Nobody out here.
You are Jack. You're the same as Jack. He seems to be upset trying to claim that I'm angry and that I won't be back. No, you just won't let me back on. You're afraid. You're a coward. You're a liar, and I exposed you today. You like to talk about me all the time, but you can't face me. You just backstage me and kick me. The same as Jack. There's no difference. You are Jack.
About the road trip stuff, it's like talking to you. You should go out on that date. And I know if we do all road trip together, I will be the criminal mob guy from Dumb and Dumber just sitting between you two. It's like, just taking it. It's like, you guys just talking through me to each other. It'll be hell. And content will love it. Fuck sci-fi? No, not fuck sci-fi. There's cool sci-fi. You ever seen Raised by Wolves, bro? You ever seen Raised by Wolves? Raised by Wolves was so good, HBO dropped it to rip those plot lines off and install them into their Game of Thrones series. It sucks for me. I like Raised by Wolves. Steven is the best example of, like, Steven was mad at me for telling Jack for the millionth time what Steven is doing. Steven's oblivious. Steven, it's not going to change anything. Not going to change. You can still show up tomorrow and do it. Jack is a goldfish casted for the role of the guy from Memento that was flashy thinged by Men in Black. That's the memory range Jack has. I don't know if he'll be back. We really hurt his feelings last night. We really hurt his feelings last night. If you want to see Steven's last showing here, watch last night's stream. Even at the end, it was me and Jack. He came up and tried to say, hey, Jack, hey, Jack. I'm like, Steven, nobody's buying it. It's not going to fly. Nobody's buying it. Nobody out here thinks me and Jack are the same thing. You mad. You mad. I like Steven. I know what he does. If it's ruining my thing, I'm not going to let it ride. But because I know what Steven is, I can work with it. Because I know what Cecil is, I can work with it. And when I can't, I like them to know, come back next time. That's all I'm saying. So I don't know what you had said. Silly Goose Tom, that was at Exos because I was just holding OTW accountable and he stand on his own sense and I've supported Ian on the other hand. And you see why I walk now and Paul is your daddy. Paul's not my daddy, he's your daddy. And Paul's so your daddy, you should recognize that unlike Paul saying they called him the daddy, they called him the god of media, they called me the Joker. And no one called him Batman. And then I still built with it. It writes itself. I've taken all the heel roles because this is
Do 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 do. What's up, Jack and Jack?
I don't know why is Talcott Shorts laughing at a bachelor's degree I didn't claim when Jack has no college education but still claims an education? I'll cite my favorite Sam Hyde skit. Listen, Talcott Shorts, I have an associate's degree, and that's more than any host that comes at me will ever have. And I didn't need the associate's degree to run fucking mental circles around them. You're Talcott Shorts collection. Who the fuck do you think you are? And kindly capitalize that G unless you're actually embodying Jack and his antichrist nature. You're the because you don't fucking listen.
Here we go. Here comes the crybaby.
I don't need help. You sound like Talcott, man. And that's another thing you can take notes on when you watch that Talcott that's linked. Go, by all means, fast forward it to when he starts the fucking guests. And I'm going to ask him right at the start, you ready to do this, Jack? He says, yeah. I said, I don't think you are. Because I owe Hank one more time to come up here and show him how to expose a mod god piece of shit. And he acts like he won't do it, and it's all he'll fucking do. And you're going to pay attention to exactly what points and what stance and what truth gets him to drop me mid-sentence. The second best person up there today is King fucking Steven. Shout to him. And I'll tell you why whenever they're there. Whenever we're there. You'll see Word Wizards cite the Bible wrong. You'll see Bobby Tuesday and Jack agree that they have their own way. Yeah, there's this religious dogma thing, but they have their own way. You know, kind of opposite of what I've sat with Jack and showed him that Jesus never said it's about your life, your way, your thing. It's not about bliss. It's about suffering in the flesh, picking up that cross, bearing it. See, you fucking cunt. I hope you win that race, Rose. I hope you fucking win that race. You faggot, homeless. I'm fine, guys. One day I'll just get back in a fucking roof, breathe. They have their own way. Yeah, there's this religious dogma thing, but they have their own way. You know, kind of opposite of what I've sat with Jack and showed him that Jesus never said it's about your life, your way, your thing. It's not about bliss. It's about suffering in the flesh, picking up that cross, bearing it. I'm fine, guys. One day I'll just get back in a fucking roof or get on my land because I can. Like, I hope you're not donating because you think I'm broke and homeless. I hope you're donating and sending things because you see value. And shout out to Robin if she's around, man. Like, Robin sent me the fucking UPS number. They asked me if I had that.
You said you didn't cry since your dog died. You're a liar. Here you are crying 12 days ago. Less than 2 weeks ago. 12 days ago. You're a crybaby fucking liar. Stop crying and stop lying, Tommy. Stop lying. You're a fucking crybaby liar. Boo hoo 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 hoo. Boo hoo 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 hoo.
Like, Robin sent me the fucking UPS number. They asked me if I had that shit she sent me. And I put it in. It's been stolen for a week and I didn't even know. And I came into this setup. Like, you're fucking lucky that those phones got stolen, so I can't throw it in your face that when I came to you like Christians and said, Rose, you said you're my friend, you sat with me when my dog died, and you wronged me, and I'm bringing that to you so we can be friends, and you said the same shit that everybody says, and you fucking ghosted me.
Wah, wah, wah.
See, as a you fucking cunt.
What a crybaby liar. He's a crybaby liar. I'm going to shift gears, everyone, away from the T-Jack. He's Jack. He's a liar. He backstages. He lies. He's just like Jack. He's the same. He's the same as Jack.
So, what do middle-aged, white British liberals who live in good neighbourhoods and have never experienced some of the enrichment that less fortunate Brits have been subjected to think about housing asylum seekers? Let's take a watch. I'm sure we won't hear any absolutely insufferable opinions. Of course we will.
There's 59 councils in the UK who have no asylum seekers. Do you think the distribution is done fairly?
No. No, it isn't fair at all. No councils should be housing asylum seekers. But I'm sure that's exactly the opposite of what this tosser thinks.
Should be absolutely spread out. Absolutely.
No, thank you. Why would you want to have mostly young, unvetted men in your area when even the government doesn't know who they are? Why would you be calling for that? The only reason is if you have zero experience with the sort of behaviour that becomes common in areas where hundreds of young men are suddenly housed.
Yeah, I think they're more than welcome here. We've got enough space for them. Absolutely, we should all be doing our part.
Oh, look at that.
I think they're more than welcome here.
Young men are suddenly housed.
Yeah, I think they're more than welcome here. We've got enough space for them. Absolutely, we should all... Yeah, I think they're more than welcome here. We've got enough space for them. Absolutely. Yeah, I think they're more than welcome here. We've got enough space for them. Absolutely, we should all be doing our part.
Oh, look at that. There we have...
Yeah, I think they're more than welcome here. We've got enough space for them. Absolutely, we should all be doing our part.
Oh, look at that. There we have it. The deranged, sardonic expression of a woman suffering from self-destructive levels of empathy. We should not all be doing our part.
In 2014, this area had 1 asylum seeker. It now has around 618, whereas some councils in the UK have no asylum seekers. My question for you is, do you think the distribution of asylum seekers in the UK is fairly done?
Given those figures and that sort of dramatic increase, it would appear not.
It's a big country.
Chester is absolutely flooded with immigrants at the moment. It does seem that certain areas are absolutely flooded with immigrants.
It's a big country. It's a big country.
Chester is absolutely not.
It's a big country.
Chester is absolutely not.
It's a big country.
Chester.
Does anyone here think England is a big country? Do you think that little island is a big country? Do you think that's a big country? Tens of millions of people already there. It's not a big place.
Not.
It's a big country.
Chester is.
How long does it take to drive across the island of England? Listen to this old woman.
It would appear not.
It's a big country.
Chester.
She's definitely over 40, probably over 50, maybe close to 60 years old. Absolutely clueless. A clueless leftist woman. What else is new? That's most modern women across the Western world. She says it's a big country. England is a big country? You ever been to Canada? Jesus Christ.
It would appear not.
It's a big country.
Chester is absolutely flooded with immigrants at the moment. It does seem that certain areas of the country are bearing the proportion of the problem more than others.
We can take more. It's a rich region. We've got more than enough resources for them. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you know what? Why don't we just put them all in your area and we'll see how you like it. We'll see if you continue to hold those pathologically altruistic opinions after you've had your experience with enrichment. What an absolute toss.
So yeah, definitely. It's a rich region. We've got more than
others.
We can take more. It's a rich region. We've got more than enough resources for them. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you know what? Why
more than others.
We can take more. It's a rich region. We've got more than enough resources for them. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
it's not just her, gentlemen. It's millions of women like this in Canada, United States, the UK, Australia, France, Germany, Sweden. It goes on and on. There's a hell of a lot like this. And when they get a chance to vote for something, open the borders, let the world in. We're rich. We've got more than enough for everyone. That's their mentality. And where has it gotten you? Where has it gotten the West in general? You got to start waking up. Do you know who pays the most? Your children and grandchildren haven't even begun to pay yet. It's going to get worse. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of how small England is. But there's women that live there, right there, that don't know how small it is. And they're right there. They say it's a big country. And there you go. It's big enough to let in the third world, right?
Another case of Hindu swindling. Told you guys not to trust this charlatan. Just is really good at parroting all the right-wing talking points, but in this interview that he did with the New York Times recently, you can see what he's really about. Before you tell me I'm being racist, I am, but not right now. So
that how American you are is a function of how many generations your bloodline is tied to the United States of America.
So here he is, he's trying to fight against that. He's just part of the same movement that wants to displace white Americans and make it seem like, oh, American has always been this sort of nebulous topic. This is how you know this is bullshit, first of all. Let's just talk about how we know this is bullshit, okay? Because if Vivek were to go travel to another country, nobody's going to look at him and go, oh, there's an American here. But if a 6'2" white blonde haired guy is walking through, they're going to be like, oh, that's an American. We all have an idea of what an American is, and it's not Vivek.
And I reject that view, actually. I think that A citizen is a citizen of this country, period. And I think if you have been born in this country, you pledge allegiance to this country, those ideals, whether it's one generation, two generation, or 10, there's not a spectrum of Americanness.
But you can't say that literally about any other country or culture. Go look at the data of economic contributions of immigrants versus native-born Americans. And you can even see this in European countries, right? Denmark, native Danes versus non-Western immigrants. And that's substantially lower. And then you have Western immigrants, which is almost as high as the Danes. So where your immigrants come from matters. And Vivek is trying to be like, oh, if you come here and you say I'm American, and you take the Pledge of Allegiance, you're a citizen, you're an American. Really? Okay. What's the primary demographic that has died fighting for America's rights, for America's causes? Tell you what, it's not Indian, and it's not any other kind of brown.
More of a blood and soil conception of American identity,
So then he wants to fight against this blood and soil idea, which actually is the only idea of nationality that makes any sense.
Is that you vest into how American you are based on how many generations your family and your lineage has been attached to the soil of this nation.
Yeah, how many people are in your Kentucky cemetery plot?
How many people are in your Kentucky cemetery? They always do this shit, where they try to make every person who wants to argue for the continuity of American identity like some redneck hick who's like, oh, how many people do you have in your Kentucky cemetery? Yeah, those are the people who actually built this country. Yeah, I know. Oh, no, the slaves built this country. The immigrants built this country. No, those are the people who built those countries. Okay? Because even when you had the waves of immigrants, they were coming for economic opportunities. Well, what economic opportunities were they coming from if there was nothing built here? Oh, right. Logic.
You know, and the blood and soil, you are inextricably linked to this land. On this view, you'll have the view, that people won't be willing to fight for abstractions or abstract ideals, but they will fight for their homeland.
Yeah, people aren't going to fight for children in general, but they'll fight for their kids.
I disagree with that.
This is J.D. Vance's convention speech.
Well, I think it's representative of a broader worldview in some segments of the NatCon world. And in my NatCon speech, I rejected that view because I actually think the American Revolution was fought for a set of abstract ideals, actually.
This bullshit argument that he makes that the American Revolution was fought for a set of abstract ideas. No, buddy, it wasn't abstract ideas. Also, Thomas Jefferson and co. were here generationally. They didn't just come here and then all of a sudden go, let's do a revolution.
I think Thomas Jefferson, the man who signed the Declaration of Independence, was swearing into existence a nation founded on those civic ideals. And that's exactly what was the war that led to the formation of this country. And in some cases, even the wars that we fought since, including the Civil War.
See, there we go. Here's an immigrant who has no idea about what the Civil War was fought over. No, the Civil War was fought over states' rights. That wasn't an abstract idea. The South felt like they were being imposed upon by the North, forced to do things that didn't agree with what their constituents wanted. They were fighting for their land, what they felt was their country. Okay, maybe you would know that if you studied beyond just a fifth grade textbook that has this two-dimensional view that the Civil War was fought for slavery.
On this question of Americanness and identity, this is the way national identities are normally built, right? So in some sense, the default presumption has to belong to this other side, the blood and soil vision. Like that has to be the default. We think about the national identity of Italy or the national identity of Japan. Right?
Which, by the way, they're trying to erase, right? Go look at the mass migrations into Europe. Look at what they're saying in Britain, right? Britain, all of a sudden, you could be British, even if you're generationally from Africa. You could be British, even if you're generationally from Pakistan. And this is total bullshit, because if that was true, if those people, these immigrants that were coming into Britain really were British, then why aren't they blending into British society? Why do they continue to refuse to meld with the culture and instead live in parallel societies? They live in communities that are totally isolated and are 90% their ethnic group. They refuse to conform to the standards of British life. They're just there because, once again, they want the economic benefits of living in a European society without changing their culture. And this is why you know that these people are retarded, because if they had any sense of being able to reflect, they might say, wait a second, This culture that I'm rejecting built this society that I want to be a part of. Could it be that the society is an outspring of the culture? And therefore, could it be that the society that I just left that was not giving me the opportunities that I needed could be an outspring of my culture? And would it be a good idea to change and adapt in order to be more like the society that's building the things that I want? No, we must have Sharia law. We're going to wear hijabs. We're going to keep doing whatever retarded things we do in my country, and I just want your money. So this is why every native of their country has every right to reject these people and every right to say no. And anybody who says that you're being a bigot or a racist or wants to shame you because of that is just trying to manipulate you by making you feel bad or feel guilty by something that's actually a rightful feeling. So we're erasing all sense of European identity. By the way, this doesn't happen the other way. Okay, you don't have Pakistan electing an Irish governor. You don't have India welcoming an Italian prime minister. So at this point, anybody who is still defending what Vivek is talking about here is part of the globalist agenda. And they are trying to weaken your very rightful claims to your country and your identity. And we all know what's going on, and we all know who's behind it.
The feedstock, the genetic stock, the lineage, the ancestry, that's what makes, just as a human being, viscerally, the way we're wired, tied to a nation, part of what gives that allegiance to the nation some meat, some substance, some heft, is that genetic bloodline tie.
Yes, it is. Why would it be any different for America? You just said that's what runs through us as human beings. This is the way we've been since, I don't know, thousands of years. And you think that would change just because we created this idea of America, which by the way, is a relatively new concept. But because we have the memory of a goldfish in this country, we're not really allowed to know true history. We believe that everything we think now about what America is what everybody believed. And it's not. Go look at the documents of the founding fathers that he very, astutely uses to prove his point, but then ignores things that are inconvenient. They talked about having only white men. Shocker. Oh, you're going to ignore that part. Why would they do that? Why would they do that if they thought the concept of America was just this abstract idea that could be fluid depending on, who the constituents are? No, these were European men who came here to build a country for Europeans where they could practice without religious persecution.
That's just the way it's always been. So that has to be the default. Now, I think what made America unique, I would say exceptional, and this goes to the question of American exceptionalism and whether you believe it and it's possible, is that America wasn't that, actually.
You see the manipulative tactic? You see? This is what makes America special. We're not like that. Don't you want to be special? Shut up.
Broadly speaking, basically the only major nation in human history that was instead founded as a creedal nation.
They very clearly wrote that this society, this civilization, will only function as long as you have a moral population. And the idea of morality that the founding fathers had was Christian European men. It was completely beyond any conception. They didn't even imagine an idea in which you had a multicultural stock. Why? Well, your foundation of a moral population automatically would fall apart because, as we know, many of these cultures' morals clash entirely with a Western European Christian moral. Let's take Vivek's country. India was practicing sati, where they burned the widows. That was totally moral for them. Complete contrast to what was going on in Western civilization. And in fact, they would still be doing it to this day if the British hadn't gone there and outlawed it.
I think the blood and soil vision of American identity makes American exceptionalism impossible because Japan...
American exceptionalism basically existed only and up until the country was a predominantly white country.
You'd had this interaction with Ann Coulter where I guess she says to you, look, you're great, you're really impressive, but I wouldn't vote for you because you're, quote, an Indian.
You are so bright and articulate, and I guess I can call you articulate since you're not an American black, but I still would not have voted for you because you're an Indian.
Based. I've had enough with diversity. Okay? Put the white man in charge.
Everything that people hear about the contact of races, a lot of them have been here for a very long time. When you hear about the gods coming to the earthly realm, all they're doing is they are opening up certain dimensional space stargates to travel from the higher realms down into this realm. So they appear. These beings held more light around them because all they were doing was they were traveling down from different realms here. And this is where you get space travel. Space travel is just you are teleporting through portals to different locations within the entirety of the universe. Like a lot of these other forms of technology are just replicas, essentially. We're trying to replicate that now because they were using all this organic technology, and all these beings were so much more intelligent. It's where you go into the castles and things like that. People think those are medieval things, and how they built the pyramids were medieval. They were just highly advanced people that knew the design of this very construct that we live in. So I've seen the Greys. There are 4 different forms of Greys that I've come in contact with. The tall ones, the muscular ones, almost look like they're bodybuilders, short Greys and the black Greys. They get all this stuff, put it through movies and messages, and this is where you may lose people, but all this is very, very true. A lot of the information now is coming out through whistleblowers, and they're also presenting this information. It's all going to get released. It already is, because people are finally ready for it, I guess. What people call dragon races, those were a true entity, and this is also in the Chinese text as well. These were highly intelligent beings, and this is where you get like the dinosaurs. They're actually, part of the dragon races. You also go into the original size of the original human. Right now we have the human race, and so we have blacks, Caucasians, etc. But there's more to the race of humans than what we've been told, and a lot of them are a lot larger and bigger than what we've been told as well, and I've seen them as well. So I've seen Anunnaki beings, I've seen the angels. A lot of them are here. Not all of them. Now, a lot of them are here because think about what I said before, how they come down through stargates from higher realms here. Some of them have been here since the beginning, and some of those races have not. All these races will be presented at some point in time. The disclosure of all things, and that's not just the contact of races, but that's what space really is. That's what this place really is, the firmament above. That's disclosure on all fronts and freeing humanity again, fully and completely. That's where this goes. You could say that is one of the inevitable event markers where everything is revealed again. And so you're sort of getting this through, you call it the art of war. Essentially, how do you come to this state where everybody wakes up again? Well, you need to start saying things in a way and doing things in a way which brings the soul back into complete empowerment and free again, out of fear and out of all these things. I believe the first race of beings that the government will announce are the ones that look exactly like us. People will see that the beings that look just like us, some of them are actually participating in the government. And some of them have also been participating in a lot of the control structure here as well. So this is where you get the fallen ones, the fallen angels. Just because they're in a different form due to the nature of this construct doesn't necessarily mean that they cannot express themselves stepping outside of love, etc.
What you are about to embark on, my friends, is a journey down an ancient manifestation technique brought to you by some of the most well-known researchers and minds
I'm gonna make the biggest film that the world's ever seen. Family, Nazis. Family, Nazi. You want a family? Nazi. Here we go again, another A24 film. And it's gonna be an illuminating and shocking piece. White people are evil. That really opens some eyes. He's done something really clever here by having Christian participate in a sex ritual. And you'll know you saw your good Weinstein movie. I was forgetting how bad the Holocaust was. But thank God, now there's an A24 film that lets me know what side to pick in the coming World War III war. The son of a poet mother and musician father. Right there. Is that what it is? Is that what that is? In the future, when they have AI movie scripts, the material that they're gonna use, that they're gonna synthesize from is Avengers. And his name is Jack Reacher. Writers in Hollywood? You mean AI prompters? When you watch gross people unravel, and you want to see somebody else suffering, it makes me wonder if white people should even exist. These A24 films, they're Kino. Yeah. Yeah, the accessibility of art is not always a good thing, because when you get digital tools that make it easier to do stuff, when you get cameras, when you have readily available cameras that are like cheap, sometimes they fall into the hands of idiots. I was hoping that maybe films wouldn't become disposable, but films now, thanks to Netflix pumping money into the system, films are disposable. Films are disposable. And it's because the barrier to entry has been lowered, democratization of whatever, what have you. It's a bad thing, in my opinion. This is a disposable film. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Have you seen this? No. Dog piss. How do you even make them look the same? Do they specify that these directors have to use certain lenses or something? What the f? They all look the fucking same. So what happened was you had Hollywood studios, and then you had this kind of, the Hollywood system kind of died off or slowed down or took a sidestep, and then you had like internet stuff come up, and there was this sort of like renaissance of like YouTube poops and like interesting YouTube content and like fun places to go on the internet. And now it's kind of coming back to a centralized model, because everything's on these streaming services. They figured out, like Hollywood figured it out. And it's not Hollywood, it's these tech, so it's worse than Hollywood. It's these tech people. So they're people that psychologically damaged or misaligned, malformed. I've never been into philosophy. Brazilian or whatever nationality, I don't know what nationality they were, or these old Harvey Weinstein molester guys, at least when they were that, they were at least like, I'm gonna make the biggest film that the world's ever seen with starlets and actresses, and you'll know you saw your good, you saw a Weinstein movie. Like, at least back then there was a degree of like, we gotta make a big, good film. Yeah. Like Terminator 2. At least back in the day you got Terminator 2. Now you got My Buttinator 2 with the underage cuties Netflix My Buttinator show.
Some of us have been noticing the anti-white sentiment, but don't worry, you're just a conspiracy theorist. You can't have racism against white people. White people run everything. How do you know white people run everything? Because clearly, they don't let you criticize them without repercussions. Those of you not familiar with this, Jordan Neely was the Michael Jackson impersonator who got on the subway one day and started threatening people that were on the subway with him, saying somebody's going to die today. And Daniel Penny, along with two minorities, stopped Jordan Neely. Daniel Penny was the one who put him in a chokehold. Soon after the chokehold, Jordan Neely died. Even though police were there, they refused to give him any CPR or anything like that. They did not try to save his life because, quote, he was too dirty. But if you think anybody else got tried in this case, you're wrong, because Daniel Penny was the only white guy. And you're like, oh, Leonardo, this can't possibly be a case of anti-white racism. Why would you say that? Let's go ahead and take a look at the prosecutor and what she has to say about why she's trying Daniel Penny.
It's actually very clear why I became a prosecutor. My father was a Holocaust survivor. Something that really, really bothered me was that nobody was ever held accountable for what was done to my grandparents and everyone else. I was devastated and angry by the fact that nobody, in fact, was ever held accountable. And so look at what I do. I hold people accountable for killing other people. And so this has basically been my life's mission. what holding people accountable means has changed for me.
Daphne Yura. You're looking at her face and you're saying, wow, she's an Israeli-born, Jewish, saying the same thing twice, anti-white, now you're saying the same thing 3 times, restorative justice, what does that mean? Let black people off the hook, communist lesbian, right, because who's gonna fuck that? Married to a Peruvian BLM activist, right, who's probably fat. She continuously referred to Daniel Penny as the white man throughout the whole trial. Why? Well, she was hoping that in New York City's hodgepodge mixed race jury, referring to him as the white man would mean automatic guilt. Why did she pick Daniel Penny? Clearly, she is a tough on criminals prosecutor, right? Let's take a look at a few things that she did. In 2019, she reduced the sentence of a black man who murdered an Asian college professor while he was withdrawing cash at an ATM. She called this, that's right, restorative justice. Who is justice being restored to? Maybe if you didn't let all of these criminals who get booked in New York out on cashless bail, Jordan Neely would still be alive today. Why do I say that? Well, Jordan Neely had 42, potentially 44 prior arrests. And they weren't just little things. In 2015, he kidnapped a 7-year-old girl. This is how you know he was a bad Michael Jackson impersonator, because if he was good, he would have known Michael Jackson was into boys. Although I think that whole thing is probably not even true. In 2019, he punched an old man in the face. And then in 2021, he upped it by punching a 67-year-old woman in the face, breaking her nose and fracturing her orbital bone. But yes, I'm sure he wasn't a threat. I'm sure when he got on the subway and said somebody's going to die today, he was just joking. The people who keep criminals in check generally have been white. But now our whole system has been taken over and aimed back at white people. The people who are in charge believe that people of color are easier to control. Some might say they're right. I'm not sure. But they certainly believe it, and their whole plan is to make every place like New York City. A multicultural hellscape where no one trusts anyone because no one knows anyone and there are no real bonds between community members. This is the point. Go to New York. It's total anonymity. You know you can't really trust anybody. When some psycho comes on the subway, you might look around and try to make allies, but chances are they're going to throw you to the wolves to save themselves. So Daniel Penny decides he puts his neck on the line. He said it himself. He said, hey, I would go through that trial all over again because I wouldn't be able to live with myself if somebody had actually gotten hurt that day. So he saw Jordan Neely as an actual threat. And why wouldn't he? The guy is openly saying how somebody's going to die today. We're just supposed to go, oh, that's so cute. Why don't you go ahead and do the moonwalk for us while you stab that old lady? They don't care. They don't care about your safety. They don't care about your safety if you're black or Hispanic or anything like that. But they do believe they can use you for fodder to fuel the racial strife and tension and make you believe that the reason you're in impoverished conditions is because of white people. Well, let's talk about Black Twitter being on fire. Saying things like, wow, it would be a damn shame if black people start attacking white people. To these people, I say, what do you mean start? The predominant agents of crime are black or brown, whatever. They're quote unquote a minority, although they're fast becoming non-minority status in New York. Okay. Then we've got this guy on Twitter saying, now the alt-right is pushing the murder unarmed on the subway because they're dangerous propaganda. Meanwhile, notice how not one person was harmed and everybody acting like he wasn't even there. It's also why we wear headphones. That's New York. Shut up. You look at this video of this guy who is a clear threat. Okay? He's making threatening motions. He's stepping into people's personal space. He's They're like, oh, he's not armed. First of all, how do I know he's not armed? Second of all, people can kill you with their bare hands, as we can see. Okay? But the absolute preposterous thing that this guy's advocating is that we should just ignore it. We should all just learn how to tolerate this behavior, this antisocial behavior, because guess what? That's New York. Okay, so I guess you could just start blatantly killing people on the subway, and we should all just ignore it, because that's New York. Hey, you don't gotta listen to the blood-curdling cries. Just put your headphones on, play some goy music, and go to bed. They want to shove this down your throat because they identify with the criminals, because they see you as a hateful object. You've got to stop caring about being called a racist, a homophobe, a misogynist, an anti-Semite. Throw these away. These are all tools used to control you. And if you start bending the knee because you want these insane people to give you some kind of accolades, you're an even more despicable character. You care about the opinion of people who hate you. Throw it in the trash. These are low intelligence people who don't matter, who have unfortunately gotten power because the powers that be want to use them as a weapon, just like they did in communist Russia. They armed the criminals, they locked up the law-abiding citizens. Why? Because they can use the criminals to destabilize the society and come to power. It's the same exact bullshit they're doing here. I mean, just look at this lunatic that this guy is saying we should ignore. Let me tell you what the protocols are on the subway. You don't get in somebody's space. You don't make eye contact, because that's the only privacy we get since we all live in shoebox apartments that we share with a bunch of rats. It's not acceptable behavior to be swinging punches and making threatening moves that you're just supposed to ignore. If this was a white guy doing this, would you be like, oh, that's just New York, just ignore it? No, you're just saying we should tolerate it because this guy's black, and somehow that means that he's been oppressed by the system and is getting mistreated or something. Meanwhile, here's a clear example of black privilege. This guy can do this all day and nobody says anything, nobody stops him. Let me tell you something. If everybody who did this kind of behavior was getting punched in the face, these people would think twice. This guy's a bully. He's doing this because it's mostly women, that's whose face he's getting into, or people he thinks that he can take and who will tolerate his behavior. Just Google New York City man arrested and released on cashless bail. There's going to be multiple stories of criminals who were arrested and then released on a cashless bail, and then go on to commit another crime, usually a violent crime. Let me just read you a couple of headlines. And let's see if you can guess what race or ethnicity the perpetrator is. New York City gangbanger, well, I guess that gives it away, who's been arrested 9 times this year, finally held on $20K bail. If you guessed some kind of Latino, you were correct. You don't hold criminals accountable for what they do. You release them on cashless bail, and then you're surprised when they continue to act like criminals. Actually, you're not surprised. That's the whole point of this. The whole point is to allow these people back into society to hopefully kill some innocent people. That's the point. To create confusion and chaos, and to make you afraid. They're telling you what their agenda is, right? Hey, if you're an actual criminal, you're going to get away with everything. If you stand up to a criminal and you defend yourself, or you defend other innocent people, and God forbid you be white, or you defend white people, you're the one who's going to jail. In some way, they kind of accomplished what they wanted with the Daniel Penny case, because a lot of people saw that and they're thinking, I don't want to go through this whole trial. I don't want to go through this expense. And I don't know if I'll be so lucky as to get off as he did. And now Jordan Neely's father is trying to sue Daniel Penny in a civil lawsuit. Amazing how black fathers are never around until there's money to be made off their progeny. Here's another one. Man arrested for baseball bat attack on New York City sidewalk, quickly released on bail. Well, at least they got some bail. They usually don't. Did you guys guess his name? Kareem Azizi. I don't really know. Sounds black. New York Police Department officers attacked in Times Square. 5 suspects arrested, 7 still on the loose. Oh, you know what they left out of this headline? They were attacked by asylum seekers. Yes, because all the immigrants who are coming into this country are asylum seekers. Because what do refugees do after they escape a war-torn country in which their lives were in danger and they're trying to save their family's life? That's right. They immediately begin committing violent crime against the police of the country who've given them asylum. This makes perfect sense. It's not possible that these were criminals brought over intentionally to destabilize our country. No way. That's a conspiracy theory. There is a centralized agenda pushing this, okay? Some people can say we don't know who's behind it, but you know, you just start noticing certain patterns. The Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, downgraded 60% of felony cases to lesser charges. So, I mean, that's enough. You know, we've had enough. It's time for white people to run this country again. Because at least when white people were in charge, criminals got tried. I know they like to tell you that there was, you know, racial injustice, and they point to the high percentage of black people in prisons, and they never look at, does that have any correlation to the actual percentage of black people committing crimes? That's also a possible explanation, right? I know, it's kind of crazy.
If you don't want to be arrested and you're black, stop committing crimes. Just stop committing crimes.
We got a spicy one today.
Comedian Tyler Fisher claims he has been turned down by 3 agencies because they said they just weren't looking for white men.
Tyler Fisher posted this video. He basically just told us everything we already knew. All I had to do was turn on any Netflix show about the Crown, about Vikings, about European explorers, and what do you know? They're all black. It's still validating to hear somebody who was on the inside who actually suffered from that. But like I said, it's pretty obvious. If you look at anything, there's an agenda. That's what we've all been talking about. And then they come back and they go, you're a white supremacist, you're a white nationalist, as if those are bad things. And they talk about representation, but you have minority populations being overrepresented on TV. Last time I checked, black people didn't make up 59% of Europe. But you wouldn't know that if you were watching some of these shows, okay? Sorry about my cat, everybody. He's a very lonely kitty because I left him alone for well, I didn't leave him alone. I left him with a sitter, but, you know, he's spoiled. So if anybody wants to adopt a cat, by the way, I'm sick of his shit. Anyway, so, of course, Dr. Phil has to have on the nice biracial black man who's going to identify totally as black, by the way, because that's what biracial people like to do. They feel insecure in both of their races, and then they pick the one that's being foisted up by the establishment. So good on you, sir.
I think it was justified for me to be told, we can't represent you. You don't have the chance to now compete for jobs because you're white. Yes or no? Was that okay or was that not okay?
I think that what is described by you...
He cannot admit it straight up. He has to say, what is described by you? See, that's the thing. A lot of these minorities, they get a little bit of an education, and then they think they're like way more intelligent than everyone. They learn a little bit of the legal lingo, and then they go, ooh, I'm going to outsmart you by using a phrase. What is described by you? We see what you're doing, bro. What are you doing? Come on. You're not Jewish, okay? Jewish people are very good at twisting language. You, not so much. So how about you just pipe down there? Okay.
Don't give me your little
let me finish.
Wrap.
What
Yes
is described
or no?
by you, someone telling you that you can't get that job because you're white, does not sound right to me.
So he finally says, yeah, if that's what happened, that's not right. Because he has to, because he realizes that in his code, right, you can't discriminate based on race. Well, that's what he's going to say. They don't really care if you discriminate against a white person based on race. That is the implicit assumption under all of this diversity and equity and inclusion and supporting minorities. It's, well, we can be racist against white people, right? That's what they say. And frankly, everybody's sick of their shit. Because you came to a country that was built by white people. My people didn't even build this country, but I appreciate what the other people did who built it, because a lot of my skills would have gone wasted in my home country. You know, they don't really have much use for women who talk in Albania. But look at all the comedy you would have missed out on. Look at that. Sure, I would have been living a happy, idyllic life on a farm village somewhere with a couple of crazy Albanian children. And sure, it would have brought me great joy to rear these children and see them as the future of my ethnic and national pride. And sure, maybe we would have started a war with Serbia and some of my kids would have fought for their country and I would have been a proud mother. But none of that compares to me getting on stage and telling you guys how retarded you all are. Pales in comparison. Anyway,
Son is making this up.
Let me say this.
He recorded the call with an Asian. He claims turned him down for being white. So let's listen to the call.
Is it a policy, like, explicit that they're not taking on any, like, white men, or is it, like, case by case?
On-camera talent, stand-up, probably not. No.
Okay, so no white men are allowed for on-camera stuff.
I guess it's right now where it stands, but, like, yeah, it could change in a year depending on if casting directors, that's not their feedback anymore, or not even casting directors, you know, studios, whatever it may be, where it's like, this is what we're looking for.
Ty Fish here because he came with receipts. He actually came with the recording, which is amazing. And you hear the agent say it, right? We don't want any on-camera white male talent. Now you got to ask yourself, why? Why might this be that they don't want on-camera white male talent? Is it because they have an agenda? Is it because they're trying to erase white people out of the national consciousness, and specifically straight white males, because they have no problem with gay white males like Dylan Mulvaney who are prancing around pretending to be women? They love those. You know why? Because they can't breed. They can't make any more of themselves. Okay? But they can't admit it because a lot of the people who are on the receiving end of the opposite of the discrimination are benefiting from it. So this biracial guy is benefiting from this new diversity, equity, and inclusion program that seems to have taken over the country. He's not going to argue against it. You can't expect that. He's not going to admit that this is faulty.
What do we do about heart surgeons, airplane pilots? Like, how far do we want to go with this? Do you want the best heart surgeon, or do you want somebody who you think may have had it bad as a kid, or maybe their great-great-grandfather? I mean, it's ridiculous.
Is this what you want for your heart surgeons and your airline pilots? No! No, you do not. I'm telling you right now, if I walked into an airplane and there was an Asian lady flying that plane, I'm walking right out. And so are you. What about you, Max? Are you going to fly with an Asian lady? No, Max is black, so, you know, he's always committing Asian hate. What? I'm just telling people what you do. And I don't blame you, you know. They want to eat you. All right, well, you got to have to chill out. Chill out. Don't start this shit again. Don't start this with me. I'm not playing with you. You got to get out of here. Get out. 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 They're going to call PETA on me because of you. Don't give me that attitude because you're swiping at me. You're getting out of control. Ever since you got your civil rights. So you should never let the black cat sit at the front of the bus because they get a really big head and then they start doing things, you know, like just fucking stealing your wallet. All right, excuse me. I just had to go kill my cat. His point is that you want the most qualified person for the job. And that's true in every area, right? It's not just heart surgeons and airline pilots. We want the most qualified musicians. We want the most qualified comedians. We want the most qualified actors. And especially with acting, you want the people that most fit the role. How are you going to turn on a show about Vikings and see a black trans lesbian and be like, I'm going to suspend disbelief? We're not going to do it. Okay? Make a film about inner city crime. I understand. Then you've got to cast a couple of minorities in there. I mean, it's not going to be believable to have a prep school white kid, you know, robbing a bunch of people in the inner city. Maybe shooting up a school. That's, you know, pretty normal. But again, all this stuff is stuff we all know to be true. And we have to walk around and pretend that it's not, because if you speak up, then they call you a racist, an anti-Semite, a white nationalist, all of these things. I'm Nazi, right? But the nice thing is these words are losing power and people are really seeing through it. And this is something that is pretty clear. People can see when people are being authentic and when they are bullshitting. And we're tired of bullshit. So they tried to keep my man Tyler Fisher down, and he just said, fuck you, I'm going to do my own thing. And now he's actually quite successful because his fans have found him online through his online posting, and all those people that rejected him lost on making money. But frankly, I don't think they care about it. I genuinely don't think they care about the money they lose on talent, because I think there's another agenda rather than making the most amount of money or making the best art. And I think we all know what it is. Otherwise, you wouldn't be following me. All right, I'm going to end it here before my cat becomes a total psycho. But make sure you guys subscribe. Follow my social media. You guys know what it is. Leonarda is funny on YouTube. Leonarda_Joni on X.
Kimani Lateague was born on March 28, 2011, to parents Darnell Ogletree Jones and Tiara Caiston. At the time of our story, she lived with her grandmother Dorothy in Toledo, Ohio. Her mother and father had separate lives, but she visited them occasionally. Darnell lived on Willard Street and dated a woman named Nina Turner, and the two had a child together, Kimani's half-sister. There isn't much we know about Kimani's mother, Tiara, at least what's verifiable. What we do know is she has other children aside from Kimani and that she lives in the Cleveland area. It hasn't been reported why neither she nor Darnell had custody of Kimani, as Dorothy was not officially her legal guardian until 2024. Prior to that, Kimani lived with her mother's godmother before she was even a year old. Kimani started living with Dorothy between roughly 2019 and 2020, while the godmother still provided for Kimani when needed.
Kimani transferred schools multiple times and had a hard time settling in, allegedly because of behavioral issues. In 2024, she was a 7th grader at Spring Elementary, where she was excelling. She was an honor roll student who was recognized by her peers for her kindness. In fact, she was supposed to receive a kindness award in late March. She liked listening to older music and playing video games and sports such as basketball and football. On the screen, you'll see her playing a Ms. Pac-Man machine. She also loved spending time with younger children. When her grandmother had company over, Kimani always took it upon herself to keep their little ones entertained. Kimani was loved by her peers and teachers alike. The way they spoke of her, you could tell that she was one in a million, always kind, generous, and thoughtful. Kimani left a lasting impression on everyone that she encountered. Her 14th birthday was coming up, and she told her grandmother that she wanted a basketball-themed birthday party.
Kimani confided in her teachers, both at Spring Elementary and at schools in the past, that she wasn't in a safe environment at home. As mandatory reporters, they contacted Child Protective Services, though there was little action taken to protect Kimani, if at all. It's unclear who or what caused these concerns. Teacher Kayleen Harabedian said that Kimani was living with a different guardian at the time she made her report. It's also reported that Dorothy admitted to excessive physical discipline to caseworkers. Speaking to them alone, Kimani told CPS investigators that she felt safe in Dorothy's home. Ms. Harabedian said Kimani was constantly bruised and fearful of going home. At Spring Elementary, a student claimed that Kimani showed up to class with bruises on her arms and said that her grandmother and her were fighting.
Outside of school, Kimani spent much of her time alone. Her grandmother worked very long hours, so she would go straight home after class with only her 2 dogs for company. Kimani was said to be good and responsible, so Dorothy felt comfortable leaving her unsupervised. According to Dorothy, she always calls me and asks me prior to going somewhere. She is a latchkey kid, so she has her own keys for the home. She has a phone just in case something happens, so she can contact somebody. She's very responsible. Kimani was last seen by her mother Tiara on Saturday, March 15th, and by her father Darnell on Sunday, March 16th. On that Saturday, Darnell dropped Kimani off in front of her mother's home. Tiara said that Dorothy gave him permission to do so. Kimani spent that Saturday with her mother. The following day, Darnell said she called him late at night scared. Kimani thought there was an intruder outside of the property and she was too afraid to be alone, so her father and his cousin stayed with her until 12:30 in the morning. Then, on Monday morning, Dorothy returned home from work. She said the front door was unlocked and the house was a mess. The gas on the stove was running and Kimani was nowhere to be found. Her house keys and glasses were left inside, along with her sleepwear and underwear. She didn't answer her phone. She had not shown up for school, something very unlike Kimani.
Understandably concerned, Dorothy called 911.
Here's on destination, not emergency.
Yes, I'd like to make a police report.
Okay, what's the address?
Elm Street.
Okay, what kind of report?
A missing person.
Okay, what's your name?
Mine or hers?
Yours?
Dorothy.
Okay, and who's
Lateague.
missing?
Kimani.
Is this your daughter, son?
This is my granddaughter.
Okay, do you have custody?
I do.
Okay, how old is she?
13.
How long ago she's been missing?
To the best of my understanding, she's just been missing this morning. And I called her school and went up to her school, and they said she's not there.
What school does she go to?
Spring.
Do you remember, did you see what she was wearing before she left?
No, she's usually going to school before I get home from work.
Okay. Is she black, white, or Hispanic?
She's black. She looks Hispanic.
Okay, and then what was her last name?
Latigue.
Okay, does she have a phone on her that you're aware of?
She does, and it's dead because it's going straight to voicemail.
A police report was filed, and Kimani was officially a missing child. 13 Action News interviewed Dorothy the following day.
When I came home, she wasn't here. Of course, she was supposed to have been on her way to school, but according to the way that the house was set up, once I got here, because it was in complete disarray, she wasn't here. So I called the school so that I can talk to her, and they said that she wasn't there. So shortly thereafter, I contacted him and went up to the school and had them check again, and again they stated that she was not there. So we started looking for her. The house was unlocked, and when I walked in the house, all of the gas was on in the house. Like the stove was on, there was no fire, but you can hear and smell the gas on in the house, and that's definitely unusual. Other than her and I, it's just the two dogs in the house, so who cut it on? So that was kind of suspicious. Then her glasses and her underclothes were by the couch in the front room. Her pajamas were in the dining room in the floor. So it was just out the ordinary.
When you say glasses, does she need those glasses to see? I mean,
she wears glasses on a daily basis. Yes, she needs them for school, just period.
The him that Dorothy refers to is Darnell, who stood next to her in the first interview. He also spoke to the reporters.
Yeah, she has her own keys, so she left glasses and keys. It ain't adding up. You know what I'm saying?
Does she have a cell phone?
Yeah, and it's going straight to voicemail.
Okay, all right.
And she tried to call me at 1:29, and then she called my girl like 5 other times. And the last call came in at 1:49. So she was trying to get in contact with somebody.
And so no one has had contact with her? Nobody saw her? Who was the last person to really see her?
It was me. I came over here because she said that if it seemed like somebody was trying to break into the house. So I sat for an hour, me and my cousin, we sat over here. And we left around like 12:30ish. And she tried to call at like 1:29, and I missed the call. So she was calling everybody else too.
A search party was held on March 21st, where citizens of Toledo and neighboring cities joined forces to hopefully bring Kimani home. They handed out missing persons flyers with Kimani's name and face, spreading the word. Her mother, Tiara, who was in attendance, spoke to the press.
I have not slept in 3 days. I have not eaten in 3 days. I have never had a seizure before, and I've had 3. All forms of support help. Whether it's a social media post, whether it's you hanging up a flyer, whether you just bringing up her name in conversation and making sure that people hear about her, it still makes a difference.
Few people, if any, suspected that Kimani just simply ran away. She was a good, responsible kid, and the house was completely trashed. From the beginning, people everywhere from the community to law enforcement suspected that this was a kidnapping, though they had no idea who could have snatched Kimani from her home. But law enforcement quickly began to put the pieces together. They turned their attention to the last person to see Kimani alive, her father. Darnell repeated the story he told the press to police officers, though it's reported his details changed over time. In an interview with police, Dorothy said Kimani's underwear, which was left on the living room floor, had disappeared shortly after Darnell visited her home. She had told him it concerned her, and after he left, she realized it was gone. Darnell Jones's history of violent crime and DV did not help his case. Journalists Yarko Kuk and Eric Taunton gathered Darnell's entire criminal record and compiled it in an article for the Toledo Blade newspaper. It began with a drunken disorderly charge when he was 19 years old. Within a year, he was a common sight in Toledo courtrooms for similar offenses, gradually increasing in severity until he set fire to a building. Darnell took an Alford plea for a lesser sentence in exchange for a smaller charge. Instead of committing arson, he pled guilty to attempting to commit arson. While his sentence was reduced, it still came with a litany of conditions and restrictions, such as serving time, getting a job, his GED, and receiving treatment at a drug and alcohol facility. Darnell was a felon, which meant it was illegal for him to purchase or own a firearm. He went about 4 years without making a court appearance. In January of 2015, Darnell and an unnamed man were in the Greenbelt Place apartments. They got into an altercation and Darnell pulled out a gun. He shot at the victim and ran, but he was chased down and apprehended by authorities. His trial was resolved 5 months later. Again, he was directed to receive treatment and find employment, along with serving time in a work release facility, undergoing a mental health assessment and wearing an ankle monitor. In November, law enforcement found Darnell broke the conditions of his community control. For this, he was placed back in the work release facility. During his time there, he lost his temper while arguing with one of the officers. He broke a window when he punched it in anger. He was charged with a misdemeanor and transferred to a different facility. Darnell left in June of 2017 and was a free man for an entire 2 months. In August of 2017, he was performing maintenance work on his car when a man confronted him for stealing from a family member. The man said Darnell hit him in the face with an alternator, to which Darnell claimed it was self-defense. His wife at the time, Antonia Sullivan, was also interviewed by officers. Either way, the man needed more than 20 stitches to repair his face. Darnell was arrested for felonious assault and initially sentenced to 180 days in a corrections center. Instead of serving time, his sentence was suspended. He only needed to endure 2 years of probation, which he violated after 6 months. Darnell was charged with drunk and disorderly conduct again. While waiting for his court hearing, he tried to break into a woman's home through a window. Police were called. When the woman learned Darnell was intoxicated, she decided not to press charges. But Darnell was charged for drunk and disorderly conduct for a 3rd time. He was also charged with carrying a concealed weapon after an open pocket knife was found in his person. His punishment was more of the same: committed to a work release program and required to get a job. He almost had a 4th drunk and disorderly charge on his record, but this case was dismissed by the courts. His criminal record up until now had characterized him as irresponsible, impulsive, quick to anger, and somebody to be wary of. But there was still worse yet to come from him.
In 2019, Darnell and his wife Antonia were living in an apartment complex in East Toledo. According to their neighbors, they were far from a happy couple. Shouting matches were commonly heard within the apartment, loud enough to be audible to any passerby through the walls. In July of that year, one of Darnell and Antonia's fights escalated. He got violent, throwing objects and choking her. He hurled 2 televisions from the 2nd floor balcony, and witnesses said that Darnell was close to doing the same to the woman. The commotion drew enough attention for multiple calls to be placed to 911. Antonia was thankfully saved, but she did not want to press charges against her husband. Instead, the neighbors offered their witness statements to the police. Combined with the evidence at the scene, officers could arrest Darnell without Antonia's cooperation. Darnell was charged with assault and DV. The assault charges were dropped and he pled guilty to the DV charge. He was sentenced to 180 days in a correction center. He was only in custody for 11 days, which were served during the legal proceedings. Instead, he was put on probation and made to receive treatment for substance use, but was relieved from this after 11 more days.
The next year in April, Darnell was shot in the chest and brought to a hospital for treatment. It's reported he was trespassing onto a neighbor's property. He got into an argument with one of the home's residents and at least 1 round was fired. No charges were pressed. In 2022, officers were alerted to a daycare parking lot. They found a drunken Darnell lying on the ground holding a firearm. According to the charges, he fired the gun at some point. He was also in possession of drug paraphernalia. The prosecution and defense reached a plea bargain. The charges of paraphernalia possession, drunken disorderly conduct, and discharging a firearm were all dropped. Darnell pled guilty to attempted possession of a weapon as a felon and using a weapon while intoxicated. Since his previous community control sentences proved unsuccessful, he was thrown in prison for only a year.
Darnell's girlfriend Nina took note of some suspicious activity early on. When he visited her, he asked that she turn off her in-home security cameras. A family member also confided that they saw Darnell hiding something underneath her basement staircase. Nina was under the impression that Kimani's case was just that of a typical runaway teenager, but the gears in her head spun erratically when she saw what was in her staircase closet. She didn't want to believe it. She thought Darnell was a good partner and father, but she couldn't ignore what was in front of her. She called detectives and told them what she had learned. They swiftly confiscated the evidence that Darnell was trying to hide: his muddy work boots and a rolled rubber mat meant to protect the back seats of cars when they're folded down. Nina noted that he hadn't needed his boots for some time since he wasn't working. The detectives left the property before Darnell returned home, but when he saw his basement stash was gone, he left for good. Nina never saw him after that. She was so scared that she relocated herself and her daughter to a new living space in case Darnell found out that she had turned against him. He later called her. The phone number was based in Columbus, and she passed that information on to the police. In many cases we've covered, we often see women trying to protect their male partners when they commit a heinous crime. It speaks volumes that Nina Turner didn't do this. It was no doubt a difficult choice to help investigators locate someone she loved, but it was absolutely the right one. If not for her diligence, Darnell Jones may not have been found so quickly. According to court documents, evidence from his phone, home, and surveillance footage was enough to request an arrest warrant. He was charged with abduction, and a warrant for his arrest was issued on March 23rd. Darnell's time living on Willard Street was uneventful. His neighbors thought he was perfectly normal, so it surprised and shocked them greatly that laid-back and cool Darnell could have had it in him to be so dangerous. They were horrified, especially those who were parents or grandparents, that they lived so close to a monster.
3 years before Kimani went missing, a house in East Toledo caught on fire. Fire trucks were dispatched to the scene at approximately 11 p.m. on May 4th, 2022. Firefighters discovered the flames started within the second floor, but no one could figure out the cause of the fire. Despite the damage, the house was largely untouched for 3 years. In May of 2024, it was labeled a public nuisance and potentially a danger to the public safety. The house was also in violation of the city's municipal codes. The city sent the homeowner a notice warning him that the property was subject to demolition. Following this, the property stood for 10 months. However, on March 24th, a body was found in this abandoned house located on the second floor. A crowd formed outside the house waiting with bated breath if Kimani was inside. Members of the crowd yelled at investigators to give them answers. Mother Tiara was among the onlookers when law enforcement found her daughter. She didn't know what was going on, and she had some emotional episodes during this period of uncertainty. Understandably.
They're still not telling me that. It's nothing. It's nothing to take a picture. It's nothing to, you know what I'm saying, let me know when the coroner's bringing her out so I can see if that's indeed my baby. Y'all not saying nothing.
It was Kimani. She had been essayed and her hands completely amputated. Her throat had been cut so deep that she was nearly decapitated. The autopsy revealed it was the wounds to her neck that ultimately ended her life. After officers told Tiara what they found, she fell on her knees and cried. The mayor was one of the many public officials to speak about the effect this case had on the community. He said, "It's hard to put into words just how terrible an event this is. Obviously for the family and friends most directly affected, but really even for the whole community. I'm not a prosecutor, I'm not a judge, and I want the process to play itself out fairly and make sure everyone gets their day in court. But whoever was responsible for this, I hope they throw the book at them. That's just me. No one deserves what this young girl went through. And if justice is to be served, someone needs to pay for what they did." Later in the evening, it appeared that Dorothy Latigue had been arrested. It was reported that she was escorted from her home in handcuffs. A spokesperson for the Toledo Police Department denied this was the case. Dorothy and police officers both said they had to move her for her safety, as a crowd had started to gather outside of her home. It's unknown why exactly a staged arrest was the best course of action, but since both parties have confirmed these events, we can take them at their word.
Well, I was called and told that there was a mob of people in front of my house. They were angry. It was more or less the people that were here earlier waiting to see if it was Kimani that was in the home. And basically some people from the neighborhood had contacted me and said that there was a mob in front of my house and they were talking about what they were going to do to me once I came home. So the police, the detective, said that she would have a unit come out and help me get my things and more or less escort me off the property. I asked to be handcuffed just so they can get the away from my property.
Are you scared?
So no, I was never arrested. I was taken downtown, but I was never arrested.
Are you scared for your safety right now?
I am.
What are some of the things that you've been hearing and receiving from people?
They said they was gonna blow up my house. They said they was gonna do harm to me. It's just been a barrage of different things that they've been stating.
The community held a vigil for Kimani the next day. Many people came to honor her memory. Some knew her personally, but many were total strangers. Her former teacher, Kayleen Harabedian, was in attendance.
Sick to my core, devastated, to say the least. I made many reports concerned about her safety and was fearful that something like this might happen. I don't even have the words to express how I feel. Kimani expressed some things to us in the school, not only to myself, but to the other adults in the building, her peers, her school bus driver, who all made phone calls to Child Protective Services. Lucas County Children's Services was notified on several different occasions that she may be at risk of child abuse in the home, and it just fell on deaf ears. Our calls were not heard, her voice was not heard, and she told us some very concerning things that were happening to her in that household. She was very sweet. I enjoyed having her at school every day. She greeted me every single morning with a hug. That was all she really ever wanted, was affection. She was a great student to have in the classroom. She always participated. She enjoyed playing football outside with her peers when we would go out for recess. She was very kind, super generous, always offering her breakfast in the morning, like asking me, "Oh, Miss H, are you thirsty? I brought you a milk," things like that. And she did this every single day. I mean, she was just a joy to be around.
A woman who didn't even know Kimani also had a chance to speak to the press. Sherry Sweeney spoke of family, unity, and importance of listening to our community's children.
Family that prays together stays together. And this is the time when we need to come together. We need to tell our young folks whatever's going on at home, school, church, parks, you can talk to us. Never be afraid to tell us where you at, what's going on with you, what's happening, because we can't help you. Right now we're losing our babies at the hands of adults, whoever. It's senseless. It's so senseless here in Toledo.
George Sorrentau of the Toledo City Council called Kimani's death a tragedy that could have been avoided. He not only criticized CPS for its inaction in her case, but also encouraged the local press to investigate the organizations that failed Kimani and many other children in similar situations.
Law enforcement across the entire state of Ohio were issued a Be on the Lookout alert, also known as a BOLO, for Darnell Jones. He evaded law enforcement until the following day when he was found in Columbus. SWAT officers found Darnell and his car. He had shaved his head in an attempt to disguise himself. When they approached him, weapons were drawn and Darnell appeared calm. He said, "Just kill me, but the officers quickly noted their suspect's hand was in his pocket. Rather than go quietly, he responded by pulling out a gun. Within seconds, Darnell was apprehended. He was shot, but not fatally. As he was handcuffed and being attended to by medical personnel, he said that he was in pain and he didn't want to be on this earth any longer. Officers confiscated the revolver and a walkie-talkie from Darnell. He was hospitalized at the Wexner Medical Center in Ohio State University. None of the officers were reported to be wounded in the altercation.
Come here, man.
Don't do it.
What's your name?
Just kill me.
Dude, show me your fucking hands right now.
Me, bro.
Pull your fucking hand out of your... I swear to God, pull your...
Shots fired. Shots fired. There for the second. Get back,
don't fucking move.
Don't move. All right, suspect down. All you guys are okay.
Don't move. He's got 33 right there. 33 in his hand? No, it's a walkie-talkie, but there's 33s right here. Don't you move or you're going to get shot, okay? All right? Got it. Yep. That's him. Somebody get out.
Somebody get on the main air. Get us a medic. I'm working on it.
All right, on your belly. All right. I got cuffs. There you go. Thank you, brother. We'll get you help, okay?
I just want to die, bro.
No, I know, but we can't allow that.
I can't.
All right.
I don't want to.
Get us some cruisers. Secure this scene.
Copy, I'm in radio.
All right, who fired? Him in the car.
He did too.
All right. You did? I did not. Okay. He did. Okay. You good? All right. You good? All right. I know. All right. Listen to me. I got to roll you off. I got to get you up on your side, okay? I got to get you up on your side. I got you. All right. Where do you hit at, bro?
I don't know. All in my leg.
All in your leg.
He's all hit right here.
I know. He's hitting his arm once.
Oh my God.
We need a medic here now. Where's your they're coming, okay? We got him. He's hit once in the arm. All right. He's hitting the side here. Yep, you're hitting the side. Okay. You're gonna be fine. Hey, look. You know what's good about this? What? Sit up, okay? You're gonna be fine.
I can't move my leg.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
I think they're broke. Where do you guys need us?
There you go. How's that?
They broke.
Okay.
I can't get up.
Okay. We're gonna leave you sit here like this. Take a deep breath.
Copy that.
Do me a favor. Take a deep breath for me, okay? Hey, move your car. Block that road. You're on shell casing. Get that road blocked. We can't let you down. Okay, you gotta stay up. I'll hold you up. All right. You just relax. Lean back into there. There you go. You're gonna be fine. Listen. Hey, nothing's ever that bad. All right.
It is.
Okay. Well. Darnell, right? Do you have anything else on you? Do you have any more guns? Yes. Where's the guns at? Where's the other gun at? I don't. Darnell. Hey. Sorry. Darnell. Do you have anything else on you? Yeah, he said he had a gun. I don't. I think he's just fading. I don't know. Nope. Just stay back, okay, please? Stay back. Hey. Okay. Okay. We're making good witnesses. You're fine, ma'am. You're fine. We need a cart. We need a cart. Cart. Oh, here, legs, arms. She said she wants I keep the work by the pound. The salt stay up and y'all know we run the town. Which way you want his head? You need him out of the cuffs? Yeah, we're gonna need him out. All right, we're gonna roll you over one more time, all right? Gotta get those cuffs off. Clean up. There you go. He's hitting the arm, leg, arm, and I believe left chest. Okay. Get a good search on you. Everything's gonna come off. You taking him all down enough in this? Yeah. All right, that's fine. Pull this off. All right. Cut the cuff off. Cut your belly. You guys gonna help us lift? Just stare at it. All right, I'm good. Hey, don't move your arm. I know it hurts. They're gonna help you, okay?
I can't even shoot me in the head.
Well, we're not trying to hurt you. We're not trying to kill you.
I took off my arm.
No, we're not gonna take it off your arm, okay? They're gonna cut it off in just a second.
On top of the murder and SA charges, this stunt of his gave him extra charges of assaulting a police officer. He was supposed to appear for an arraignment, but since he was in the hospital, his hearing was pushed back. Mike Trondle, chief of the Toledo Police Department, said Kimani's death was heartbreaking to the people of Toledo. Despite his past experience, her case shocked him.
You know, there's evil in the world, and I shouldn't be surprised. I mean, after 31 and a half years of seeing evil, but sometimes even today you get surprised at how much evil's out there. So
Lucas County Children's Services, or LCCS, received heavy backlash from the community for their inaction in Kimani's case. Pete Gherkin of the Lucas County Board of Commissioners called it the lowest point of disconnect between Lucas County Children's Services and the community. The organization conducted an internal investigation on the reports about Kimani, specifically 2 from March of 2024 and 1 from December of 2023. They spoke to Kimani one-on-one, but they said there was no evidence that showed she was to be placed under someone else's care. However, they instructed the grandmother on appropriate discipline. Darnell was not listed on the LCCS's records as Kimani's father, or even as an adult in her life. They have not said why this information was missing in the first place. LCCS discussed their staff shortages with the press, made worse by the aftermath of the pandemic. Child service positions are not easy jobs. They are long, demanding hours with below-average pay and benefits. The job itself is difficult in nature. Caseworkers bear witness to anything from financial poverty to extreme violence. So it's unsurprising that these positions also have a high turnover rate. When there aren't enough filled positions, the workload on the individual caseworker is heavier, which then leads to more potential resignations and more chances for dangerous mistakes to be made.
The Toledo Blade spoke with people employed by LCCS for insight on a day in the life of a child services caseworker. They reported that the number of children entering CPS care spiked following the pandemic and the opioid epidemic. By the end of 2023, agencies in Ohio saw double the usual employee turnover rates, leaving more vacant positions. One of these LCCS employees, Sarah Joella, told the Toledo Blade, in assessment, each unit has a supervisor, and then each supervisor has a maximum of 5 workers in their unit. Right now, my unit is at 2. It is me and another worker. Right now, we have 15 workers in rotation, and we're typically at 30. It's fairly typical to come in on a Monday with what's been coming in over the weekend and have 17 or 18 intakes ready to be assigned. It is not an excuse for Kimani's death or of the suffering of many other children in Lucas County. Rather, it's an explanation of the why and the how. Why did this happen? And how can we prevent it in the future? A woman named Audrey Haroon, who manages a youth group home, brought up the barrier for entry that excludes potential job candidates. The positions often require bachelor's degrees in social work or other related fields. Audrey believes that there are many people who could excel in these positions if they were just given the chance to prove themselves. You have people that have graduated from foster care through high school and have gone on to associate's degrees, but maybe not bachelor's, that would make really great caseworkers because they know what to look for. They know signs, they know good placements and bad placements that would give them the advantage there, but they maybe didn't have that chance to get their bachelor's degree. They need to take candidates who have real-world experience and knowledge as well. Commissioner Gherkin, along with other leaders in the county, conceptualized a task force to investigate the internal failings of their local child services agency. It was to be made of volunteers who fit a certain set of criteria. There were 30 applications after the first day. After the April 30th deadline, about 200 people had applied. The applicants had to fulfill at least one of 5 requirements to be considered by the county commissioner's office: have lived experience in the system, be a professional in the system, be a safety and criminal justice professional, be a mandatory reporter, or be a community leader. Those with certain convictions or active litigations against them, such as involving DV or child welfare concerns, were obviously not considered for the task force. 3 people were in charge of sorting through these applications and selecting those to fill in the slots. Director Breda Osborne of Lucas County Job and Family Services, Chairperson Suzette Cowell of the Children's Services Board of Trustees, and Robin Reese, the LCCS's.
Like talking kind of sad in love.
According to court,
She used to do her work. Sometimes she used to
named Imani said of her friend,
like smart, and then she used to do her work. Sometimes she used to show me how to do some of the works inside my classroom because I didn't understand it. I seen some people crying and stuff, a lot of people crying, and then people just like not talking how they usually talk, like talking kind of sad in love.
According to court records, Darnell had admitted to his crimes. The indictment lists 15 counts against him, from evidence tampering to kidnapping, essay, and murder. The case against him is the first Ohio death penalty case in over 10 years. Despite his confession, Darnell has pled not guilty to all the charges and is considered innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Defense attorneys David Klukas and Ann Baronas were appointed to represent Darnell in court. Attorney Klukas' son is employed by the prosecutor's office, and they were instructed by Judge Michael R. Golding to talk about the case with each other during the court proceedings. Darnell was originally held on a $4 million bond, but the prosecution requested he have no bond at all in order to keep Darnell in police custody. Attorney Klukas requested that the court reconsider and give the two parties time to determine a fair bond amount. Judge Golding granted the prosecution's wish. Now Darnell is currently being held without bond. In some of his early court appearances, Darnell was wearing what is known as a turtle suit. In jails and prisons, they are given to inmates at risk of hurting themselves or others. It's not a surprise given his previous attacks on people and trying to remove himself from this earth through the assistance of the police. Now, if you recall, Darnell said in his initial story that he and his cousin went to Dorothy's house to watch Kimani. His cousin, Caleb Jones Dixon, wasn't forgotten by the police. In the beginning of May of 2025, it was revealed his home was searched shortly after Darnell's was. Some evidence was confiscated along with phone and GPS records. In addition, Darnell's mother, Linda, denied speaking to her son after Kimani went missing, though phone records are reported to dispute this. While Dorothy said she and Kimani lived alone, police seized phone records from a woman named Lisa White, who lives in Dorothy's house and watched over Kimani when Dorothy was out. Lisa White says she was out for the night Kimani went missing. These are fairly new developments, so our current scope of information is limited. At this time, we don't know if anyone else in the family or associated with the family is of interest to the police. These new accounts came out in May of 2025. We are currently recording on May 16th, so this is very, very new.
After Kimani's body was found, the city made the demolition of the abandoned property a priority. Preparations were made as early as April 8th. Word spread, and the community realized that Kimani's memorial would be damaged. About 20 volunteers gathered everything and moved it to a new location. It was on private property, but the owners gave permission to the volunteers. Moving the shrine took them about 2 hours, and the results were worth it. The house caught on fire again before officials could demolish the property. Authorities suspected arson, but an investigation is still ongoing. Tiara and Dorothy went to court over Kimani's funeral. They both believed themselves to have the sole right to plan the ceremony. Since Kimani lived with Dorothy for 5.5 years and Tiara never visited the Latigue home, the judge granted the rights to Dorothy. Kimani's funeral was supposed to be held at the Brown Legacy Funeral Home, and the public was encouraged to donate if they wanted to help the family. The donations totaled about $6,000, but these plans fell through and the donations were transferred to the Dale Riggs Funeral Home. LCCS hosted a memorial service on April 24th, honoring not just Kimani's life, but the lives of other children lost to violence and neglect. Kimani was referenced by name at this memorial, but did not have candles in her memory. Randall Muth was in attendance. He spoke to those in attendance in a speech. He said, "This observance serves as a reminder that it takes everyone in our community to keep kids safe. Unfortunately, hosting this annual memorial means that if we're here, we're joined together lighting candles, that our community has lost our children."
I don't usually tell people I'm trans if I'm dating them.
Everybody wants to be us.
Dress down and got to go.
Being fat isn't a bad thing.
Down, fascist.
Normalize neo-pronouns.
This is as womanly as it gets.
Hey guys, welcome back. Today we have some delusional rants, identity meltdowns, fat positivity gone wrong, and more. Before we start, my mug. I think it's gonna come in handy today. Get your own, link below. Also subscribe. You know you will subscribe. Subscribe now.
Do you know why you say the term good morning? Let's take it back to the plantation. Good morning was a term that the slave master used when a slave was unalived.
This is not the first time we've heard this. Again, though, good morning does not come from slave owners mocking the slaves and their grief.
And the other slaves were in a state of grief when they were in a state of mourning. They were crying, they were sad. to further taunt the rest of the slaves. The slave master would say, "Good morning," and then he would want them to say it back. This is why I do not say the term good morning. We say grand risings, rich risings, abundant risings, glorious risings. We do not want to use that verbiage. Mourning literally means sadness. It's very important.
It is a standard English greeting, meaning I hope your morning is good. Have you heard of a homophone? You can Google it between your grand risings or rich risings after your morning coffee. Sorry, I said morning. I guess I'm a slave owner now.
Mourning literally means sadness.
They sound the same, but they're spelled differently and they mean different things, right? One is about the time of day, the other is about grief. Not everything is about race, no matter how badly you want it to be.
Grand rising, rich rising, abundant rising, glorious rising.
Imagine someone messages you, grand risings, glorious risings. I would think that you have joined a cult. The universe is constantly showing you who the superior beings of Earth are. All you have to do is open your eyes.
So I created a video and I stated that I don't have any sympathy for anyone who is not black. And now I have a bunch of pink people who are in my comment section telling me that I'm hateful, I'm racist, I'm evil, I'm filled with hatred simply because I'm choosing not to care about them. I want you to let that sink in for a second.
Girl, you forgot your psych meds again.
These people are literally calling me evil because I'm choosing not to have compassion for them like I'm supposed to. What have those animalistic beasts ever done to make my people want to have compassion or sympathy for them?
Animalistic beasts. That's what she called white people. You are racist. Yeah, you don't get a free pass because of your skin color. I'm black, so I can't be racist. No, you can. Right? She's living proof. She's literally mocking people for being upset that she refuses to show basic human decency, basic compassion. Like, yes, most people think that saying, oh, I don't care if you live or die because of your race is wrong. Shocker.
What have they done to earn our compassion? They expect it. They feel like they are entitled to it. They are entitled to our respect. They really crack me up. And all they are actually proving is that they are begging for our acceptance. They're literally mad at me for not liking them. They're trying to force me to like them. They're trying to force me to care about them. They're trying to force me to accept them. They are begging for our acceptance. Can't you see it? Look at this gingers are black trend that's happening. One black woman got on here and made a video and said, oh, all gingers are actually black. And now you have all of these white people coming into our community, thanking us and praising us. Oh, thank you for validating us. Thank you for accepting us.
If you guys don't know what she's referring to, there was this black woman on TikTok who said something about, you know, gingers being black. It's a joke. And then we had a bunch of gingers saying, yeah, I guess we're black, right? We're so happy to be black. And then they were like making food and saying, we're using spices. Look, can we be part of the community? It's a joke. Okay, I don't know, maybe there's 0.1% of individuals who actually took it seriously and thought they were black. Probably are not mentally well, like you. You are taking that TikTok joke and turning it into all white people are desperate to become black.
Thank you for loving us. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of you. They were dying to be a part of us. They couldn't wait for the opportunity to be a part of us. And the minute that we gave them the chance, here they go dropping off their whiteness and picking up our blackness because they couldn't wait to do it. Everybody wants to be us. Can't y'all see it?
Absolutely delusional. Even if, let's say, we have a white person.
All right, everyone. Looks like Daisy's a fan of Tommy, and so is that Here for the Laughs Chuckles guy. It's the same group of fucking retards. That's what it is. They're just pathetic. They're a bunch of losers over there. Losers.
Whatever you gave to some of us, a handful.
Making a screen pocket with my.
I like when Tommy says that he gives to people. He always has his hand out begging for money. He doesn't give anything. He's a taker. It's not someone that's giving. He's a fucking taker. He's a drug user, and he's a user and a loser. He's a loser.
It's the Tommy Show. Starring
That's why they bring me up. That jinxed it. DJM was like, it's windy. I said, it's not windy today. Now it's getting windy. Is there wind sound? I'm making a screen pocket with my schmigay. Just a few announcements. If anybody is close to the Denver area, my storage lady she's got a whole grow room's worth of ballasts and old school style sodium halide bulbs in the ballasts. Nobody will take them because everybody that grows professionally is all using LEDs. So if you can make it to Denver and you want a bunch of ballasts with sodium halide bulbs, let me know. And she sounds like she's got a pretty sweet bike for me that I probably won't ride around with the miscreants. Sounds like a pretty sweet cruiser with a big old, like, more ass seat to it. Is there wind, Jam? Can you hear the wind?
No, a little bit. Not bad. Not bad. The tree in the background is beautiful. What kind of tree is that?
A tree.
Well, we need
I don't like that if you were a tree. I don't like those what kind of tree would you be questions. I'll let that tree be what it is. I don't know. It's non-bearing, it's non-fruit bearing.
It looks like it's an old tree. That's a big old tree. You should be
You look
concerned.
like a big old bitch. You know, as Panelverse president, I've got to provide content for King Stephen, obviously. Have you watched any of his stuff? He's over there just seething over me.
Look, I'm not seething at all. He's making up shit. In the first couple minutes of his show, he's mentioning me. He's mentioning me in the first couple minutes of his show. He's mentioning me. Oh my goodness, Tommy. I live rent-free in your head.
I've got to provide content for King Stephen, obviously. Have you watched any of his stuff? He's over there just seething over me.
Who? No. Well, yeah, I saw earlier, and what was funny, I'm confused why, because he came up. I'm confused why you guys are arguing. Anyway, I heard him crying like a dolphin, and that
he's just. I think Stephen is the new snafu.
That was.
Or
that
he
was
is a snafu. It's like the morning star. Lucifer is a morning star. Jesus is the morning star. King Stephen is a snafu. Snafu is the snafu.
Well, no, I don't think you can compare him to Snafu. No, but I get what you're saying.
Well,
no.
Stephen's over there. Like, Stephen thinks he's got me caught up in lies. Yes, Stephen, you caught me crying.
He's always been, but that's
I'm
that's
a demon because he caught me crying. And then he lied about it. Like, he caught me crying, said that was a lie, and now everything else he said about me is lying.
Well, but he's always been hard on you. He's always been doing the same thing.
No, it's not. He's always been a faggot. He doesn't bother me. I've got him dead to rights. Anytime I want to pick up Chev, anytime I want to employ Chev, I've got Stephen dead to rights, imitating Brandon, manipulating Noel, then denying that he was trying to manipulate Noel. What's the other? Oh, cocking Nepal Enslaved with all his season 1 jokes about like Goku's laughing shit. Steven's a fucking bitch. He's mad that he can't play with us anymore. And I mean, he can come up tonight. He can come up and we'll work it out. Steven can come up and we'll let him cry.
Hold on. Back up. Why can Steven not play again? He's allowed to play.
Because he's not part of this community, right? See, he's mad. Like, I warned Hank and some people, I'm like, oh, your parents are breaking up out here. I should have told Steven. I was like, Steven, you know, all these channels that you watch for content, you say horror. Like, he's got his chat set, like this old bitch in his chat's like, I'm surprised Lumatami hasn't self-deleted himself on stream with the Bang Bang. I'm sure he will.
He can't even stand his own chat. He doesn't like anybody there. He can't stand him.
His chat. And now he's doing this thing where, like, until they hit like, he won't keep playing my footage. They can come over and watch it for free without hitting like.
He laughs at his own chat. No. Anyway.
Flow State people can come over here and watch panels for free and be on panels for free. King Stevens people can come over here and watch me without having to hit like. I never tell my people to hit like. It's all stupid. It's stupid. Well, Chris, that's about as competent as you claiming to be competent and on and sharp and on point.
Hi,
Same
Brett.
difference.
Music. I'm looking at chat now. I'm sorry.
Brett.
Brett and
Where is it?
Chris. Chris is here. Music. Chris. Brett. You don't see that?
Oh, and let me add to something. Let me add a little something. If you guys got pumped earlier when I was telling you what's going to happen with the things, let this, if you're already holding, let this, just feel this build in the way this dude says it. I like this.
We have never seen anything like this in history. We're not just changing payment rails. We're watching the whole reconstruction of money itself. Do you understand the importance of that? So I understand if some of you are struggling to wrap your head around how big this can get, how fast this can scale, how quiet it's all been until now. Because most people still think this is about price. It's not. It's about the infrastructure. It's about interoperability and institutional liquidity. And XRP is positioned to sit at the center of it. You're not just early. You're aligned with something that's never happened before.
Ooh. And that screen was all the real-time transactions going on from where to where.
So you have to help me with that. Whatever you gave to some of us, a handful. You say hold till 1,000, but I don't know how to deal with that. I'm just holding until you tell me to sell.
Whenever you're in Cash App and you go to your stocks, you can go to where it shows that those AMC shares.
I've seen it.
Well,
Yes,
it's starting to climb. The shit's going down.
I saw that. It goes up, it goes
mean,
down, it's too confusing.
Right, but now they're going to start going up. It's going to start gamma squeezing. I think this is it. But
Okay.
I'm going to be on. I'm going to have to be on Cash App and my brokerage. I don't know if I'll have time to text you. There's a lot of people that expect me to text them. I'm like, can you take a little bit of responsibility? Can you take? There's a girl I went to high school with that was always dick teasing me, and she has like Dolly Parton tits. And I told her about AMC and XRP, and if AMC goes like 1 to 3,000, she's going to fly out here and fuck me. I might break my celibacy for it.
So Tommy, my question, will you let us know when that happens? Anyways,
I'll let you know after I sold. You need to say
it's going to happen like
Can
all
you
of
do any of it?
It's going to happen all of a sudden. Like I need to keep an eye. It's going to happen fast.
AMC will be kind of all of a sudden, but I mean, it's going to be over the course of that trading day, maybe 2 or 3 days. I don't know. We don't know how high this can go. It depends on how long people hold.
I need at least a 36-hour heads up before I can trade.
I can't do that. I'm going to notice it'll happen in pre-market. In pre-market, it will start shooting up extravagantly. So if you watch pre-market, just follow some AMC news on YouTube. But listen.
No, thank you. I'd rather get hit by a truck.
I forgot what I was going to say because you're such a stupid bitch.
AMC.
Says he threw up a picture of Ernest next to me, and he says that I don't see the resemblance, and that's a lie because I remember telling Jack because El Perro was using it. I was like, I'll gladly represent Ernest. That dude's a better Christian than I am. R.I.P. Ernest.
So I was over at Daisy's earlier, and we were having fun.
Damn. R.I.P. Ernest.
So I
threw up a picture of Ernest next.
Don't just calm down. I don't know. It's like cloudy, right? Your picture's cloudy or whatever.
I think your brain.
No, I don't. Anyway, don't just calm down. I don't know. I thought you liked.
I wanted to say something. I'm sick of your incessant whining. Where's King Steven? You'd think he'd be in the back crying to get up here. He's probably restreaming us.
He's not coming here. Wait, he's live? I thought he wasn't coming back here.
He's been watching my shit, apparently. I watched a little bit of it. He says he threw up a picture of Ernest next to me, and he says that I don't see the resemblance, and that's a lie because I remember telling Jack, because El Perro was using it, I was like, I'll gladly represent Ernest. That dude's a better Christian than I am. R.I.P. Ernest.
So I was over at Daisy's earlier, and we were having fun.
Yeah, hold on. AMC will shoot up quick. GME will climb. And then XRP, it's going to be quick, but I think it's going to keep going up. Like Bitcoin. Like when Bitcoin went from a couple bucks. That's literally a minivan that's making that sound. It's a lowered fucking minivan. Anyway. Mexicans. Fuck.
You should see they lower here.
XRP is coming up on another big jump, but I think it'll just keep going up because they need.
Hey, she does not like when you talk, like call me a cunt and all that. So we have a challenge. I'm supposed to yell back at you.
And how has that worked out for you before?
It was AMC's challenge, so we'll see. Go ahead, try me.
Go ahead.
You go ahead. Start yelling at me.
DJM, you're a stupid bitch. You fucking whore.
You know what, Tommy?
What the fuck did she think was gonna happen? She would have done that. Come on, don't take advice from Daisy. Just back her when I was gonna do that.
Stop. I drank a buzzball. The other buzzball.
Pretty fun, man.
It was Daisy. Tell him. I drank a buzzball. The other buzzball.
Pretty fun, man.
It was. I blame it on Daisy. It was fun.
I'm drinking a hard cranberry.
Cheers, baby.
Cheers.
I can't see. My phone's so tiny, I can't see. I think I need reading glasses to stream on my phone. Hey, I'm trying to be a drunk racist too, you Talcott supporting bitch. I'm trying to be a drunk racist too.
Oh, there's
we'll
the
drink every time somebody does an N-word tower.
Daisy, are you getting along? Cam, are you and Cam getting along now or no? Kind of, a little bit.
No, he came over here to start shit.
Who, me?
No.
No.
Yeah.
No, Ed Cam. Cam is a cuck
the
of
one that took over my channel.
Long legs. Why anybody would be mad at Daisy?
She's really fast for like bulk. Like she can really hustle on the field.
He's like,
I didn't give riches to everybody. Still make fun of me for it.
Cam, I hear Peniel talking. Anybody that
a little dark, like a little
That's
African
not
American.
true at all. He's
dark.
You're Cam.
Central.
And they did. They got me. They got because I
didn't think time.
People were. I did.
That was a golden era in the Panelverse. You can't go back to that. The Panelverse used to have. It used to be so much better. I feel nostalgia for it. We can't go back.
Don't do that.
I'm sorry. I can't get a fucking question out on my own show. You know. I know.
Okay.
That. I found today. Today I found the time that flow state
comfortable.
All right. Enough of that fucking garbage, that trash. Yo, Black Jesus, I be turning watermelons into wine. Yo. Enough of that trash, though. Enough of that trash. I was not on this stream earlier. I was kicked off last night on his show, his shit show, and then I was kicked off Talcott's earlier today. Tommy went on Talcott's and said King Stephen made videos about me, and Jack kicked me off immediately. I was told that Noelle showed her titty, that she showed one of her breasts on Tommy's, so I'm not going to show any more because they would report my channel if I mistakenly or accidentally played that here. But he gets away with nudity and drugs and pulling firearms and making threats and all the degenerate shit that Tommy does. He seems to get away with it on YouTube. Maybe he's connected with YouTube. I don't know. But he gets away with a lot of shit.
Receive, seek, and get ready to go live. Let's go live.
Here's another degenerate. I don't know if this Frank shithead guy likes Tommy, but he's a total degenerate as well.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A little different this time. World between heaven and earth and spiritual vision, a new universal morality.
I don't know if he's
Yeah,
still live.
as
I'll
I like to
see.
call it. And with that new universal morality, I think that Rudolf Steiner's teachings come into play. He developed a thing called anthroposophy, which was loosely kind of based on Hindu teachings and mystic, esoteric Rosicrucian teachings of Christianity, in fact, right? And one of my mainstays has been the Hermetic Brotherhood of the Golden Dawn.
Just give me a second, y'all. Hold on. I'll see if I'll see if this
8
shithead's
manifest
live.
dimensions. And I think that's a somehow valuable method, just calming the mind and letting the turbulent, dark energy settle down, right? The gross energies settle and the subtle energies rise into the mind palace. Hey, we've got a visitor out here in Happy Land. It says that Black Jesus has joined the stream. Let me see if I can find the button here to bring them on. Black Jesus, I hope you're doing well. Let me double check. Yeah, that does in fact look like a Black Jesus, guys. So yeah, with no further ado, let's get a little bit of a preempt here for Black Jesus. Guys, Black Jesus is coming on, and you know how I like my magic. I like my magic black, like I like my coffee and my women, right? So definitely, if this turns into an exciting transmission, which it's, you never know what's going to happen when you let a fellow like Black Jesus on. But we'll give a nice round of applause, and everybody check me out at buymeacoffee.com/Frank Monday. With no further ado, Black Jesus, is that you? How are you? Let me see. Where's the goddamn button? I'm operating from a new platform here, guys. I'm using Restream because I ran out of hours on StreamYard, and because I only have the free account. You don't want to invest too much money into a hobby that doesn't pay back much. So, Jesus, how does this work? Okay, I guess I got to click that button. And does that do it? Yes, that in fact has done it. Black Jesus, welcome. Greetings and salutations, my man.
Yo, what's up, my man?
Yo, what's happening, brother? How you doing out there in Black Jesus land?
Yo, I be turning watermelons into wine. What you up to tonight?
Yeah, just chilling like a villain here in old Peking. Looks like Ryan. Is that Ryan or Dave? No, that's Dave. I can't read. I'm using a new platform here, Restream. I haven't used it a lot, so I'm trying to familiarize myself with all of the buttons. But it looks like he went over to buy me a coffee and bought old Frank Monday a coffee. Thanks for that, Dave, man. That really puts the lead in my pencil. And Black Jesus, that may be due to your benevolent presence here on the channel, because folks do enjoy good wine. And if you can turn watermelons into wine, I mean, that's really something. That really is.
Yo, my nigga. I work miracles. I can turn a pencil into fried chicken.
Yeah, not to play into the stereotype too much. It says my mic is muted. Okay, I think
No
it's unmuted.
stereotyping, my
Right,
man.
right.
You
No,
my
not.
nigga. You be my nigga.
Oh, okay, easy with that.
You be my nigga.
I feel you, Black Jesus. Do you have a message for all of the listeners at home on how? Because we're talking about today. Well, I'm talking about. I'd like to invite you, Black Jesus, to talk about as well. How you cultivate your spirituality in your life, and maybe something you'd like to share with the dear listeners at home, because you are dear listeners, and they're all interested in the future, and they're interested in spiritual cultivation, and Black Jesus may be a way for them to get there.
Oh shit. Well, I be the redeemer. So you don't get to know Father except through me, my nigga. You got to come to the house of the Father be through me. You'll understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. I've kind of deviated away from the idea in my own personal life of a religious based practice per se. I'm more interested in studying various scriptures and then trying to kind of piece it together through
Yeah.
like real life experiences. I can't. It's not convenient for me to make it to the house of the
That
of Black Jesus.
that be
It's
goofy sounding. You
yeah,
need
it's a
a
bit of a
personal redeemer. You need you'll need a savior.
it's a bit of a flight to get out there to like and I don't know if I need a visa to get into Canada. Is that something
Yeah,
that's required of an American?
I'm in America, my brother. Your
Yeah.
bitch ass can't get to heaven without no black Jesus. That's the
Okay.
only way. That's the way.
Well, it's one way, I would imagine, right?
The
For
only
folks that
way.
worship the Black Jesus.
There be only one way to heaven, to the
Now,
Father, is through me. You see
is that a
my
black is that a black
no,
heaven?
it's a
If I
Jesus. It's a Jesus thing.
Jesus,
It's a
okay.
Jesus thing. You see my hair of wool. It's in the Bible that I was born with hair of wool. No white man have hair like this.
A lot of white
You
dudes do.
see?
That's called a Jew fro. Lots of Jews have Jew fros.
No, they not be like black wool like my hair. I got hair black like wool. No
Yeah.
white man
Well,
speak like this and preach. I'm the real Jesus. I'm the real King with the
maybe
crown.
Black Jesus was a descendant of the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, Shub Niggurath.
What you say about nigger? What? Shove nigger off.
Yeah, it's the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. It's a ancient pagan
Who you calling
deity
nigger? Hood
that
rat. What you
no,
be talking about?
do that. I didn't do that. No, not me,
You
man.
call me nigger?
No, I
Listen, you
didn't.
Jewish bitch, you don't be calling me no nigger. I'm Black Jesus.
Okay. So Black Jesus, the main upshot is like, what through now, do you have the same story as like regular Jesus, like Jesus of Nazareth?
No. Shit, no. I'm from Ethiopia, my brother. I ain't from where that imposter be coming from. That Jewish Jesus, that he wasn't cool like I am. I'm the hood Jesus.
Oh, okay. So is there a difference like in your guys' timeline? Did it all play out the same way
I'm
in
the
Ethiopia?
original, my brother. I'm
But
the
did it play
original. I'm
out?
from Africa.
Are there
Where do
any
you think
books
all
written
this
about
started?
you?
All the books be written about me. What you talking about, boy?
I'm talking about Jesus of Nazareth has a different
I'm the
story than
I'm
Black
the real
Jesus.
Jesus, bitch.
I don't remember reading about a black Jesus in the Bible.
I be the real Jesus. That's the imposter you be talking about on these shit shows, panel verse. I be the real. I'm the real deal, boy.
Okay. Well, there's a guy in the chat. His name's Dave. He says that you are, in fact, the one and only Queen Stephen of the Sanity Machine. That you're trolling me.
I don't know who you mean,
That you're
boy. I
trolling
get all
me.
the bitches. I'm not King Stephen. I am Black Jesus. I got a crown. I respect that brother's crown. I respect his style and his swag and his charm. Obviously, he's the
Okay.
man where he's from. But listen, you coming at me like a bitch boy Jew. I'm the real Jesus. I'm Black Jesus. The Jewish one was the imposter.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not.
That be true.
Really? I
Respect.
don't know.
I
Yeah.
got facts. I got facts, boy. I got
So
facts.
did
And
Black
I got
Jesus speak?
bitches. Do you have any
Do you
bitches? Go ahead.
do you speak Do you speak Hebrew, Black
Go ahead, my
Jesus?
nigga. I don't speak Hebrew.
You speak
Hebrew.
Ethiopian?
I be from Ethiopia, but I be there thousands of years ago.
So
We
what
didn't
was
have any Hebrews back then.
what was the
Ethiopia.
tradition? What did you guys like what language? Aramaic?
No. What the Arab? We weren't sand niggers. What you be talking about, boy? You
Okay.
think I'm just a sand nigger?
I don't know.
What the
I'm trying to
fuck,
figure. I'm
dude?
trying to figure it out. I'm not familiar with
Bro,
Ethiopia.
what you talking about, brother? Aramaic. I don't speak no fucking sand nigger camel rider language. I be Black Jesus. We communicated telepathically back then. You never look at our history. You don't look into the history of the blacks. We invented everything. We communicated in different languages telepathically back then.
Okay. Wow, that's convenient, right?
We could teleport fucking pyramids and shit. We was kings.
This homie
we
says you
spoke
ain't
some Arab
this
language.
this homie says you ain't black, that you're just wearing black
Oh,
face.
I'm
He says
black.
you're
I'm
white
black.
AF. White
I'm black as
fuck.
fuck. I'm black as fuck.
No.
Who be
I'm
that
I'm
in your
st-
who's the ass kissing white idiot in your chat room? Who's the
I'm
cracker?
starting to get a little suspicious that you
Who's the
might be
cracker in there?
you know.
Listen, I
Well,
fucked Aunt Jemima and every black chick you ever done seen.
wow, that's
Yeah.
lovely. Do you
Yeah.
are you familiar with the person that he
Ye-
mentioned with
Who?
King Stephen? Stephen.
No,
Do you know Stephen?
I know the brother. I
mentioned?
don't know him personally, but why you be obsessed with King Stephen? You worship his ass or something? You
No, I
kissing
was
his
just
feet?
wondering
Why do you keep
maybe
bringing up King Stephen? What's wrong with you, Frank? You sound like a
well
bitch. What's wrong with
I
you,
don't
boy?
I don't typically host folks
You
that
got to
have so
stand
many
on your own. Don't put him on a
ad
pedestal like this.
ad hominem
You
attacks, and I
you
was just
be
wondering
obsessed
maybe
with King Stephen. You keep bringing him up.
all right, maybe well I heard he
Is that
makes a really good
he,
co-host
he
of
be your
various
idol or
panel. Well,
something?
yeah, he makes a good
You got to
co-host of
work with me here, boy.
panel-verse
He's a
shows, right?
co-host at Jack Talcott's show. He,
Yeah. I
yeah,
thought maybe if he wasn't busy, he could head over and host here because I
but
don't
you
know if
got to
Black
stop
Jesus
letting
is
him,
exactly what I want
boy.
to present to the
Cracker,
people
Cracker.
out
You
in
got to stop,
YouTube.
Cracker. You got to stop letting him. You got to stop. You got to stop. He be living rent free in your head, boy. You got to get over the obsession with King Stephen over here.
Well, I like to house the
You talk
homeless.
about him all the time.
If he doesn't have a place to live and he needs to live rent free in my
Oh,
head,
he's
then
got a place to live.
he could pay rent.
He's
He
a
could go to buy me
king.
a coffee and
He's got
pay
a crown
rent.
like mine. He doesn't need to buy you a coffee. Why are you begging for shekels on here? You're looking like a Jew, just begging for these shekels. What's wrong with
Isn't
you?
that I'm just living into your stereotype, right? Don't Jews
Wait,
know
are
what they
you a
do?
Jew? Are you you be Jewish?
They beg for shekels.
Wait, you be a Jaime Jewish miser begging for
Ani
shekels?
Yahava. That's right.
Oy vey. You be a bitch boy Jew desperate for shekels on YouTube?
I'm only a third Jew.
How much
Ashkenazi.
money you earn in a year, boy? How much do you get?
I don't get any money. I do everything out of love, right? I live without fear.
You get a salary. I heard you was teaching little squint-eyed children in China.
Yeah, if you take it into that realm, then I will have to cut it because I'm not gonna
Cut what? What? Are you in China? You be in China?
cut the conversation. Yeah, that's
Cut
that's
the
apparent,
conversation.
right?
What? Are you gonna
I'm not
bitch
gonna.
out of this? Is that what you do,
Yeah,
Frank?
I'm gonna roach out if you talk
Oh,
shit about my homies over here.
what homies? What you be talking about?
My slant-eyed homies, motherfucker. Pan
You
face
slant-eyed.
heads. Yeah, don't
Hey,
be fucking with the. Don't
did
be
you
fucking with
marry
the
one of them? Who did you marry?
Mary Magdalene.
That's an easy question, boy. Why you hesitating? Why you be hesitating? Why you be hesitating? You didn't marry no Mary Magdalene. You married a Ling Ling.
Dave knows who you are, bro. He says that you're on Z and
You'd be
Knox
obsessed with King
channels all the
Stephen.
time.
Did
No,
you'd
the
be
chatter
obsessed
here,
with King Stephen? Did you
the
marry a
chatter,
Ling Ling? Did you
the
marry a
chatter
Ching
here.
Chong? Did you marry a Ching Chong?
Why are you interested in my wife? What about your wife?
Let
Don't
me
you have a
see your
girlfriend?
wife. I want to see your wife, Frank. You really got a wife? Put her on here. I want to see your wife.
No, I'm just some solo dude hanging out in an apartment,
Put your
chilling,
wife on here. I want to talk to her.
chilling like a villain.
She'd
Yeah,
love to meet Black Jesus.
yeah.
She'd
So
be
Black
loving
Jesus,
me.
how would you recommend our spiritual cultivation in the
She'd
prime
be
material
loving
plane?
me and my black anaconda, my black mamba.
Spiritual cultivation of the prime material plane, Black Jesus. What do you
I'd be
suggest
full of the spirit.
that your descendants, how do they engage with you directly?
Which way you be eating corn on the cob, Frank Monday? I don't believe that you got a wife.
I don't eat
think
my corn on a cob. I slice it off the cob and eat it with a little
what
butter.
what you be slicing it with?
Buttered sausage. Let's talk about buttered sausage. Okay, what is it? What's it doing? Why is it in my face? Get it out of here. I don't like buttered sausage.
What you be talking about, buttered sausage? You at a gay bar? Or what you be doing?
Yeah,
What
I'm
you
hanging
be
out at
talking?
the Brass Lantern. Have you ever been to the Brass Lantern or the Copper Kettle in
I
San
don't
Diego?
know. I don't know what you're talking about, boy.
It's where the dudes all hang out in leather chaps, assless chaps.
Is
Gay
that where
bar.
you be from? You be from the Brass Lantern? Is that what you said?
Yeah, you should look it up. The Copper Kettle.
Oh,
There's two of them. There's one in
shit.
there's one in Santee and there's one in North Park. And you can hang out
Shit.
there in
Black
assless
Jesus
chaps.
Black Jesus don't accept no faggots.
Black
What are you
Jesus doesn't
talking
have a
about?
pair of. You don't have a pair of assless chaps, Black Jesus.
No,
with a butt
boy.
plug,
No.
with a
I
butt
wear
plug and a ball gag.
no, boy.
I think you're lighting.
Brother, I'm not a degenerate. I wear the robes, I wear the gold and the purple. I
Well,
don't
you're
wear
selling.
none of that shit.
Yeah, you're selling yourself short, man. There's a whole life to be
No.
lived out there.
That's degenerate, Frank.
That a lot of them would open you. They would welcome you with open arms, my friend.
Frank, did you open up your butthole to some faggots in
What?
San Diego? Is that
What
what
do you
you
think
did?
about Jack? What do you
Is that
think about
what you
Jack?
did?
Is Jack's love gay or is it platonic?
Are you gay for Jack? I think it's gay. What you think,
it's
boy?
gay?
What you think?
It seems a little gay, but he never touches on the subject.
He never touches your what?
He never touches on the subject of sexuality.
Oh,
He likes to keep his transmission platonic.
I thought
Strictly
you say he never touched your
platonic.
pee-pee. You want him to touch
No,
your
he hasn't.
pee-pee.
No.
He never touched you.
No. Not in a
Who's this
caressing,
Dave
caring
dork in the
way.
chat room?
like
Is this
you
your
have.
faggot buddy? What's this guy in the chat? This cracker. Cracker ass.
I think he may have tuned in for a spiritual redemption with Black Jesus. You never know. He might
He'd
be
be
one of
your
your
only
friends.
viewer? He'd be the only one viewing you? You only got one watching. One whole person in the entire world watching.
That's good.
Frank.
That's good. I don't mind being alone. Better to be alone than to be in bad company.
Frank, you ever self-reflect and wonder why nobody watch your cracker Jew ass? Why nobody watch you over here? What's wrong? Why don't you get an audience?
Because they don't like Jews. Anti-Semitism.
Why don't you get an anti-Semitism? Are you going to run with that? You're going to run with the Jew card? Are you running with that?
You don't realize how you're the one guiding the conversation in a direction of darkness that you
I'm not
enjoy.
guiding. You're the show, boy.
I'm trying to give you
Brother.
every form of opportunity to talk about something of value.
Brother, let's
right?
talk spiritual matters here.
Yeah, you're
Stop getting
representing the
degenerate
character.
talking about faggots. I don't want to hear about these fag places. I don't want to talk about these fag places you go to, San Diego. Let's talk about watermelon, the power of fruit. Did you know
Yeah,
that
fruit's a good.
the sugars in watermelon be part of something that connect you with the Holy Spirit? If you're a fruitarian,
Okay,
you
explain.
you got to be a fruitarian, brother. You got to be strict with your diet. You be eating swine and shit, don't you? I think you eat pork and you be eating McDonald's on these fucking videos where it's of the devil. You're eating the devil's food.
Well, that's beef. I don't think that the beef is the beef is known by the Hindu to be like a godlike creature they believe
Oh,
in.
the Hindu do not eat the cow. They don't eat beef.
Well,
They
they
don't fill
worship
their
it,
mouth with
and
it the way
so
you do.
yeah, I like beef. I like a good beef burger. I'm not big
You
on swine.
you
A little
fill your
bacon on
mouth
my
with
burger.
you fill
A
your
little
mouth
bacon.
with beef.
Yeah, a
You
little
said that
bacon
it
on my
was
burger.
human meat. You said you'd eat it if it was human meat, not video. Your
No, I've never said
McDonald's, your McDonald's Chinese McDonald's review.
no, I've never said
You,
that.
yeah, you'd be talking about how if it's human meat, it's still so good, you love it.
No,
You
I've
said,
never said that.
yeah, you'd be
No, I
saying
haven't.
that, brother.
No.
You said that,
Show me the clip. Bring the
brother. You,
receipts.
brother,
I've
you
never said
said,
that. I
brother,
would never engage in cannibalism.
brother, you said that the Big Mac was
That's
like a loaded squirting in your mouth
no.
when you
Don't
bit it,
you don't have to
brother.
represent me
You did
erroneously in
that.
order to
It's
try
on
to
your
elevate
video. Watch
yourself.
your own video.
No.
I
No, it's
played it
not.
here. You're a liar, brother.
Do it. Play it.
Brother,
Why
I
are you
played it
playing my
already.
videos? Why
You
would
said
you
it was
do
like a
that?
load in your
Why
mouth,
would you
Big
play
Mac
someone
sauce.
else's video? That is so gay. Why do you
That's not
degenerate into
gay.
gay
I'm showing what you are,
That's
brother.
the only way you can go.
I
You can
got
go
more
with
viewers playing your
ad
videos than
hominem.
you do.
That's fine.
More
That's
people
fine.
watch
Ad
me.
hominem attacks,
It's not ad
degenerate
hominem. I'm
behavior.
showing what you did. That's what you said. You
All right.
said it
How
was
about
like a
this?
load in your
If
mouth when you bit
if you
into a
want to
Big
come,
Mac. That's
if
what
you
you
want to
said,
come back as your genuine self, I
brother.
invite it. If not,
You got to
I'm
get honest, brother. You got to
yeah.
get honest.
I'd rather be alone than be in bad company. So see you later, Black Jesus. Well, there you go, guys. Once again, like Finnegan, the roach is showing up and attempting to cause trouble. Good magic nonetheless, though. I do try to like to go in some direction that's worthwhile instead of just pure degeneracy. Yeah, I know, whatever, Black Jesus. That's fine. I can see the private chat that popped up. So good, man. Good to see you, man. I hope you have a great day.
He couldn't handle black Jesus. That's what be happening. He couldn't handle black Jesus. That bitch couldn't handle black Jesus. That bitch couldn't handle me. Black Jesus owned his bitch ass. Yeah. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Hold on, my brothers and sisters.
Constant attacks and vilifications and
I'm showing what you did. That's what you said.
all right,
You
how
said it
about
was like a
this?
load in your mouth when you
If you
bit
want
into
to
a
come
Big Mac.
if you want
That's
to
what you
come
said.
back as your genuine self, I invite
Brother,
it. If not,
you
I'm
got to get honest, brother. You
yeah,
got to get honest.
I'd rather be alone than be in bad company. So see you later, Black Jesus. Well, there you go, guys. Once again, like Finnegan, the roach is showing up and attempting to cause trouble. Good magic nonetheless, though. I do try to like to go in some direction that's worthwhile instead of just pure degeneracy. Yeah, I know, whatever, Black Jesus. That's fine. I can see the private chat that popped up. So good, man. Good to see you, man. I hope you have a great day. Nonetheless, keep on keeping on doing your thing. Um, and maybe you'll find your salvation somewhere. Maybe Jack Black Jesus needs another crucifixion to bring him out of his nihilism and self-deceit. But it's not necessarily something I can offer or help with. That's not my mission here in my little bit of free time here to be online with you guys. Is just to chill and hang out and enjoy some. Yeah, he's a major troll. Okay, Frank kicked the guy off. He's a major troll. Yeah, um I can only tolerate. I'm trying to pop this up. Yeah, I can only endure and tolerate so many constant attacks and vilifications and deceit and bullshit before I feel like enough's enough. But once again, I always like to keep the option out there for folks to stop by and say hello. Definitely, the door is open to folks that enjoy conversation and interaction in a somewhat polite and productive manner. When it's just a constant low level.
No one else watches your show, Frank. No one else. If I don't go over there, it's just you speaking to no one. You don't have an audience. No one's listening to you. From China to USA to all over the realm, no one listens to you. You're fucking boring. You're not entertaining. You're not intelligent. You're not funny. You can't laugh at humor. You're just a dud. You're a loser.
A constant low level transmission that doesn't really it just starts to add darkness and like ickiness. That's the word I guess I would choose. It's kind of like you open the door and you get like this influx of putrid, noxious gas, and there's a being that's just mired in filth and disease, and they kind of, I was going to say stumble in, but not even a stumbling. They ooze in and slide in, right? Like a toilet that overflowed. Yeah. And so they're just kind of oozing and sliding in, and they're surrounded by shit flies and vectors and toilet demons. And you're like, oh, hey, what's going on? Come on in. And you let them in for a second, but how long can you stay in that type of noxious presence, right? You can only endure a certain amount of it. And you give them every opportunity to step out of the filth and step out of their deceit. And they're just like, no, I refuse to. They came in with a mission, which is discord and disharmony and disruption. Those are his catchwords, his watchwords for his channel, right? I want to interfere with what other people are doing and bring some darkness and some sewage and some low-level vibration. And you have to allow it for a second, but then you have to move on, because like I said, it's better to be alone than to be in bad company, because at least when you're alone, you can kind of dictate your own spiritual cultivation without interference. And so in order to cleanse the room, guys, I'll do a quick adoration of Abraxas. Say it with me if you know the words. Holy art thou, Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, creator of heaven and earth, maker of all things visible and invisible, master of both the light and the darkness, he who was, is, and shall be, Yahweh. Send one of your divine, or more before of them, right? Your divine spiritual agents, our holy guardian angel, Raphael, Gabriel, Michael, and Uriel, to destroy our spiritual obstacles and debilitate any evil influence. This order is given by the highest sovereignty. Teach us those secret things which we must know for the completion of the great work, which is before all things, especially the emancipation of the wizard's will and creation of man by himself. That is to say, the complete and total conquest of faculties and future. All of these things we ask in the name of the Father God, the Mother Spirit, and the Divine Child. So it is commanded and confirmed, so mote it be. Amen. Hail unto thee who art Ra in thy rising, even unto thee who art Ra in thy strength, who travellest over the heavens at the uprising of the sun. Tahuti standeth in his splendor at the prow, and Ra Hoor abideth at the helm. Hail unto thee from the abodes of dreamland. All right, guys.
Goodbye, Frank.
That's about cleanse the palate there. I'm going to throw up the old buy me a coffee. Thank you for that. Dave said that he stopped by the coffee page and put a little something in the tip jar. I'm going to throw on some music. I want you all to take a deep breath and hold it for 3, 2, 1, and then relax. And I will be back in a minute. I got to check a couple of things. People are up and at it. They're getting busy and they're asking for things. So I've got to humble myself and fulfill a couple of requests from my children's, and I think I got a fucking Quidey guy like.
Down is up. Jack Nicholson, Baphomet, hands at the end of The Shining. And I'm glad I took the puffy thing early, because that was before the parties and the puffy oil, the baby oil really hit. So I was already like YouTube enemy number 1. Fine bitch. As he departs from Ian and OTW because he had a new daddy in Paul Enslaved, and eventually Zetetic Warrior would do the same thing. It's funny how some of the sons of Paul, they were like, I have to go burn these bridges. I can't just son to Paul and then community. I must burn these bridges. It's fascinating. And I don't hate it. I can't be the lore master without good lore. What, you want me a lore master for an echo chamber community that just gets along and agrees about everything? I'd walk away from that. I'm like that entity. You want to destroy Illumitami, you all have to kumbaya for like a good month or 2, and I just walk away. I'll just disappear. Yeah, and I wasn't gonna. I mean, I appreciated that he showed up. I was low key. I didn't want to say it out loud. I'll go ahead and say it now. And no hate to Dogface, deliberating Dogface. For a guy that couldn't come up because you were driving, you were very active in the chat. Just saying. Just saying. But hopefully he saw I didn't go in on.
Cynthia.
That's
She's not good people.
You don't like
No,
Cynthia?
she
is
I know.
not good people.
I know.
Nobody's
Els and the Brandons and even some Hanks and even some way worse off than Rose. Like I got to give Rose the, hey, I'm not going to give you the, oh, it's better on the other side. I've had a palsy dude that could do nothing, and you could only communicate 20 questions as the.
Trusted. Now at 10:30, a teen who spent most of her childhood here in Southern California has been found stabbed to death near a trailhead in Illinois, and tonight her boyfriend is charged with her murder. Her mother describes 17-year-old Cadence Prince as beautiful and brave and says her accused killer was like family.
KTLA's Lindsay Pena spoke with Cadence's father about the tragic loss and joins us live now with more. Lindsay.
Yeah, Micah and Sandra, that father devastated tonight. He says he still can't quite believe that his little girl is gone. And the man accused of killing her, someone he says the family trusted.
These are photos of Cadence Eileen Prince, her father shared with KTLA. He describes his firstborn as a trusting and sweet young woman.
Truly nobody liked her at all. Just absolutely the kindest person who would do anything for you.
The 17-year-old California native was reportedly stabbed to death Sunday night in the parking lot of a trailhead in southern Illinois by her 18-year-old boyfriend, Julian Holloway. Now
So this is the kid that the father said seems like a nice guy. Her boyfriend, Ginger. She's Ginger, and she dated a black guy, and this is what happened.
For you.
The 17-year-old California native was reportedly stabbed to death Sunday night in the parking lot of a trailhead in southern Illinois by her 18-year-old boyfriend, Julian Holloway, now in custody.
He seemed like a good kid, you know. But no, that's why we got to be careful, you know. Could happen to anybody, and you just sometimes you don't know. You don't know who you're dealing with, you know. That's why we got to be careful, you know.
Now in custody.
He seemed like a good kid, you know.
Holloway, now in custody.
He seemed like a good kid, you know.
Holloway, now in custody.
He seemed like a good kid, you know. But
10-year-old boyfriend, Julian Holloway, now in custody.
he
Trailhead in southern Illinois by her 18-year-old boyfriend, Julian Holloway, now in custody.
seemed like a good kid, you know. But no, that's why we got to be careful, you know. Could happen to anybody, and you just sometimes you don't know. You don't know who you're dealing with.
John says his daughter moved to Illinois with her mother a few years ago and met Holloway at school. He says he and Caden spoke often, and he never had any reason to believe Holloway was abusive or capable of the violence he's now accused of.
None of his actions when I met him would suggest any of that, that he was capable of any of that. I mean, they were both very silly together, and he was very respectful. I only ever met him one time.
So far, no motive has been released, but John says detectives are now searching the teen's
One time.
So far, no.
He was very respectful. I only ever met him one time.
So
he was very respectful. I only ever met him one time.
So far, no motive.
He was very respectful. I only ever met him one time.
So far, no motive has been released, but John says detectives are now searching the teen's phones for clues.
They're trying to go through their phones. They just asked me and the mother for if they could use her fingerprint. Trying to get into her phone to see if they can find out what's going on.
KTLA obtained this video posted to what appears to be the suspect's Snapchat on Sunday.
Goodbye, guys.
With his daughter's alleged killer now behind bars, John says he can only hope that's where he stays. If given the chance to talk to him, he says he would simply ask why.
She loved you. She trusted you. And you betrayed that trust. Took her away.
Fake crying, no tears. Baby truthers would say it's a hoax, it's a psyop, that nothing happened to her. But maybe you'll get beyond that one day to say maybe the father's fucked up. Maybe his daughter is dead, but maybe he's fucked up like so many others in this realm. Completely fucked.
Trusted you. And you betrayed that trust.
Fake.
Took her away.
Now, John says getting back to Illinois is a hardship for him right now. He started a GoFundMe to help with expenses.
It's a hardship for him to travel from one state to another. He's a broke-ass loser. He can't get from somewhere in America to Illinois. He's broke.
Have that posted on our website, ktla.com. Sandra and Micah, back to you.
He's a broke-ass loser. That daddy's a broke-ass loser.
underground, bro. Like we were talking. Ain't about my center. Hey guys, what's happening? No, I'm not center. I like that. Yep.
Hey guys, what's happening? Hey guys, what's happening?
Looks like we're centered, boys.
Hey guys.
All right. This is going to be a fun stream for me. I'm going to have some fun
demon.
with this one. Am I allowed to have fun? Yo, am I allowed to have fun?
Look at this fucking creepy creature. He's a psycho. He's a sicko. Should see the emails from this fucking sicko.
I need to ask first. Is it okay if I have fun, guys? Is that okay?
I hope you like it here in this realm. You're not going anywhere, bitch. You're staying here, Chrissy Pissy. You're going to be sealed in here. Fucking demon. You're getting sealed in here, bitch. This is where you belong.
Some people, it ain't okay for me to have fun. They don't want me to have fun. They don't want me to smile. They don't want me happy. They want me depressed just like them. They want me depressed and suicidal and miserable. As a matter of fact, the second that I show any kind of happiness or laughing or like, why are you happy? Keep being depressed. I got people keeping me in check. What up, Twisted? What up, Twisted? Not anymore. Exotic. What up? What up, Exotic? People's opinions sway your behavior. They do mine. I listen to everybody. I try to hear everybody out. But I'm not going to go down the road. Oh, hey, what up, nonconformist? How you doing? I'm not going to go down this road of every time I see the light at the end of a tunnel, someone's got to jump in. Hey, let's be negative still. Every time I'm in a good mood, somebody's got to say, oh, but it's all meaningless and worthless and life is the ultimate torture to my soul. And shut the fuck up, man. Man, shut the fuck up. How about you go, we're in hell. That's what it is. Now shut the fuck up and deal with it. Like, and this whole new shit going on, motherfuckers trying to get it, not just getting other people to be miserable with them, literally trying to get other motherfuckers to kill themselves with them. Have you guys lost your fucking minds? Like, seriously, have you guys lost your fucking minds? I have a great idea, guys. Because this realm is so evil and I'm such a good person and it hurt me so bad, I want to end the whole fucking thing and kill everybody and fuck all these babies and what the fuck? Whoa, man, I thought we were against that shit, though. I'm not for all that evil shit. You want us to become evil? You want us to all turn evil? Fucking kill everything. Everyone's got to die. What the fuck, man? You're just as bad as the elite. Y'all fucking anti-nihilists and you cult members, y'all are just as bad as the elite. Y'all are just as evil as the fucking elite. Actually, maybe more evil. Maybe they have the power to kill everybody and they haven't done it. Y'all would fucking push that button in a goddamn second, wouldn't you? Bro, Exotic, we all are, bro. NPCs are depressed, dude. Everybody's miserable in this motherfucker, bro. Who is it? Who do you know that's just the happiest person in the world? That ain't pretending. What up, Bora Lumen? Yeah, bro, the truth community has become a bunch of like nasty degenerates trying to spread their fucking cult mind onto everybody. And I'm sick of it, dude. It's nastiness. It's just nasty. It's another form of nastiness under the guise of, oh, I care about it. You know, you don't. You want to kill everybody, motherfucker. You're evil. Shut the fuck. Let's call one. You're a nasty fucking person. Motherfucker, I know y'all. I see y'all. Y'all motherfuckers can't even go for a walk without pointing out how nasty these people are. Every time I got to go for a walk, there's got to be another fucking human out here. I'm looking, I'm like, man, these people are just kind of like nasty people, aren't they? They're just nasty fucking people. They ain't got a happy bone in there. They ain't got a kind or sweet bone in their body. They are just full of vile filth. And then they come in the truth community like they're a part. You ain't a part of the truth community. You're a fucking demon that leached its way like a cancer into the fucking truth community is what you really are. All you fucking nasty, focused, drama-focused diseases out there, you're all fucking parasites. Just as bad as the elite. Fuck you. I'm tired. This ain't going to be a long stream. I'm exhausted, dude. I just drove for like fucking about 12 hours. I'm tired, dude. But I'm tired and frustrated and aggravated and yeah. I've had just one too many emails of motherfuckers telling me that, I'm a demon or that they're glad my mom's. I've had just too many people that I look forward to seeing or kill themselves. I've had just one too many nasty comments right in the middle of a good time. I mean, I'm sick of it, bro. I am sick of it. Fuck your nastiness. Yes, we're in hell. Yes, I know your life sucks. Yes, I know you're depressed. Yes, I know it's miserable. Now shut the fuck up and deal with it, or fucking get out of my sight. Shut the fuck up and deal with it. It's hell, bro. That's what's happening. We need to all get together and kill ourselves. Fuck off. Man, I thought we were here to spread love and light and positivity in this realm. We just became like a bunch of nasty fucking dark ass weirdos. What do you mean? What? Just got back from being lost in the forest for days. Put it lock up. Looks like I will be here longer than I thought. I can leave. Why are you leaving? Anyways, okay. Then leave, or I don't know what to tell you. Okay, goodbye. But anyways, yeah, it's a fucking Dookie Boy realm. I get it. Why has the truth community become a part of the Dookie Boy realm, though? That ain't the truth community. That's not the truth community. I don't know what that is. That's a demon that's infested the fucking minds like a goddamn parasite, like a mind virus of the truth community members. That's a demon possessing people is what it is. I couldn't do it. Do what? Let's talk about it. Yeah, what are you talking about, Aura? Tell me what you're trying to say in one full sentence so it makes sense to my brain when I read it instead of these quick little one-liners that I'm not psychic, dude. Don't want to upset you, man. I'm upset, Aura Loon, by the nature of the conversation I'm having. I couldn't do it. Do what, dude? What do you want to talk about, Exotic? What I'm talking about, or are you talking to Aura? I'm not upset with you, Aura. Yeah, what's you, Chris? What? What Exotic? You guys have to forgive me, man. I'm not good at like making sense of random words like that. But anyways, yeah, we're in a hell realm. I am upset. And it's not even because of the hell realm anymore. It's because of the people. Why do I get so upset? I don't know, dude, because it's an emotion humans have. How we all doing? What up, No Name? How are we doing? I'm okay. No Name. I'm a little bit pissed off. Yeah, just thank you, nonconformist. A fucking comment that's like making sense to me right now. Like people are saying, "Oh, I'll leave," and I didn't want to upset. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I'm not talking about you, dude. And motherfuckers saying some random shit. I definitely ain't a superhero. Do you know what I am, Viru? I'm just a little bit nice and kind and conscious. That's it. I'm conscious with a little bit of niceness and kindness with me. That's all I am. I'm not full, let's fucking kill everything, end all babies. Nobody should have a baby. Demon mode like everybody else has become. That shit's just gotten old and stale. I'm sick of hearing about it. I'm sick of hearing about people that matter to me or killing themselves because, it's just, man, this darkness has infested everything in this fucking realm. And instead of people trying to be positive or loving or caring or sweet or trying to make it a better, man, everybody's throwing in the towel. Everybody's done. And it ain't enough that they're done. They need everybody else around them to also be done. Yeah, come kill yourself with me. It's like, man, have y'all lost your fucking minds? Nonconformist, that last video you made, I agree with it 100%. The one you had commented yesterday, you're like, I just uploaded a video against anti-nihilists, do you think I made a mistake? No, you did the right thing. They are a bunch of vile, nasty, miserable fucking people under the guise that I care. And it's like, bro, fuck you. You're just an evil motherfucker, and you're using this as your avenue to behave like a fucking pig. Me making this video is probably not going to get me any fans on conformance with my current subscribers or whatever. A lot of them are depressed, miserable. They're on that dark train that's going to lead them straight into hell. And it's just like, man, does anybody think they're making a mistake? Maybe like, is anybody out there like going, all the most conscious people are ending up dead? I wonder what's going on here. How's that happening? In a realm full of puppets and mind viruses. I'm glad you're saying this. I lost over 100 subscribers and the comments are mostly negative. Man, I'm not that way. I have been urinating blood for a year. The pain has been unbearable. Then I'm not talking to you, Aura. Then I'm not talking to you. This video is not directed at you. But so be it. I said what I needed to say. Yeah, at this point, I don't give a fuck about subscribers, people liking me. You could be the most perfect.
Zero empathy, Shateris. It's a zero empathy demon on the screen. Zero empathy. He's a real selfish piece of shit. That's what he is. He's a lying demon. Filthy.
Angel in the world, and people are going to hate your fucking face when they see it. It is what it is, bro. You can't please everybody. Fuck people and them needing to like me. It is what it is. I'm going to speak my mind. And if I lose all 1,300 of my subscribers, so be it. At least I will have been a man that stood by what the fuck I believed in and then just conformed to the suicide crowd. Man, I just hauled some heavy shit like a caveman helping the old man out all day. You know what? It was a good day. Felt good to go outside and walk on some grass for once. Amen. It feels good to use your body if you don't use it that often. It feels good to get some exercise and, yes, walk on the grass. But yeah, dude, please don't bring that nasty, vile, always dark shit to my channel. I'm not in the mood for that, dude. We can get dark. We can talk about dark subjects. Obviously, that's sort of the premise of my channel. But if we just talked about how this is a hell realm for an hour and I just start being fun or cracking jokes and I'm laughing, don't throw in a comment about it's all meaningless and pointless in hell and our souls are destined to be in the divine torment amongst the stars of the archon. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Cool. I feel we have helped each other all these years. Thank you. You're welcome, Aura Lumen. You're welcome. I just ain't with that shit. The suicide shit, don't bring it up on my channel, dude. I'll lose my motherfucking temper. I'll lose my temper. I'm not going to deal with that. I think it's disgusting, to be honest with you. I think it's disgusting. And for a long time now, I've been questioning my own feelings about it. Am I right or am I wrong? Because the majority of the people I associate with are so fucking dark, and all the time they would say, oh, end it all. And it's like, do I really want to end it all? Is that my go-to? Is that my plan? No. I don't know if we can make this realm a better place. Everybody says it's stuck this way, but that's also everybody saying it that's never attempted to make this place better. Not one of them have actually attempted to make this place better. I feel like this realm could be better. I don't think that we should throw in the towel. I think that's a bad idea. And I think if you have love, kindness, and sweetness in your heart, you should bring it into the realm and project it onto others. I feel the coronal hole and light flickering phenomenon is an indication the simulation is about to implode imminently. Whatever, viewer. Then you should live in fear until you die. Or Lumen, I could not and will not do it. We'll never speak of it again. You can speak about it, Aura. But if you were to bring up suicide, I'm going to bring it up. It's a big part of my conversations. That's fine. If you start saying, hey, Chris, what do you think's the best way to do it? Hey, guys, how would you do it? And you start like really getting people thinking about it, then I'm going to be like, yo, chill the fuck out. I don't want to hear that shit. But if it comes up, it comes up. We talk about it all the time because we talk about it being a hell realm. But I'm saying you start like convincing other people on my channel, like, oh yeah, come over here and kill yourself with me. Dude, then you got something to worry about. Planning to go off grid soon, travel to another state. I don't know what it means, Rays. To go off grid, to be on grid, we're all a part of the matrix, whether we like it or not. Even when you're off grid, I mean, maybe if you just want the life of, not answering to anybody, working for yourself, growing all your own food, I understand that. Maybe Pennsylvania, since it's the closest next state to me, just done with the current state I live in. Check out Idaho and Montana, Race. Those are good states if you want to get off grid, low population density, lots of fertile land. Check out Idaho and Montana. Yeah, this shit just got me upset, dude. Anyways, disconnecting from society, family, phone. I just want to survive in favorable weather. Off grid is damn near impossible. What are you planning to start with? Oh, deleted comment. I was thinking Arizona too, since it has no winters that are cold as fuck. I don't know how good Arizona is if you want a farmstead, though. If you're trying to grow, like, I don't know if Arizona would be good. I know Arizona's beautiful. The most beautiful view you can get of the stars that I know about is in Arizona. Man, this shit's just got my stomach upset right now, bro. I ate just a quick salad when I got home, and it's got my fucking stomach upside down. Or it says Arizona's a bad idea. I got one friend in Arizona, so he might help me get a job, meet new people. Good luck, Race. I hope it works out for you, bro. Yeah, I'm fucking laying in my bed last night, and something hit my fan. Like hard, too. Hard enough where the blade wobbled and scratched the cage like 8 times. So it was like, and then it was like, scratching against the cage. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? Something just hit my fan. But I didn't notice nothing. And but then Gracie kept going over near it, and she was like sniffing. And I'm like, what are you sniffing over there by the fan, pretty girl? And I fucking pulled her away. She went back again, started sniffing in that area. I'm like, Gracie, what the fuck are you doing over there, pretty girl? I walk over, I move the fan, and I can't make out what I'm looking at. I'm like, what the fuck is this? There's like a little puddle of juice, what looks to be like a little puddle of blood, what looks to be like a body part of something, and maybe a piece about that long of skin. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I look in the fan, and there's a fucking lizard that decided to, I don't know, suicide on my fan, and he just got fucking instantly exploded into 2 different chunks, and his tail flew off and his legs flew. It was just disgusting. It was disgusting. Yeah, chickens are a great starter animal. Why don't you recommend more lumen? How's the job market, my friend? Just get rehired at Amazon in Arizona. Was lost a few days in forest near Grand Canyon. The stars were amazing. You were lost for a few days? That had to be fucking terrifying. Super expensive, low-paying jobs. Another day in paradise. Yes, it is, dead. No, let's be honest. It's another day in a hell pit, but yeah, that's what's happening. I think most solutions equal delusions, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. The truth is, we're a part of this place. I know we all want to fucking say no, and we're trapped. And shut the fuck up, man. Shut up. Quit with the delusions already. Just admit what's so hard to admit right in front of you. Look up Workaway or Woofing to find communities to volunteer at while you get settled that you're already off grid to give the ideas and connections there, mate. Any state you recommend near you? Utah, Colorado? I heard Colorado's not good. It's super expensive, and they're like super, super, super liberal there, I think. Average house equals 500,000. Yeah. What up, T? Oh, so I forgot to message you, T, didn't I? I did not eat for 7 days, did not sleep for 5 days, no water for 2 days, home last night. Wow, or I'm glad you made it. That's rough. No problem, dude. Forward to hear how it goes if you get through with it. He'll get through with it. Man, I shouldn't have eaten that salad. T, this video is basically about I'm sick of this darkness that's taken over, not just the world, but the minds of everybody, including the people in the truth community. I'm just sick of it, dude. This darkness has gotten old. This constant focus on negativity, this constant focus on how dreadful this place is. It's only creating depression and misery in people that already recognized it was hell a long time ago. I mean, all these people saying we're going to destroy the matrix chip, but none say realistically in what way. Go in a few against an army. Exactly, Exotic. Everybody's got their minds so made up that they're ready to fucking off themselves. Meanwhile, they're all living in delusional stories. They didn't experience the matrix or any of that, or throwing grenades into the matrix machines like all these other dodo birds pretend. They're all fucking delusional. They're all delusional, dude. They're all delusional. All these people, the matrix has ended. We completed. Oh yeah, we know. All you delusional weirdos completed your mission over there on the matrix side. Yep. Okay. They are the Archon working through people. You guys know that, right? Like that's the Archon working through humans when you see those people. It's happening real time right in front of your eyes. You're literally watching demonic possessed people. Yeah, like Beyond the Veil, Chris, Geo, and Sherry. Huh? Beyond the Veil. I'll be fine. Gonna ride my bike with 2 spare tires, big hiking backpack filled with food, jerky, cold sandwiches, crackers. That sounds like a good time, Race. 4 gallons of water. Cherie Geo? I don't know what that is, T. Chris Geo? What? Maybe a hunting bow to hunt for food. Yeah, get yourself some sort of weapon, dude. You don't know what could run up on you. Where are you going again, Race? Where are you going? What if a bear fucking runs up on you? Where are you going? Maybe 100. I think there is the rite of passage of finding out this place is not what it seems and may be dark, but then the skill is not to stew in it once you have learned it, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. The trick is to figure it out while you're in hell. Not just burn it all down, kill everybody, kill all the babies, evil. It's just like, bro, fuck off. Host of Beyond the Veil. Oh, there's a host from Beyond the Veil, a channel called Beyond the Veil that's named Chris Geo or Sherry Geo. I don't know which one is. I think he's saying my name with Geo on it or something. West Coast probably might end up getting medical help after all of this. I am thinking positively for the first time in a long time. Good, Aura. That's amazing. That's amazing. They did Aya in the Great Pyramid like 7 years ago. Oh, yeah. Oh, you told me about that. Yeah, and they went to the main matrix and shut down. Man, shut the fuck up, you fucking 2 dorks. You guys took your fucking ayahuasca, had a hallucination inside your mind, and thought you fucking fixed the matrix. Get the fuck out of here. Beyond the Veil is awesome. Yeah, except in that moment they weren't. And claim. Oh, she's chewing something right outside the door. And claim to done work on the Matrix and reprogram this place from 13th dimensions to shut this. Yeah, okay. Now they're a couple, right? For entertainment only. Disclaimer. Yeah, delusional. Dude, it's just fucking people seeing shit in their mind, bro. And how many have we seen now that have said that? How many have we seen now? There's the one lady just came out recently. What's the name? Was it on? Oh no, Mark. Mark from Forever Conscious had her on his channel saying, "Oh yeah, this time they really. This time, what is with you people? What pleasure do you get out of gaslighting humans? You're all Archons. They are all Archons deceiving humans. The humans of them don't know it. They're being deceived. They're seeing their little delusions of blah, blah, but they're up there selling it like a billboard for the Archons, aren't they? Fuck you, delusional liars trying to sell people this false hope. You're disgusting. You people are disgusting. Wait, Race, where did you say you're going? Might go to Slab City. Oh, you're going to California? Oh, West Coast, you said. Huh. Hold on, guys. What the fuck is she chewing on right there next to the door? Just I hear her flicking. What are you doing? Oh, you got a new bone? Oh, it's okay. Oh, she's chewing the fuck out that motherfucker. All right. Yeah, man, that salad ain't sitting well with me. This illusion is only recognized because we are aware of it. T, we are the illusion. This is all illusion. We are the matrix. Why, Race? What's on the West Coast that's appealing to you? I don't understand. Getting stuck in the, I mean, miserable, nasty, like you can't even be around people type people. There's a lot of nasty people. Like, I mean, I kept saying it, but yeah, again, I don't want to hurt people's feelings that watch my channel or people, that also have YouTube channels. I'm not trying to hurt their feelings, but it's just like, bro, I'm just gonna be honest, man. Like, enough's enough, bro. And if I'm gonna be brutally honest with the NPCs and call them fucking retards, then I'm gonna be brutally honest with the truthers and call them fucking retards when they're acting like retards too. For 10 plus years and never got justice, you'd be nasty just for holding a rampage on that until the end of your life. Totally, huh? Not to the end of your life, but it sticks around for a very long time. It'll cause you problems. Yeah, and it'll cause you a bunch of problems too. The longer you have that, it'll cause you problems. Hi, beautiful munchkin. What? What is she doing? She just wants to play. She always wants to play. She always wants to play. She's a little shit. She's a little monster. She's a goofy shit. She's my shit. She wants to play. Ah, she got me. Oh, Gracie got. No, I'm just kidding, pretty girl. You didn't get me. Ah, she got all upset. Ah, Gracie got me. No, I'm just kidding, pretty girl. I'm just kidding. Hi, beautiful munchkin. She's good. She's a little shit. Who are you growling at? Get over there, goofy butt. Who are you growling at? I know you. I can tell you're in play mode. I can tell. No, Gracie, please. She's my little shit. She's a mouth kisser. Ugh. Don't do it, pretty girl. It's okay. She definitely doesn't have parasites, but I still don't like her licking my mouth. You know what I'm saying? Knowing she licks her asshole. It's disgusting. You got an itch there, pretty girl, don't you? She's got an itch right there. Hi, beautiful munchkin. I know I've been neglecting you. I'm sorry. Pretty girl. Oh, geez, pretty girl, you scratched me. You got an itch on the top of your head, pretty girl. Why you got such a bad itch? Let me see. Why you got an itch there? Where is it? Here? She's all itchy. You need a bath, pretty girl. You need a bath. Yeah, I know you don't want one. I don't care. You're a stinky butt. You are. It's just as bad as losing a human, to be honest with you. When I lost my Marley girl, she's right up there on the mantle in the fucking vase. But when I lost my Marley girl, I lost my mind, dude. That broke my heart so bad. And it's something, it made me the most suicidal and depressed I've ever been in my life. That fucked my heart up. And then when we had gotten Gracie, it took me like almost a year and a half to get close to her. It was almost like my heart wouldn't let me love her. It was like I kept refusing a relationship with her. I think it was because of what happened with Marley. And I know something was weird because she was in my room and I was petting her and playing with her. And the thought entered my mind that she was going to die. And I yelled out, no. And I didn't even mean to yell. It just came out. I was like, no. And I just, I don't know. I just couldn't get close to her because I knew she was going to die someday. Anyways, yeah, it's tough, dude. I got like that, but with woman. Well, you get attached to a woman. No names of fucking ladies, man, bro. Honey, Quit fronting, fool. You ain't pulling that coochie. Chill. Nah, no name is a ladies man. He told me, he said, man, I get a new chick every week. I saw him doing emails. He's like, bro, I pull a new chick every week. He's like, look at this one. He shows me another picture. Look at this one. He shows me another picture. I'm like, okay, either this dude's great at Photoshop or he's really banging down all these chicks he's in pictures with. Oh, pretty boy ass. Oh, pretty boy ass. No name. He's a lucky boy. No name's a lucky boy. Oh, man. I got hair all over my damn face, man. My condolences. What happened? My moo's dying. Team Chris, what's a moo? That's your mom? Your mom's dying? I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Is that your mom? No name's a little bit of a Chad. Slinging that D with Big Pimp Mr. C ain't no. Oh my goodness, bro. No name, you're hilarious, bro. You really are. You could do comedy. Motherfuckers keep telling me I could do stand-up. You could probably do stand-up for real. You make me laugh through comments. It's not easy to make people laugh through comments. That's like an acquired fucking ability, or you're super funny. One or the other. He makes me laugh. No name does. And these fucking dog hairs piss me off. Oh, is that a dog hair or a nose hair? Oh, that might be attached, actually. Never mind. I don't want to pull that out and fucking stream. But it's tickling me. Go away from me. Okay, it's gone now. That's funny. We could, bro. It's easy money. There's a bar right near here. Right near here. I mean, we could drive there in like 2 minutes. There's always hella woman up in that motherfucker. Better check yourself before you wreck yourself out here, fools. You dig? Oh shit, this dude's taking it back to the motherfucking 1989 with that slang. Check yourself before you wreck yourself, fool. You know I'll truck you. You know I'll truck you, son. You remember truck you? Do you remember that one, no name? God, oh my God. What were some of the other ones back then? Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Bitch, I'll truck you. What else did people say? They said some stupid shit. I can't remember, bro. It'd be funny to hear some old slang that we used to use when we were fucking kids. Like, you may be allergic to dog hair. Oh, I'm actually check. I used to be extremely allergic to dander. I don't know about dog hair, dander. But I grew out of it. It went away over the years. No, when her hairs get stuck to my face and those little tickly feelings that I feel, that shit drives me crazy, bro. So I actually have a mental disorder that's like where I'm sensitive to the touch. Like I don't like shit touching me or tickling me. It annoys me really bad. Ask me a question. Let's turn this live stream into oh, you're the next level, David. If I start asking you questions, this is okay. Let's take this shit next level now, David. I have a question for you. Who the fuck do you think you are coming to my stream thinking you're the god in this bitch? Actually, I couldn't think of a question, so I just said something nasty to you. What question do I have for David? How old are you, David? You said you're in England, right? What the fuck is really going on, David? We need to know. 32. He's just a talkative guy. He's just a talkative young man. What question do I have? I don't have any questions right now, David. I can't think of any. Do you think let me ask you that. Do you think that it's a good idea for people in the truth community to contemplate the S word or group S word or just be nasty all the time? Do you think that's good? I said the S word. I say suicide on here all the time. Everybody says that. I don't know why. I don't think that the word is blocked. I don't think it's blocked. None of my, I've said that 1,000 times. I've never had a video blocked, or I've had videos blocked because I was trying to play YouTube videos, but that's it. So I don't know why people say the S word. It's like, it's not a banned word. I don't think. Wait, what were we talking about? Nothing is going on. Yeah, nothing is going on really. Life is about entertainment. Life is about finding things that you enjoy and enjoying them. All that in a bag of chips, as if you ain't fly, you ain't getting jiggy with it. Because if you ain't doing that part, then you're only doing the slave part. And then that means you have no leisure time. That means you're going to go crazy or insane or depressed or miserable. So you have to try to enjoy life. That's actually the big secret here is everybody in this chat needs to try their best to enjoy life. Because if you sit in the gutter all day, you're going to end up like Chester Bennington. It just is what it is. You can't sit in sewage all day, every day for years. I've done it, and it will drive you crazy. Yeah, I tried. Fuck yeah. Dan stays real fly up in this bitch. I don't, bro. I'm probably the least. I don't even have a lot of clothes. I probably got like 5 different shirts, a few different pants. Most of them are gym clothes. I don't even have like real. I might have like one or 2 pairs of pants. That's it. So looking fly, it's like, I'm your home skillet. Damn. No questions. Yeah, I just can't think of anything. Your mom's dying. Of what? There's a question. You want me to ask questions? I'll ask personal shit. So David, is your mom? Does your family have money? Is your family wealthy? This matters. Okay, so look up Dr. Brzezinski. He's in California. He's got a 100% success rate healing cancer. If your mom can afford to fly to California, look up Dr. Brzezinski. He actually heals people. He stopped looking at people that have cancer and started looking at people that don't have cancer and wondered why. Why does this dude live till he's 105 and he smokes 3 packs of cigarettes a day and he never gets cancer? And this 26-year-old just got cancer. So he stopped looking at people that have cancer. He started looking at people that don't have cancer. And he realized that there's a chemical in their blood that makes them immune to it. He figured out how to extract that chemical from their urine, and he can inject that into your mom and actually cure the cancer. And if that doesn't work, well, you need to tell your mom this, whether that doesn't work or not. First thing she needs to do is cut out all sugar, all processed food, all carbs. The only thing your mom should be drinking is water, or distilled water, I would say. Add a little bit of sea salt to it or whatever if you want to make it electrolyte water. Just drink water. I would tell. I don't even know if I'd recommend getting on chemo, but I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving medical advice. But do what I told you for real. You're welcome, dude. Yeah, he's been to court about 100 times. The pharmaceutical companies have gone after this man his whole life. But the evidence is overwhelming that he has a success rate of curing cancer. So they can't really convict the guy. Pretty interesting. So what's more interesting is that nobody knew about it until I just mentioned it. That's what's really interesting to me. Whole foods. Yeah. Only eat fruits. But she can have sugar, but it's got to be natural sugars. So from fruits, vegetables, seeds, nuts, and everything natural and whole. Yep. Whole foods. Yep. Yeah. Ideally, yeah, I would say vegan. Yep. And just water. And that cancer should go right away. And if it doesn't, so what stage did you say she was at? Cancer. You didn't say where. What kind of cancer does she have? I would say do your best to enjoy it, Basin. That's not an easy task. I'm not saying just go out there and do fucking cartwheels, but do your best to enjoy your life. Otherwise, well, let's look at it like this. You're going to live out your life anyways, right? Did you want to spend the next 40, 50, whatever fucking years you're going to live as a miserable, in a down, low, depressed mood, or as a happy and a decent mood? You could call it ignorant and selling out and you're cipher plugging the matrix. No, you're a human being not losing their fucking mind and becoming suicidal and dark to the point that everybody around them needs to die. Ideally vegan, just no starch. Yep. I don't know. Doesn't matter what cancer. We aren't doctor. Back, I think. Sarcoma? Back cancer? I don't really know much about back cancer. I've dealt with people that have had several different types of cancer. I never dealt with somebody that had back cancer. We can't find. The person you're talking. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. Dr. Brzezinski. No. The Brzezinski claim. I'm sorry, I spelled it wrong. Hold on one second. Why is it saying UK? They may have a division over in the UK. It's hold on. Oh, they actually have a branch over in the UK. Hold on. That's really good news, actually. So here's how his name's supposed to be spelled. Sorry about that. This is the name of the clinic. Why am I not sharing screen? I'm like a fucking retard right now. Anyways, let me just share screen. I could just do that. Sorry. Man, my contact is dried the fuck out. I see through the motherfucker right now. Can you guys see that? Yeah. Okay, so that's his clinic, the Brzezinski Clinic. Now this one says Cancer Research UK. I thought he was in California. So when I click this, it's talking about Dr. Brzezinski in here. It is. That's explaining his method. That's his name, blah, blah, blah. It's something in UK. So I don't know if that's beneficial to you guys. But yeah, that's the clinic I'm talking about right there. Dr. Brzezinski. So Burzynski, I think it was. Tell your mom to look up. Yeah, did I spell it? Oh, yeah, I did. I didn't push enter. I'm sorry. Like that, Brzezinski Clinic. That's the name of the clinic. David, check that out. Get me and my friend on air. What do you mean, David? You and your friend? What do you mean? My mom has it too. Turbo cancer from the jabs. She was peak health before that. Really, dude? Unfucking believable. Ain't that some shit? Fucking contacts are dried the fuck out. Guys, I'm going to take these contacts out because they're actually just driving me fucking crazy, bro. I'm just going to put on my glasses right now. get you again. I'll get you again. All right. And about reality? What the hell? What do you want to talk about, David? And my condolences. I'm sorry to hear about your mom. Hopefully she goes through with that. Hopefully she gets healthy. But main thing, no sugar, dude. Sugar is literally cancer food. That's what it feeds off of. So no sugar. Tell her to keep her body as alkaline as possible. Don't get too acidic. If she could alkaline her body, so add a little bit of baking soda to her water. I'm sorry, baking soda. Just like a quarter teaspoon. If she has a big glass of water like this, add like a quarter teaspoon baking soda to her water. Try to alkaline her system and tell her to stay away from sugar, carbs, any processed food. A lot of meat's even processed, believe it or not. But I would tell her to stay away from meat completely. That breaks down into shit basically inside your body. Phlegm is what it turns into, but phlegm and pus and meat's disgusting. But that's it, buddy. Hopefully she figures that situation out and you guys get through it. My dad fought through chemo for fucking like almost 7 years. Yeah, I eat meat, David. I'm stupid. I think it's more a relay than if you get cancer. I think it's more of a relay thing if you get cancer. Silly Chris. Yeah, I know it's not a good idea, but I live with my brother, dude. I live with my brother, and we eat like the same shit all the time. And if I go straight up vegan, then he's kind of fucked, and vice versa. It's like, that's an excuse. The truth is, I could eat how I wanted, but it's convenient. And again, we both like to eat meat, so I don't care about Bambi enough to stop. I am an evil monster. It's all good. I made peace with all of my family passing as soon as they took the jabs. Against my advice. That's disgusting, bro. It is what it is. Really, we all knew this was coming, to be honest. You people with glasses on tend to look 300% more beautiful than ever as usual. What do you mean? You think I look good with glasses on, Vazen? I think I look like a fucking dork. Bad ethnically, I'd flood my system with THC oil. Well, that's heavy. How many of your family members passed from that? Oh my god, dude. I don't even want to know, to be honest, man. Jesus Christ. I hate that shit, dude. The jab especially, bro, man, that shit really fucking pissed me off, dude. This reality's good at that, isn't it? Ain't this reality really good at just pissing you off? Like, I can sit and say, oh, don't let this shit piss you off and move along. And you have to. You have to learn to detach. Otherwise, this place will drive your fucking soul crazy, bro. I'm in a reality where people I love are like, their jobs are telling them, hey, you better get that fucking thing injected in you. You want to work? Like, really? You're threatening their jobs? And like, people I know and love actually got that jab. I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? Anyways. Fucking disgusting. What was the name of that fucking documentary where they had the big clots or whatever? Do you guys remember? It's not on YouTube. It's on BitChute or whatever. Suddenly Dead. Wasn't that what it was called? Have you guys seen that? Suddenly Dead? You guys always tell me to go watch some shit. I still got to watch fucking Westworld. Go watch Suddenly Dead on fucking BitChute. Actually, don't. Actually, don't. It's just going to depress you and make you miserable. Have you heard of the new sugar diet craze? People are really obsessed over it as they say it's helping them to lose weight. Really? I don't know. I know I eat a lot of sugar. Huh, that's weird. Well, no. Because Kim, when I quit sugar, bro, I lose weight super fast. So if I want some for my sugary coffees every day, and if I eat like junk food or whatever, like ice cream or something, shit, I'd be a motherfucking skeleton, bro. I mean, if they did, none yet. But my mother got super sick straight after with all sorts of illnesses. But I know loads of 20 to 30-year-olds dropping from heart issues. Unbelievable. Died suddenly. Yep, that's right. Maybe that's right what Loyal just said, I think. Died suddenly. Suppose glasses be having to do with the psychological magnificent vision, the sophistication a lot, and it's not some damn nerd thing. Like, well, no, I like, sometimes I like when people have glasses. I like sometimes when a girl's wearing glasses, I think she'll look cute with glasses or whatever. But these glasses, I got these glasses are practical. They're just gigantic. I got the biggest lenses they had up there, because I don't like seeing my my frame or whatever out of my peripheral vision. So I was looking for, man. Honestly, if they would have had a face mask like this, that was my fucking prescription, I would have got that, because I wasn't getting them to wear out anyways. Because if I go out, I'm wearing contacts. I was just getting them to wear around the house like I'm doing now, and so I didn't buy them stylish and nice ones or anything. I bought some big ass fucking big giant nerd glasses, what I call them, nerd glasses. But I'm glad you like them, Basin. Fuck yeah. At least I look good to somebody. Shit. Yeah, a bunch of my relatives admitted that it was wrong to get inoculated like a bunch of livestock, and that it harmed them. Man, my friend has a gear issue. Catch us on. What? I know what a gear issue is. That means when you have steroid problems. Isn't that what you're talking about? Is that what you mean? My friend has a gear issue. That's what they say in America. If somebody's on steroids, they say the guy's on gear. You know, at least in all these new age fucking videos people make. This is not natural. Cavemen never had bad vision. Who knows? Maybe they did. That'd be weird. They had to walk around like holding on to their fucking family's arm. They're like, "Where are we going?" They're like, "This way, you blind bastard." He's like, "Oh, I can't see." Like, "You're an idiot. We always have to take you around with this." Reasons. What? Hell? Aesthetic reasons too sometimes? What do you mean, Basin? Oh, you think these are for aesthetic reasons? I don't know, bro. If you're still talking about the glasses, it is what it is. I feel for them, but at the same time, I have learned how that empathy can get used as a weapon against us to try to balance. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Love's a double-edged sword. Empathy's a double-edged sword. You're brought up, no name. I know this is going to get a little weirder, but think about it like this. You're brought up in a realm that when you're a baby, like from 0 to 7, you're at those ages where your brain basically creates who you're going to be for the rest of your life, and indoctrinates you that way permanently. And in those ages, you're shown all these fairy tales. They're all fake. They're fairy tales. They're cartoons. And in every fairy tale and cartoon, there was always a hero that saved the day. There was always a hero. There was always the good guy that came and defeated evil. There was always the good guy that came and defeated the bad guy and got the prince. And there was always the knight and the savior and the hero. And then you come into adulthood, and then you're in this reality. You know what I'm saying? You want to get real fucking like how demonic this shit actually is. It's weird. First off, it convinces the mind that the hero's only ever in fairy tales and cartoons. That's indoctrination. And then it also convinces the mind that there's a hero right around the corner. Then you got grown men and adults, literally because of that moment in their life, now walking around with a book, living in delusion. Unbelievable. It is what it is, really. I feel for them, but at the same time, I've learned how that empathy can get used as a weapon. Oh yeah, you already read that. I'm sorry. Mr. Magoo over here on stream. Bro, Vazen thinks these glasses are handsome, bro. When did you start thinking this is a hell wrong, Chris? About Like, okay, thinking about it or truly believing it? Which one do you mean? Thinking about it, probably 5 years ago or something, to 6 years ago. But truly believing it, like the last 2. I got LASIK eye surgery a long time ago. I was blind as a bat before. Best decision ever. Should I go get it, Viru? Dude, what if it shines a laser into my eye and it burns my pineal gland? I kind of have only empathy left for kids. I have empathy left for everybody. Just fuck it. It is what it is. You have no choice. Anyways, you have to be a good person. That's just the way it is, bro. What triggered you to start thinking critically of this place? On what level? Okay, so when I was a kid, my dad used to watch Unsolved Mysteries, so I would constantly see UFOs. David, what do you mean let us on? You want to come on Discord is what you're saying? What are you saying, bro? Please finish your sentence so I know what you're saying to me. But early on, I always knew there were aliens, right? Because of Unsolved Mysteries when I was a little kid, even like 7, 8, 9, whatever, the youngest ages. And then when 9/11 happened, it was before 9/11. No, that's right. I was looking at, okay, so I thought I was sort of a conspiracy theorist about the JFK assassination before 9/11, I guess you could say. That made me kind of question, like, wow, is our government like evil? Like they wouldn't do something like that, right? That was just the assassin that did that, you know? But after 2001, then I really became like a conspiracy theorist. And I started questioning everything, and I was just like, man, what the fuck's going on? I mean, I went down the road of the fucking, the evil elites, the weird symbols, the celebrities that are in on it and what they do, and I went down all these stupid fucking, and I thought I was figuring out the truth to this realm. Really, man, I was just getting like lost in this weird mind matrix thing, and I didn't even realize it at the time. I need to find those old notebooks I was talking about and read them because they might make sense to me today. But yeah, and then when I say there's levels to it, and then when the Mandela effect happened, that affected me personally and mentally. That affected me. The Mandela effect affected me. That's when the truth got weird to me. That's when it got personal and weird, and it's just been downhill since then. Now I feel like I'm in some weird nightmarish dream hell realm or something. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on anymore. I don't even know if I'm in my original reality. I have no idea. I may be in purgatory. I may be dead already. I don't know what's going on anymore. Theme song is so good and creepy. Do you remember a show called Sightings? I do remember a show called Sightings. I have empathy for. Do you remember what was the other one? The Ghost Hunters, and there was a lot of shows that were kind of like conspiracy shows. Even the NBC, but it is far more measured.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm sorry for subjecting you to that shit for that long. I'm sorry. I was taking care of something, but I'm back here. I'm back here now. I'm back here. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oh. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm starting to get sleepy. I didn't mean to yawn right into my microphone like that. I am sorry. But, everything's racist. It's all racist, right? That yawn was probably racist. That was a racist yawn.
Give me hello, like, I don't know if it's just, give me hello, like, I don't know if it's just because I'm in the DMV and it's predominantly us, but being around us is so exhausting. It's so exhausting. Like, we could try to sugarcoat it, we could try to play it down as much as we want, because I spend a lot of time around other races. Like, majority of my time is spent with other races. When I have to go around us, do business with us, just be around us, I always have to take a couple deep breaths. I always have to take a couple deep breaths. Like, I cannot stress it enough. Black people, go heal. Go heal. Go somewhere, sit your ass down, and go heal. Put yourself in a better environment so you could be a better human being. My favorite thing to do with myself is look in the mirror, and I think that we focus on other races so much that we forget that we need to look at ourselves.
This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. Get those likes up, everyone. Hit the like button.
The black community has so much work to do. Like, it is truly exhausting dealing with us majority of the time.
And she's 100% right. It's a couple different ways to solve for that. Of course, we have to take personal responsibility individually, right? But the other part that you got to understand is that every single person and every single culture and every single race, they separate themselves from the degenerates. And they don't always rock out with every single person that's within the community, which is one of the things that I think is holding a lot of people back. I think that one of the things, I'll give you an example. We got a black tax. So for example, let's say, for example, you was raised in a hood, or you come from a space where it was less than stellar, but you make smart decisions, you're intentional, you educate yourself, you become successful. Well, you still have to deal with, and I have people that I coach, I have people that's in my inner circle that say, I got to go back to the hood, or I got to go and deal with these people because they my family or whatever. We have to learn to separate ourselves, because every single black person or every single culture or every single, individual that's a part of the culture does not necessarily have to be a part of your circle. You got to go where you appreciate it and not where you tolerate it. And so I think that we have to divest ourselves from this mindset that we have to be subjected to it, when there are groups of people within the black community that are awesome. There are groups of people that's within the white community that's awesome. That's in all cultures. And then on the flip side, there's the degenerates and there's the dusties. And so we just got to be careful while we're doing the work. Align yourself with people that's going in the direction that you're going in.
It is exhausting. I'm not going to lie. I'll be the first one to say it again. It is exhausting doing business with us. It is exhausting trying to have fun around us. It is exhausting trying to keep up relationships within our community. It is exhausting. Like, just this morning alone, I already had a couple situations. I kind of get tired of our people acting like a lot of the stereotypes that are put up against us aren't true to a certain extent. And just because a couple of us, a lot of people like to say, oh, but that's not me and the people I be around. No, they look at us as a whole. And as a whole, we're effed up. Like, we are. At some point, you got to stop focusing. Yeah, those other races, those other communities, they have issues, but we have so many issues that we don't have the time to focus on nobody else except for ourselves. We don't have the time. I clutch my pearls every time I have to deal with us or be around us. I clutch my pearls. I do. I'm not gonna lie. We are a lot. And we need deliverance from a lot. The sad thing is we don't even have basic respect for each other within our community. But let a white person come up against one of us. Let an Asian person or Hispanic person come within our community. All of a sudden, you know how to have respect. All of a sudden, you know how to speak to a person properly. All of a sudden, you have all this respect and you're shucking and jiving for this other race. But your own brother, your own sister, you're a black man and a black woman, you can't have basic respect for each other. We can't have basic respect for each other, but these other races come around and we shucking and jiving for them. We opening up doors. We know how to treat them, but we.
I would actually say that it's the opposite. I think that people code switch, right? So they are overly willing to help or to, you know, acquiesce over into whatever is culture that they in, because that's what they need to do in order to make sure that they get paid. But I will tell you that a lot of them are closeted racists, sometimes not even closeted. Sometimes it's openly racist towards other cultures when they get comfortable around another group of people or their group of people or their community, their culture that they feel comfortable with. And then they expect for other communities to then not be that way towards us. It is exhausting. I will give you that. But I think that it's also based off of proximity. I don't feel compelled to try to justify it by saying that this culture or this happens with this other culture. No, I don't think so. I think that the best way that you empower yourself is to get yourself together. I don't feel responsible for the black community. I am a representation of Anton. I understand that I am black. Hopefully, people have a better experience in real life when they meet me and when they interact with me, regardless of what race that you're in. And hopefully, I also let the God within me shine so you can actually see that you can do it too. So you have a different opinion or a different perspective of what it's like to deal with a person that's black, that's dealing with a person that's from wherever it is that I'm from, because you can change, you can evolve, you can be a better person every single day. You know, I was raised in the inner city of Detroit. I was born and raised. Sinai Hospital was born right there off of Outer Drive. I don't even think that that hospital was open anymore. And what I was raised to think that black people were supposed to be was the complete opposite of what humans were supposed to be. And we continue to be tribal. We continue to separate ourselves for no reason at all other than to run in the Victim Olympics. And it wasn't until I got into a space where I got to see other cultures and I went to school with them that I realized, wait a minute, everybody ain't bad. Everybody ain't racist. Everybody don't have to be a Democrat or a Republican. And it pulled at me. And thank God I was young enough to actually experience that. And I appreciate my father for putting me in that position, because I realized that you have to treat people on an individual basis and not based off of what a collective is. The culture may be trash, but the individual should be judged accordingly, according to their actions, according to how they treat other people, according to whether or not you're a good person, according to whether or not you add value to the community and the group. And so, you know, I think that other cultures are saying the same thing. They saying the same thing about us. They say the same thing about their own culture. I think that they separate themselves from different portions of their own communities. And we just have a cultural issue, not only in the United States of America, but the subculture of black culture, which is the things that we celebrate and champion the most. You could see it impacting us. It impacts our households. It impacts our children. It impacts whether or not we have strong validation in relationships, education. I grew up where most of the people didn't want to be anything other than a basketball player or a rapper. Stupid as fuck, right? But now, you know, now that I've unplugged myself from the matrix and no longer is subjected to the Democrat plantation, the culture, all of that stuff, I get called out of my name by people that look like me, even though they are the ones that advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Go figure, right? Let me know what y'all experience is in the chat. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. Teach Hanley, 40% off your first order, 20% off for life. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm going to holler at you later. Peace.
The race war has finally broken out on X, heading into 2025, waging battle against the dreaded. We've got Elon Musk on one side saying how we need more of these top tier immigrant talent coders from India who need their H-1B visas so they can take all the top jobs in tech. And on the other side, we have the people crying out, no more Indians! Elon, you may be surrounded by a bunch of sycophants who just want to tell you what you want to hear. The people on X are risking their accounts to tell you the truth. So you can slam down the hammer on us and you can use your algorithms to lower us on the platform, to demonetize us. But all that will happen is we'll eventually leave the platform and all you'll be left with is a bunch of Indians and Israeli bots arguing at each other as to who loves Israel more. We've got Vivek Ramaswamy on here again. Scammed and defrauded shareholders of $2 billion worth of fake dementia medicine. Nobody wants to bring this up anymore because he just parrots the right-wing talking points, and we still have a bunch of white people who think it's a good idea to have a brown person represent them because, look, that means we're not racist. Nobody ever stops to ask themselves if there's a reason for this racism. I don't really care about being called racist. What I care about is it true? You can't really call the truth racist. The truth is just the truth. If you want to call it racist or homophobic or sexist or whatever else label you want to put on it, that's just because you're trying to discredit something that you have no real reasonable argument against. The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. It's just hilarious to me that a man who comes from a culture that does things like this and this wants to talk about American culture. Also, you're not living in the country of the culture that you're supposedly saying is superior. You've chosen to live here. But if the culture is so much better in India, why aren't you there? Why did it take you coming to America and American culture to prosper? Could it be that perhaps we have a superior culture and that even though you're trying to put us down right now, you're full of it? Tough questions demand tough answers. And if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long. I don't know what American culture he's talking about that values mediocrity. America has always pushed their best and their brightest. Also, if we value mediocrity so much, then why are you also simultaneously saying that we need to have the best and top tier immigrants? Then he continues, a culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. Okay, so I'm tired of this shit, okay? Because we have been under this delusion that somehow all of our top performing athletes and our beauty queens are also stupid. And the really intelligent people are the nerdy people in the corner who nobody talks to. That idea was pumped into our brains by a bunch of Hollywood executives who wanted to elevate a certain demographic of very nerdy, physically ill-equipped people and put this idea into our head that somehow IQ and looks don't correspond, which actually studies show differently. The same genes that promote attractiveness seem to be linked with high levels of intelligence. And if we look at the history record of Europeans, we will often find that the heroes that are pronounced to us also come with tremendous physical stature. Alexander the Great, Teddy Roosevelt, JFK. Okay, he had some adrenal issues, but he was a very good-looking man. And in fact, the wimpy, sickly-looking men usually tend to be of low character. They don't have courage, and they're not necessarily smart either. He's making it seem like truly there is a dearth of talent within Americans, and specifically white Americans, and I'm here to tell you that's a load of shit. There's a tremendous amount of talent that gets overlooked simply because these are white males. And there are plenty of stories. You can have anecdotal stories. You can go look up the statistics as well of white non-Jewish acceptance rates into top schools and top programs. It's disproportionate to the population. So everybody wants to talk about representation. Oh, I want representation. I want representation. But what they really mean is they want to see less white people. If you wanted true representation, you would have a reflection of the population in whatever thing you wanted representation in. So for example, instead of every commercial having 7 black people in it, the commercials would reflect the percentage that black people actually correspond into the US population, which is about 13%. But if an alien came down and watched our TV shows, movies, and commercials, they'd be like, wow, this nation was 95% fat, black, and retarded. I'm not going to read the rest of his ridiculous prompt because you can go read it yourself. But basically his point is that we spend so much time watching movies and sitcoms that we've all become mentally deficient. In response to this, there have been several stories, personal anecdotes of people who have these skills that the tech industry supposedly are requiring who have been shut out of both colleges and the marketplace. I'm going to read just a couple of them to you. You know, Cernovich had a really good response to Vivek here. Got to give it to him. He said, the Woodstock generation managed to build out aerospace. The one before went to the moon. America was doing great. Underlying your post is that we were all living in squalor until being rescued by H-1Bs, then why did everyone want to come here? This is the question on everybody's mind, right? If America is so full of dunces, if it's so backwards, if it's so collapsing under the weight of its lack of intelligentsia, why do you all want to come here? If you're all so talented, why don't you build up India? We're supposed to believe that all these Indians are super high skilled tech coding guys who want to come here and help our country. Really? Why wouldn't you want to help your own country that you continuously talk about how great it is and how superior it is to America, but yet you need to come to America to exploit an economic system that has been created by a bunch of dunces, supposedly, who need you to maintain it? It lacks logic. The truth of the matter is that many of these H-1B visas are scams. There was a scam that was recently uncovered in Canada of a guy who had set up a fake agency in his basement and was just processing all of these H-1B visas for Indians, either relatives or friends or friends of relatives. Turned out to be a total scam. They're known to fake their credentials, to fake their degrees, to fake their accomplishments. And usually what happens is they go into one of these companies, they take it over, and then they just hire their own. So here's the moment Elon Musk got ratioed by a guy who I think had only 300 followers. He's no longer on X. We don't know if he deactivated his account or if he was deactivated for daring to embarrass the king. But the person said, my son graduated with honors with electrical and computer engineering degrees in 2023. He cannot get an interview, let alone a job. Any white male he knew in college can't get jobs either. Many are currently working in data center jobs that don't require their education. Now, I know stories like this as well. I know stories of super talented white males who were in the peak performance of their class. I'm talking about, 98th percentile, 99th percentile SAT scores, top GPAs, well-rounded, so they can't do this fake nebulous thing of like, well, we want to see what kind of leadership qualities they have, who could not get into the elite level universities. And it's not because they were outperformed, but it's because preference was given to underperforming favored groups. This is a chart of medals awarded to countries in tech competitions for coding. China's number one, that's to be expected, but then there's Russia, there's the US, there's Korea, Poland, Japan, Romania, Iran, Bulgaria, Slovakia, Canada, Croatia. There's a lot of European countries on here. Why don't we recruit from them if we want the top performers? Let's go see where India is. Oh, look at that. It's all the way at the bottom. Now, that might look like it's kind of impressive, right? 3 gold medals, 24 silver, 40 bronze, a total of 67. But when you factor in that India has a population of about 1.2 billion, and then you compare it to a country like Singapore, which has maybe 6 million people, and they have outperformed India by winning 1.4 times the number of medals that they have. Well, now we got a totally different picture, don't we? I'm in the industry. This is true. Indians are basically masters of flowing flowcharts. You want actual talent that's not American, you get Russians, Germans, Czechs, Chinese, Japanese, Koreans. You need tech-savvy artists. France, Spain, Italy, Japan are also. Here's another story from a guy whose company ended up outsourcing their coding to India. The locals were laid off, and they kept a core group of their most experienced engineers on hand. And I will tell you, we spent 80% of our time cleaning up the crap development that was coming out of India. I've heard tons of stories like this. I've heard these kinds of stories directly. I used to know a guy who worked in recruiting for tech companies, and he said basically they go to Vietnam, Singapore, and America. They said they will not deal with Indians because of 2 reasons. Number 1, their coding is pretty terrible. And number 2, that they end up costing the companies tons of money because they have no loyalty. What they will do is they will get a job at a company and they will immediately leverage it for a higher paying position at another company. They try to get to a middle level management position where they can then bring in tons of other Indians, and the whole company gets taken over by Indians, and needless to say, nobody ever uses the toilets. Really, guys, we just need to use our logic. Are we supposed to believe that a country who put out a video like this claiming to have gone on the moon is full of sophisticated tech geniuses? And at the end of the day, the real problem is that people are tired of America being hollowed out and treated as a banking system, and that's really what's going on. And a big part of that problem is that we've become a totally materialistic world, right? The only thing that seems to matter is how much money you can make. And this is the real issue. This is why so many people find themselves empty and lacking meaning, because money in itself will not give you purpose. Fame in itself will not give you purpose. It used to be that those things were connected to some kind of major accomplishment or contribution that you did for your people. Heroes of old, stories of Achilles, Alexander the Great, Napoleon, these kind of people, they weren't just famous because they were posting pictures of their buttholes online. They were famous because they actually did something. Somehow we've separated those 2 things and seen the fame as the end goal. That's why so many people find themselves empty. So it's more than just about the shitty code, right? It's also about the fact when people from a totally different culture come here, they bring their culture with them, and in ways that are detrimental and not just, ooh, you're being racist. Here's a classic example. Google had an issue a few years back where the caste system that operates in India made its way into the Google culture. One of the Google employees tried to hold a talk, I guess, about some of the caste discrimination that she was facing, because I guess she's from a lower tier, as well as Google's handling of sexual harassment cases. Oh, shocker. You had a bunch of Indians and you had a bunch of sexual harassment cases. What could this be? And what happened? Oh, well, the people that she was trying to bring attention to started accusing her of having anti-Hindu rhetoric. These people know how to exploit our system of equality and non-discrimination, but they invent stories that don't even exist and then use it as a weapon against us. They don't believe the things they're saying. This is why you're going to see a bunch of Indians accusing you of racism online. Meanwhile, they are so racist towards, let's say, Pakistanis because they're Muslim Indians. They're racist to the lower tiered Indians, the lower caste Indians, and of course they're racist to white people, but nobody cares about that, so I didn't say it first. This is the kind of hypocrisy that we don't want to deal with, because on the one hand, they're crying that we're being racist toward them, but then they have no problem exhibiting that racism. So they don't really object to racism, and they don't really care that you are. They just know that you care, and they know that this is a weapon that they can use. They've studied the system of what's going on in this country, and they see, oh yeah, if we just accuse these people of being racist, we win. It's like, hey, guess what? There's a whole brand of Americans who don't care about you calling them racist anymore. So you should update your code software program and see if you can come back with something else. Anyway, they made up these stories. They started circulating rumors that she was anti-Hindu, and that's what was going on. And it showed up during that time, opponents to caste equity, meaning people who were opposed to treating members of different castes equally, internally circulated disinformation about, I can't say her name, she might have been right, but whatever, to derail the civil rights event until its ultimate cancellation. So this is what happened, right? You have somebody within the company who's being discriminated against, who notices the way women are being treated. She starts a movement, wants to have a discussion, wants to change the culture, and these people bring their culture. They start their disinformation campaigns, lies, which, by the way, we know what this culture is good for. There's a lot of lying and scamming.
Here is the problem with Indians. You cannot teach them anything good.
And accuse her of the very thing that they were doing. Why? Because it gave them power. So it's not just an objection to these people because they're bad at coding. We don't want their culture. They come in and they buy up whole neighborhoods, pack in a bunch of them into that neighborhood, and now suddenly we're in Little India. There's 1.4 billion Indians. They have all of India. Why do they also need America? Why do they also need England? Can't white people have shit? And on top of that, they have...
Yeah, why do they need America and Canada? They've taken over a lot of Canada. And England, America, Canada. I've heard that they're also going to Australia.
Such an arrogance and entitlement. When you point this out, they attack you. This is an employee at X, by the way, an Indian employee at X, and this is the way they're conducting themselves. Laughing my ass off, shut the fuck up, white boy. What have you built? What have you invented? What has your father built and his father before that? I mean, the arrogance. Okay? They built a country.
The arrogance like Crip Alley. They come from third world shitholes.
That obviously you wanted to come to. Did your father build that? Did your father before him build that? No, they built something that you left. But this is what I'm talking about, the blatant arrogance and shaming. And it's gone on for too long because white people are so afraid of being called racist, which, by the way, that's changing. And any of you white people who are still being afraid of called racist, you're going to be left behind. And this person rightly responds, our fathers built the countries that you benefit from, and you do well to remember that. Why didn't you improve your homeland? Don't know, laughing my ass off, but I'm doing better than you are here after being born here. Guess my genetic makeup is better than yours, potato boy. See you on the battlefield. First of all, whenever Indians challenge you to a fight, it's always only on Twitter or DMs. They never show up to an actual fight because we all know, we've seen them. They're 85 pounds at best. The other day, I was at my gym and it was full of Indian dudes. I had to wait over an hour to use the 10-pound dumbbells. Come on, Indian dudes, you've been coming to the gym for a year, you still weigh exactly 85 pounds. I posted that joke on the internet, pissed off 1.4 billion people. So I said, I'm going to learn some more things about Indian culture so I could find better ways to make fun of you. And I read this news article. 4 Indian guys gang raped a lizard. What kind of sick freak f***s an Indian?
Is Tommy the Tattletale still talking about me? Let's see. Let's drop in on his shit stream.
When I do drink, it's like, yeah, I can have a couple drinks and then it's right where I want to be at.
Okay, so
And I'm glad
Buzzballs,
I
they
never picked
sell.
up.
They're selling them at
Shut
the
up.
end caps
Shut
of
up.
every fucking.
Okay, we just told Margot we don't want to sit in front of Margot and talk about drinking because I barely drink, and now you just Buzzballs. Jane, you DJ, I'm not going to say anything to you because Daisy might be thinking I'm talking about her right now. Shut up about your fucking lush ass laundry doing, Noel concerned, everybody's mommy, key party MVP, streamer ruining ass,
Sorry,
DJ.
Margo.
DJM, I thought you drank wine. I thought wine was your drink of choice.
I do, but I went to the wine, and at the end of the wine aisle they had an end cap of Buzzballs.
Perfect.
I know.
Rose,
You're
whenever you host King Stephen, try to do the thing. I wish you guys well because of this King Stephen Rose hater throne thing I never made. Try and take it that direction because he's mad. He's burning up right now.
He's mad.
I'm not mad at all. And listen to Margot. They believe it. They hear something and they believe it. They're that stupid, gullible. I've been around enough now to see where you are, who you hang with, Margot. Birds of a feather flock together. Demons of a feather flock together.
I know. What the hell?
He's mad. He's back to saying I'm
mad.
a demon and stuff.
He just keeps saying I'm mad over and over again. I don't want to play this too much because I guess at certain points it goes against. They have shit that goes against community guidelines, so it's not worth losing my stream over this shit. But I'm not mad at all, dummy. Not in the way that you dumb Americans say mad is angry.
That's good shit.
You were tattletaling, Tommy. Tattletaling.
And people in his chat are like, I'm surprised Room and Tommy hasn't self-deleted with a bang bang on camera. I just picture like the Edward Scissorhands moms, all the moms in the neighborhood of Edward Scissorhands. That's what it's like reading his chat. King Stephen's got some cougar lush prowler.
Yeah.
I don't know what to call him.
His chat hates me.
Cougar Lush. No, that's your chat with Don't Judge Me and Margot. That's you. And you got the special needs straw gobbler. That's you with the cougar moms. That's you.
They don't like me. He told everybody not to.
Listen to this. He told everybody. They talk like children over there. I have adults on my channel. Got little children over there.
Well, sister, I think they hate themselves. They hate themselves. Their confusion. They're lost in their confusion.
No, they don't care. He told everybody hate DJM, and they followed him.
No, everybody just hates you.
That's false.
Everybody just hates you, DJ.
All they can do is lie over there and talk about me their whole stream. They're obsessed with me. I'm living rent-free in their heads. Living rent-free in their heads. I'm living rent-free in their heads. Oh, Rashawn, thanks for buttering me up and love bombing me. Thank you, Rashawn. Thank you. I'm the only one that's made sense. Oh, my goodness. They'll always on these they'll always say that race is culture, and they'll change it to culture because they want to avoid the race conversation. There are differences between the races. It's not just culture. Culture's downstream from race. Do you know what that means? Picture a river. Downstream from race is culture and politics and all of that, including architecture and the way of societies being structured. It's all downstream from race. Do you understand? There's a reason why most African countries look the same. There's a reason why. And people say culture, culture. Oh, it's race. It's race. They might have different, slightly different cultures from in Zimbabwe, from Kenya and Ethiopia and Zambia, South Africa. They might have slightly different architecture. But their main commonality is race. And if you look at the average IQ by country, you'll start to see what I mean. You'll start to learn something. A scary topic, the truth about race. Isn't it terrifying? It is for most people, unfortunately. That's interesting, Salty Siren. But not surprising that no one has utilized it. Oh, hold on a second, everyone. Hold on. I'm going to share this. Let's go over to this nigger channel here, this Negro channel. Here we go. White family verbally assaulted by black man.
So this what you talking about? This one? Yeah.
It's going to get loud. They're going to start talking over each other. It's going to get loud. Cartier family. I like Cartier, but the Cartier I like isn't black. Cartier. It's a French brand.
Man, this might be actually one of the worst videos I've ever seen on the internet.
Actually,
that we're fun. Okay, not the worst, but it's up there. It's definitely up there. What's this guy name?
Louder Crowder.
I have some Cartier colognes that I enjoy. Cartier is the French. They say it's something like that. Cartier. I can't do it. The Quebec people say it in a certain way. They don't say Cartier. Black folks will say Cartier sometimes. They don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing.
You know him?
Nah, I'm just.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Louder Crowder, I do not.
It's gonna get loud up in here. It's gonna get loud. These Negroes are gonna get loud and opinionated.
Know this guy at all?
1.2 million subs. He got 218,000 views in a day off this.
Yeah, man. So we were gonna react to the Conservative Twins. Do y'all know who that is?
No, the Hodge Twins.
We were gonna watch their video, guys.
Me on the ranch.
But it looked like my boy Crowder had a little bit more information about this, and he had a guess. So I'm kind of more interested in this. So yeah, I've been telling you guys about this video. Let's go ahead and get into it, man.
I want to use this as a jumping off point. This went viral yesterday where there was a couple with their child being confronted by a very aggressive racist, which brings us to, well, first, our New York State of crime. Okay, if you have kids, they should leave the room because it's a pretty rough video to watch, but everyone else is talking about it, and then I'd like to use it as a jumping off point to discuss kind of some changes that you may not be aware of culturally that have taken place that have racially divided you. And hey, you know what? Alex Jones was right. It's by design. So get your kids out of the room just because it's a little bit disturbing. 5, 4, 3, 2, roll clip.
Take them back to Europe with y'all.
You're nothing over here. You are a dog. Shut up. I'm Black American. I'm over you. Now, do you know?
Oh, shit! Oh, okay, pause that, bro.
Did I tell you that
Hey, that might be the craziest shit I ever seen in my life.
Why
you
tweet out like that? What caused you?
Terrible, man.
That's evil. That's evil.
Oh my god, bro. Okay.
That is pure.
Yeah. Do y'all want to run it back one more time?
No.
All right. Let's see what my guy got.
Don't.
Why was he tweeting out so bad?
I don't know, bro.
He said it's meant to pay.
I was messed up. I was like,
These niggas trying to use big words to make it sound smart.
Maybe though.
In front of babies.
Trying to use big words like a lot of Negroes do. They think that makes them sound more intelligent. It doesn't fool people that see right through it. It sounds ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous. That's what hood niggers do to try to sound intelligent.
He said he was gonna look the baby's age.
He said he gonna look younger than him when he get my age. That's terrible, bro.
Hey man. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh man, when I seen that, I was
that's evil.
Yeah, that's messed up, bro. Hey, that is racist.
You over here laughing,
boy. Now it's just crazy, bro. Like he just really said, "I'm black. I'm over you." Yeah. What world does he live in?
Tweaking out, man.
Let's see what Crowder got to say.
A white monkey?
A white inarticulate has no mastery of the English language and made up words. I said, well, that's racist? No, I'm talking about that asshole right there. And he did. He called somebody a white monkey. Again, Ron Perlman, it would fit. That guy doesn't really look like a white monkey if the shoe were on the other foot. Not saying you should ever go out and call racial minorities or people of color, voters of color, monkeys. Of course you shouldn't. Neither should he. He made up words trying to sound articulate. And this is one thing that you guys need to know, okay? Having spent a lot of time, and we talked about this with the Hodge twins, if you go back and watch an old episode. Someone one time, let me tell you this story. Someone one time tried to steal my, I guess, dog Jack, back in the day, Hopper, before Joe Louis. It was in Oklahoma, stopping at the Choctaw Casino to fill up on gas. Had driven across the country, get out, and he goes, "Hey man, that's my dog." I said, no, his name's Hopper. He's from Detroit. He's a rescue. He goes, "Man, that's my dog. You better give me my dog back. I know what it is. It's a Doggo Argentino. That's my dog." And I put him in my car. And I walked out and I said, "No, he's not. I don't know what your problem is." He said, "That ain't even my dog, though." And he walked away. And the Hodge twins told me, they said, yeah. They said, it's something that we were taught to do young. They said, we call it white boy punkin'. we take the Sega Genesis and shit, take it all. They talked about how often a lot of young black men are taught that white men are passive and weak. And I saw this at the mall this week. I saw a group of black.
I'm sorry, bro. I gotta get the
shit
giggles
made
out.
up, bro.
I gotta get the giggles
Who the
out.
hell is teaching people that?
I gotta get. A lot of people are in the hood. Though a lot of people are taught that white people are weak. Though I can't lie.
I see where he coming from. That's not a taught thing. Like,
but not to take.
Yeah, you gonna punk a white boy, but ain't nobody.
People are taught that.
Ain't nobody taught that, bro.
Boy. My dad used to be like, when we used to lose to, I ain't gonna lie, I'm sorry. When we used to lose to white people, he used to be like, "Oh, that never happened in my day, boy. The white boys coming to school, it's over with." He said, "Ain't no losing to no white man."
Hear that, yeah.
That's what
my coach used to be like, "Well, look, bro, you ain't get scored on a white boy." Not a white, but that's different. But outright bully and punk a white boy.
No, they used to say that, bro.
Sports and bullying a white boy, that's two different things.
Boy, so you got beat up by a white kid in the hood. Come on now.
Why would a white boy want to get in the hood?
That's white boys in the hood now. Come on now. I'm just saying, if a white boy came there and beat you up, it's gonna look pretty bad.
Oh, he not be white.
The hood ain't gonna accept you for that.
I see what you're saying, but in all seriousness, bro, no one ever been taught that, hey, you could just punk a white boy out of his belongings and material things. Never heard that one.
I've never heard that either.
Y'all just make it so deep in here.
Hey, that voice he was making funny though. I ain't gonna lie. He was wild for that. Is Crowder like a comedian or something? All right, let him keep going.
Women who were boisterous, I should say, and largely clothless. And they bumped a few people, right? They just bumped into a few people. And I watched another black gentleman with his wife. He was kind of bumped, and he just said, like, "Hey, watch where you're going." He said this to the black lady. Yeah. That same black lady was still on her phone. Bumped a white woman who was wearing a little, one of those little, like, kind of patchouli looking, looks like she would wear patchouli, but a beanie. And she went, and spoke to her husband, like, I guess because I need to check my privilege, guess what? We can't have a society that has one group of people believing that other people are weak and easily intimidated. Therefore, you should do it to right the wrongs of the past. And let me give you some more examples here. The media is rolling it. I don't know if you remember when Elon Musk, by the way, actually African-American, made news with this tweet where he said that the media is racist. For a very long time, U.S. media was racist against non-white people. Now they're racist against whites and Asians. Same thing has happened with elite colleges and high schools in America. Maybe they can try not being racist. Let's compare how the very same media covered the tweet. Everything he just said there, by the way, is factually verifiable. Asians at elite colleges, high schools in America. That is a fact. There are lawsuits that are being won. The media covered African-American Elon Musk's tweet with this. Elon Musk, the CEO of SpaceX, Tesla, and Twitter, accused the media and elite colleges and high schools of being, quote, racist against white and Asian people, espousing his views without providing evidence on Sunday. Where could he have possibly pulled that stat, assholes? And by the way, I don't know if you saw this. Remember the Rasmussen poll? They asked people, black people, it's okay to be white. Only 53% of blacks agreed. 47% of black Americans, people of color, weren't sure. That is incredibly disconcerting. That means that there's a 50-50 shot when you're walking.
Black American sounds better.
Black American sounds way better.
Stop saying people of color. That sounds
I hate that
pretty
I ain't gonna lie.
bad.
I feel like African American sound the most.
But you're black though.
Okay, I'm talking
Who you
about
know in
black
Africa?
Americans. African Americans do sound pretty bad.
I don't like African American.
Yeah,
I feel like that's for people
Black
that's
Americans
from Africa.
sound bad too.
You tell
No, it
black
doesn't.
black
You're black
Americans-
and you're American. You're a black American.
Yeah. A black guy,
Yeah.
black woman.
So what sounds
Like
better, Taj?
when people ask you, are you white or black, you don't say I'm African American. You say I'm black.
So you
So
like
why
people
does
of
black
color?
American sound bad?
Do you like people of color?
But doesn't people of color refer to like all black and brown people?
I just don't like that. I just don't like that.
I don't like that
terminology,
either.
personally.
So you consider yourself just being black?
Yes.
Yeah.
When you
But you like,
African American?
No. I'm
What
just
do you consider
saying,
yourself?
like, we black, you know. So this black, you know what I'm
So
saying?
what are
What you saying?
Like, I'd rather just be called brown.
Directly black.
Brown, nigga, what?
Yeah.
Brown, brown Americans.
Brown Americans and black Americans.
Brown Americans?
That sounds so
But you know
much
there's a thing like black and brown people? Like that's a difference in
That
that?
sounds so much worse, bro. Chill, bro.
You think it sounds worse?
Yes, bro. Chill.
The black feels kind of like,
I mean, bro, you're black.
I know I'm black, but
What
I
did
know
it say
I'm
on the job application? White, black.
They do say black.
So you're black
White
and
people are
American.
actually white.
Yeah.
But so yeah,
If we're gonna call them, they're gonna call them pink.
Mr. Crowder, I like black
pink,
Americans. Don't say people of color.
No, but
If you're
people of
referring to
color, but
us.
I'm saying people of color means like black and brown
okay.
people.
Well, yeah, if he's referring to that, then that's okay. But if you're referring to black
I
people,
think people of color really could mean like any minority. Really.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that might be his point.
Down the streets right now, if you see a
I don't say people of color. I say colored people. I say colored people and darkies. I say colored people and darkies.
black American, there's a 50-50 shot that they don't know if they think you have the right to exist.
And that's what
the problem.
Scott Adams got into.
Yeah.
I'd like to comment on that.
Yes.
People need to know the roots of this. So, back when it was okay to be racist against black people 100 years ago, there was like 1 million KKK members, and they had giant marches in D.C. In about the 70s, there was, maybe 20,000 of them, and everybody dislikes them. The corporate media and the universities and everything on record to divide the country and, to basically bring the country down, know that the country's going to be a majority non-white, and so whether they're Latin American or whether they're people that are already here, that are black, that are Americans, the universities, the culture is teaching them, you've been screwed over, you've been wrong by this group of people.
Yeah.
And so literally it's the most racist thing on earth. The opposite of what Martin Luther King said, it was totally true. Judge people by what they do, what they create, what they stand for, and that's what we should be doing. But instead, no one is calling out the white leftists that are teaching this, the Hollywood, the media that promotes it, and then you're going to have a large minority of black people, a minority of that minority who are going to buy into this because they see it in the media, they believe it's normal. Now, when I see this Rasmussen poll, I don't believe that actual number. That's how they pitch it, that's how they skew it. But what it is white people will tell you, they've done polls, is it okay to be white? And they say, no, you can't wear that shirt. Like, I've seen similar numbers where the majority or close to it of white people won't say that. Or if you try to sell that shirt on...
Get those likes up, everyone. Hit the like button in case you forgot. I want those likes up. Thank you.
A lot of shopping cart platforms, they'll take your thing away.
Wait, which shirt? A white shirt?
No, it's okay to be white.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So what I'm getting at is, I think
like
that's black people with the political correctness. Some of them are racist. Some of them have drunk the Kool-Aid and been brainwashed. But most of them are just like the white people bowing down to Black Lives Matter. They believe it's the right thing to say. Well, maybe it isn't good. Just like the white people bowing down to Black Lives Matter. And been brainwashed, but most of them are just like the white people bowing down to Black Lives Matter. They believe it's the right thing. Are racist. Some of them have drunk the Kool-Aid and been brainwashed, but most.
So they're giggling about Kool-Aid. They don't understand the reference. They don't know it relates to brainwashing in Jonestown. They're just thinking of Kool-Aid. They're laughing, giggling, thinking, yeah, we grew up drinking Kool-Aid. They're giggling. They don't know what drink the Kool-Aid means.
Of them are just like the
Look at them giggling because they're thinking they love that grape Kool-Aid.
white people bowing down to Black Lives Matter. They believe it's the right thing to say. Well, maybe it isn't good.
It's a bully pulpit, and people are intimidated. And let me give you some stats here, just so you know how it has flipped. Like Alex was talking about.
They beat the chicken.
They've been successful with a lot of this. So in 2012, most people viewed race relations in America as positive. Black Americans viewing them as 66%. White Americans, 72%. By 2015, that's 3 years, the percentage had declined sharply. So we went from 66 with Black Americans down to 51%.
And that was Obama and the corporate.
Hold on, let me finish. It went even lower. With white Americans, it went from 72 to 45%. 72% viewed race relations favorably, down to 45%. Yes, like you said.
In fact, I interrupted. Maybe show the graphics again. I'm wrong. Go show.
No, you're right.
Those are important. Show them again.
But those are important so people can see the contrast, right? Black Americans went from 66 favorable to 51, which means not as sharp of a decline, which means that Black Americans aren't buying the bullshit from the media as much as white Americans are, 72 down to 45. That's the problem. And so white Americans become passive and they become intimidated. And you know what the worst thing is if you actually want to interact on a day-to-day basis with Black Americans and be able to have a friendly relation, is to not be intimidated, passive. You know what Black men don't respect? Pussies. That's the truth.
Well, I don't think anybody likes that. I mean, look, that's what's happening. The left literally wants everybody.
They don't even like eating it.
Look, it's very simple. George Soros, I agree. George Soros and the globalists have put billions of dollars into Black Lives Matter to take over any type of black movements, to simply put a black face on the globalist agenda, and then tell everybody else, bow down to our agenda or you're racist. And it's not even a black agenda, but there are black people that are buying into the fact that white to simply put a black face on the globalist agenda and then tell everybody else, bow down to our agenda or you're racist, and it's not even a black agenda.
What he talking about? Put a black face on the globalist agenda. What he talking about here? We trying to understand.
I mean,
the left, literally wants everybody.
They don't even like eating it.
Look, it's very simple. George Soros, I agree. George Soros and the globalists have put billions of dollars into Black Lives Matter to take over any type of black movements, to simply put a black face on the globalist agenda, and then tell everybody else, bow down to our agenda or you're racist, and it's not even a black agenda. But there are black people that are buying into the fact that whites are inherently bad and getting in their face, and when people do that, people need to get back in their face and let them know that's not okay.
Well, here's something too.
I'm going to go back to that in a minute, but hold on here. Yeah. Give me a second here.
Shared about wisdom is better than war or something.
Hey Barney, you know what it is? All you have
Why
to
can't I
do,
hear you guys?
all we have to do is put Jack in charge of everything. And as long as we make Jack happy, then everybody's happy.
All right, bro, Logic, you're not the gayest one on the panel anymore.
Here we've got more guests as well.
I'm sure.
Welcome,
Jack. I need your help.
What a panel! What a panel!
Jack, I need your help.
In which
Steven
regard?
played. Steven fucking burnt me today. He played my stream from when I had a meltdown, but he put pictures up of you, and I'm absolutely wrecked.
All right.
Got him. Got him. Jack, best accidental move you ever made. He's going to be seething on that one. He wants to be a part of this community. But I'm the panel versus president, and I think I'm about done with him.
All right.
Luckily, though, he won.
Here we've got more guests as well.
I'm sure.
Welcome,
Jack. I need your help.
What a panel! What a panel!
Jack, I need your help.
In which
Steven
regard?
played. Steven fucking burnt me today. He played my stream from when I had a meltdown, but he put pictures up of you, and I'm absolutely wrecked.
All right.
Got him. Got him. Jack, best accidental move you ever made. He's going to be seething on that one. He wants to be a part of this community. But I'm the panel versus president, and I think I'm about done with him.
All right.
Luckily, though, he won the nature of his viewers over a little. It was just him surging in the chat. Wasn't a lot.
Here we've got more guests as well.
I'm sure.
Welcome,
Jack. I need your help.
What a panel! What a panel!
Jack, I need your help.
In which
regard? Steven fucking burnt me today. He played my stream from when I had a meltdown, but he put pictures up of you, and I'm absolutely wrecked.
All right.
Got him. Jack, best accidental move you ever made. He's going to be seething on that one. He wants to be a part of this community. But I'm the panelverse president, and I think I'm about done with him.
All right.
Luckily, though, he won the nature of his viewers over a little. It was just him spurging in the chat. Wasn't a lot of his viewers were low class enough to comment on my very real stream. Oh, look, Paul's his daddy. Paul's Paul's daddy.
Profanities. You do a good job on your channel. I know what Tommy had.
Jack Arpole likes Steven's video.
On the street or
here. Tommy, I did that because I remembered Barney Midlife Bro Logic is restreaming, and he does a very good job of limiting profanity.
That when I was raised, I was raised in Canada.
Do that, people need to get back in their face and let them know that's not okay.
Well, here's something too, that when I was raised, I was raised in Canada, which is a silly place. But it was basically a post-racial America, Canada. Canada's like America Light, right? But then I noticed later on you would have kids trying to identify with the American ghetto. Like, for example, Drake is a buttersoft bitch from a nice, wealthy area of Toronto. Oh, wow. He played the Jewish kid on Degrassi who couldn't outrun the school shooter, and he had to wheel around like Stephen Hawking without the mouthpiece, and now he's talking like he's from Memphis. So there's a lot of there's this desire to be a part of a culture that, by the way, isn't necessarily indicative of actual Black American culture. Oh, you're a white guy talking about this. Well, you know what? Don't take my word for it. Again, all references available at louderscreditor.com. Hey, when we were young, and even before that, you had the Jeffersons that went on for a very long time, right? But the Cosby Show, before he raped, 95 people allegedly.
But we just didn't know.
The process had started, but we didn't know.
Yeah.
Peak viewership, and I had to double check this, was at 62 million per episode. It was the #1 show in America for 5 seasons. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air reached a peak viewership of 20 million per episode. It turned Will Smith into a movie star, right? Empire, though, now we fracture where everything, now it's white people watch this, and we create content for Black people. It used to be, hey, everyone can watch.
And now colleges are bringing segregation.
Well, yes, but Empire, 17 million. Then it dropped to 2.9 million viewers for the season
finale.
finale.
Smollett tried to get the ratings back up.
Think about it. We were a country that was so racist that our #1 show was the Cosby Show. The #1 show that we would watch would be the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and Family Matters. You skipped over Step by Step. No one's a Patrick Duffy fan, but you saved it for Urkel.
And what did this? The globalist social engineers, it's all documented, literally put Obama in. He did get elected, very popular. People thought it was the promise of us all coming together. Instead, he creates major racial division. Hollywood produces all the movies.
Yep.
They opened all these wounds up to culturally control us now, and that's their agenda. The good news, as you said, is minorities more and more are actually rejecting it and going with people like Trump, but it is mainly white women, and I'm not attacking white people, but this is true. It is white women, on average, who are the leftists, who are driving this cult. And so it's not about kissing black people's ass. The left claims that's what they want. No, it's about we own the black people. We own representing them. Do what we say or you're racist. Right. We have to reject this. It's ridiculous.
And to be clear, that's the media saying we own, just to be clear.
Right.
Someone's going to take a quote of, we own the black people, and they're going to try and use that.
No, I'm saying the left thinks they own. No. I mean, remember what
I'm just
Biden
trying to save you from the out of
context. Remember what Biden said?
Yes.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Yeah.
From some weird, crazy pro-KKK guy?
Yeah, I know.
I'd be like, shut the hell up. Like, if you don't vote for me, you're not an American. I would immediately, if somebody told me, if you don't vote for me, you're not white, I'd be like, why are you even making it racial?
Yeah, it doesn't
These
even make
people,
any sense.
all they do is obsessed with race because it's a dying, out-of-control elite that's falling apart. The Democratic Party, the party of the KKK, the party of Jim Crow, the party of racial division, the party of collapsing cities, the party of fraud and evil.
Absolutely, always. And they try and tell you, oh, the party switched. No, they didn't. Go do a little bit of actual research on Strom Thurmond, your only example. But I do agree with what he said about white women. Bitches ain't but hoes and tricks. What were we about to say there?
I was going to say, when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, right, we've talked about this, we were watching this, like, it was never I was very, very low income, and so I had a very mixed school. I had a lot of Hispanics, a lot of Asians, a lot of blacks. All of us, we were fine.
Yeah.
We didn't have any of these problems.
They want you to believe it. Again, it's a lie that you can't disprove. They go, you were fine. Well, no, the stats show that more black people thought they were fine. They say you're white. It's easy for you to say you're
let's
fine.
say this. There were some problems because I grew up in Dallas.
Of course.
But
so did I.
But let's be clear. It's a lot worse now. And the numbers show
it's far, far worse. I was just watching the very first episode the other day of Sesame Street, and I actually want to show you a comparison of then, where nobody even thought twice, of people of all different races, where it didn't come up, hanging out with each other, and it was supposed to be a friendly street. Big Bird's head's a little bit weird. This is 1969, and then we'll compare it to now.
Sally, you've never seen a street like Sesame Street. Everything happens here. You're going to love it. They play games. Hi, Bob.
Hi.
Say hello to Sally. She's just moving to the neighborhood.
Hi, Sally.
That's Bob.
Nice to see you.
And then
Greetings, my friend.
that's
I'm
Mr. Hooper.
Oh, Mr. Hooper, are you? Here's a dime for your paper. Thank you.
Okay. Come here, Hooper. Come here. Say hello to Sally.
Hello, Sally.
Sally's new. She just moved to the neighborhood.
Welcome, new Sally.
All right, that's enough. Mr. Hooper he's kind of a dick. That is a child. You don't have to be so cold. Hello, welcome, Sally. Come on, Mr. Hooper. Put a little bit of effort into it. Let's compare it to Sesame Street explaining race. And by the way, that's so important because people don't realize it was passive because it was real. People just wanted to put the racial tensions to bed. We're not perfect, but the way to move on.
Now they want to totally screw these kids up.
Well, here you go. Here's them comparing. Let's compare it to them explaining race now.
If we all have melanin, why is Mr. Elijah's skin a darker brown than Russell's skin?
That's a good question, Alma. Well, it's because the more melanin you have, the darker your skin looks. The color of our skin is an important part of who we are.
Yeah, and then Nick Cannon guessed it and said, because if you don't have enough melanin, you got no soul.
Well, that is true about redheads.
Or ass.
I love redheads, by the way.
You love all.
By the way, I want to say something.
You're like the Jesus Christ of ladies. Red and yellow, black and white, they're all sexy.
I don't believe we cover monkeys or apes. But humans are all of us somewhat look a little bit simian. And I don't look like a monkey. I kind of look like a gorilla. I even kind of walk like one of them, you notice? So
sometimes you do. That's because you swam a lot. I thought it was a lat spread from all this.
Because I've got no Achilles over here, and I'm a little overweight.
Yeah, well, you know what?
I kind of look like a penguin.
You know what your Achilles heel is? Yes. You love too much. No,
I do.
You love too deeply. That's been New York State of Crime.
All right, hey, go back to the clip one more time, brother. Go on, man, one more, please.
Why you like that? I was kind of angry throughout the video. It was still hard remembering that.
I personally don't want to see that again.
Nah.
I've seen that dude go off on a black lady and an Asian woman before.
Wait, that's the same guy?
Yeah, you can look it up. Same dude, the exact same dude.
So he just be on that train getting on people's ass?
He wasn't on the train. He was in the middle of the street one time, and the Asian lady and the black lady was outside the airport. Look it up. He called her a monkey. Called the black lady a monkey. He said, you can't do shit, monkey. You broke and you ugly. You broke ugly and you stink, monkey.
He called a black lady a monkey?
Yeah.
He might be trolling on some shit.
Then on the Asian lady, he was like, I'm better than you.
He might, y'all think he trolling?
You a monkey.
He could be trolling, bro. Why you calling somebody a monkey?
I don't know, but you can look it up, though.
That's
I believe you, but
what's his name?
I think he's trolling. He ain't got no damn name.
Oh, I have no idea.
But nah, bro, making some great points, bro. Like, it's like almost like the white liberals, like the far white liberals, are really the problem. It's not like I think like they're pushing this agenda of like black people, like of this victim mindset and
they
doing
push a lot of agendas, and they like, oh, accept it or you. They throw labels on you. You racist, transphobe, homophobe.
Yeah,
it's all type of labels.
They attack your character if you don't agree with them.
Yeah,
I really
they try to
never.
label you.
Yeah, I never seen Joe Biden say that though.
You never seen that clip? It was on Breakfast Club.
I never seen
It was
that.
like
So
a commercial.
So he said, if you don't.
He said, if you don't black for me, you not black. Yes, he said that for sure. 100% said that.
I never seen that
He
shit.
100%
He said it multiple times. It was like part of his campaign.
He said on Black History Month, he said, I may be white, but this white boy ain't dumb. Addressing the black people.
And I remember they were even saying, like, honestly, he was very strategic in picking Kamala Harris. It wasn't that like, oh, Kamala Harris is, he was a huge fan of her work or anything like that. He knew he would get by getting a black woman, he would get the black vote. I mean, he was very strategic in that.
He woke up and said, you seen that?
Especially coming after all that black life.
They said Joe Biden tricked y'all, man.
Joe Biden got at the deal with how he said, I got the best plan ever.
Especially after all that George Floyd stuff and all that black life.
He's a weakling. He should tattletale to me more. He calls himself tough. He cries. I said to him, "You cry." And he lied and said that he doesn't cry. He said the last time that he cried was when his dog died. He's a liar. He's a crybaby. He's a tattletale. And he's weak. Tommy, you're weak if you're lurking right now. You're weak. And I live rent-free in your head. And I own you, Tommy. He says that I'm seething. I'm not seething at all. I'm living rent-free in your head, bitch.
Last man.
Hey, Tommy, you're a loser. You're a loser. And I'm showing everybody you're the one that's upset because you got burned. And this is just the beginning. Keep fucking around. Everybody's going to see you as an absolute pussy, not just a joke. I'm going to show everyone what a pussy you are. I'm going to make you cry.
I don't know what you're.
Whoops.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Sorry, that was a slip.
What did I say?
No, pretty friendly, you know. So
please be more family oriented. You can
please be. Here we've got more guests as well.
I'm sure.
Welcome,
Jack. I need your help.
What a panel! What a panel!
Jack, I need your help.
In which
Steven
regard?
Steven fucking burnt me today. He played my stream from when I had a meltdown, but he put pictures up of you, and I'm absolutely wrecked.
All right.
Got him. Jack, best accidental move you ever made. He's going to be seething on that one. He wants to be a part of this community. But I'm the Panelverse president, and I think I'm about done with him.
All right.
Luckily, though, he won the nature of his viewers over a little. It was just him spurting in the chat. Wasn't a lot of his viewers were low class enough to comment on my very real stream. Oh, look, Paul's his daddy. Paul's Paul's daddy.
Profanities. You do a good job on your channel. I know what Tommy had.
Jack Armhole liked Steven's video.
On the street or
here. Tommy, I did that because I remembered Barney, Midlife Bro Logic is restreaming, and he does a very good job of limiting profanity. He keeps his content pretty.
It's a family show.
Pretty friendly, you know. So
please be more family oriented. You can
please be. Like there's kids in earshot.
Please pretend there's kids in here.
I didn't even think of it until just now. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Either way.
Hey, midlife.
What's up, the freak?
Hey, so just based on that example, like if you had Jack in charge versus Tommy in charge, you see what the different kind of world it would be.
Well, here's Tommy. I don't know what you're.
Whoops.
Oh, hi. Hello.
Sorry, that was a slip.
What did I say?
No, please.
You cuss so much you don't even realize it.
Right.
But it's okay.
What word do you think is a cuss word?
Because it's a cuss word. I don't know. It's come on.
Tom, just
It roboted just now. What did I say?
Hey, Tommy, you may not have said anything.
Spell it.
I don't. That's not the point.
If you listen, you can hear. Okay, but you got to listen.
I'm listening for you to tell me what I said that you kicked me off for.
It wasn't anything specific. It was preemptive. I wanted to warn you, okay? And caution you. And just, I wanted it. What the heck, dude?
I got the natural born killers thing going. Benton's ripping off my shit. Oh, this was for Freak. I wanted him to read the passage that he trains my hands for war. That's biblical. And Jack, whenever you said to find something worth dying for, that's what soldiers have found. something worth dying for. That's why we will always have war. People will find reasons of things they will die for. Mic drop.
Tommy, don't you think you're a little hasty? Don't you think you're a little
Reply to
hasty
what
to
I
make
said.
judgments? And, you know,
Judgment?
You want me to find a verse for you?
I just wondered if you knew what that verse is, because I don't. And I'm asking you for my knowledge.
Well,
But where's
say it
the
again, and
judgment?
I'll look it up.
Where's
Say it
the
again and I'll look it
judgment?
up.
No, I want to talk.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying maybe that you're a little
No, you
hasty.
said
or...
I was. Said I was.
Sorry, Intractable. I didn't see you back there. If you've been there a bit, welcome, brother. Holy cows!
What's that verse again, Tommy? I'll look it up.
I don't know what.
Yeah, you have to close. You got to close a few of those gay porn tabs.
What are you doing?
Bro Logic. Or I mean, the freak. Same gay. Still gay.
Tommy, what are you doing?
I'm asking that to you in a hotel room with a man with a handlebar mustache and an open shirt. What are you doing? I saw that brace. It was very real. That brace wasn't a LARP. It wasn't an actor thing. You guys embraced with feels that only two men cold in the wilderness alone can
There's genuine care. Genuine care.
care for the groin. Care for the groin.
No.
Dude, Boogie.
Dude. Hey, how about this topic? Deny the false.
Boogie's twice the man the freak is, unless you mean body mass. Then the freak is 5 times the man Boogie is.
It's almost fun.
Boogie did his military service. Boogie's been married.
The topic is deny the false.
Yeah, they don't care.
Hey, Bro Logic. Bro Logic.
Yeah, no care. What's
Bro Logic.
We're trying to stay on topic. We're trying to redirect. Boom. Deny the false. Comments?
Bro Logic. I shove my fingers into my eyes. Is that the one you're talking about? Is that duality?
That's duality, actually.
I shove my fingers into my eyes. Yes, that was not bad. The radio played it for like all day, but it's not bad. It's a good one.
Duality. It's great.
You guys are too.
If you like bands that need 6 drummers to do the job of one good drummer, I guess it's pretty cool.
Thank you. Praise God. Hey, so deny the false. You do a lot of that. You deny what you believe to be false. I see you doing that, Tommy. I'm talking to you.
Who are you talking to? Okay, address me because you say my name too much as it is. But when you start the statement, say, Tommy, this.
Well,
now start again, please.
I started with a general statement, and then I said your name as you were speaking, so you may not
have founded your channel off of general statements.
No shit.
So I nobody's calling in. You said you have a team that Bro Logic can join. I don't want to Margo too hard, but name 3 people on this team.
No. Not because of the.
I want to talk to this faggot Iranian. I don't care about his bullshit YouTube attempt. Oh, he's got a background neon. Oh, he's got a microphone up to his face. Oh, he thinks he's so much better because we're edgy. I'm not fake edgy, nigger. I'm real edgy. And it's because I've known that guy for 3 years and he treats me like shit and tells you he loves me. So read us again. Read us again with your beanie sitting in your mom's house.
Still coming out. The edge. The edge is so sharp, Tommy. The edge. You're on that ledge. You're on that. But just be careful. Be careful. You might fall over, dude. You're on that edge. You got the balancing act.
I'll be fine because the God that Jack fronts actually has my back. I can't be stopped by conventional means. That's why they call me Zombie Tom. The only thing I haven't tested yet is a shot to the head, and I pray for it. I pray for it, Habs. What the fuck?
Pray for it. Why would you pray for a shot to the head?
So I can get away from crackers like you and get back to the people I love.
Oh, so the people you love, they're all in heaven or something now. They're all gone.
I trust some of them are. The fun ones aren't.
The fun ones are not in heaven though. They're down below.
Where your mom is. The fun ones are where your mom is, yeah.
Oh, the mom jokes.
She's like,
Holy crap. Are we on the moms already?
She's the
that
DJM of
quickly?
Gehenna. Listen,
Are you from the
dude,
90s? Tommy, are you from the past? The 90s. You know, white men can't jump. Your mama's so fat. Are you gonna do the your mama jokes for me? Give me a couple of good mama jokes.
Your mother is so fat that the recursive function computing her mass causes a stack overflow.
Oh my god, you use the most geekiest fucking.
And listen.
Stack overflow.
What do you think?
Dude, at least. No, I'm in computers. I know what a Stack Overflow is, but that is like the most nerdiest your mama shit you could. At least, like, your mama's so fat that she's on both sides of the family. I mean, that's something everyone else can relate to. Your mama's so fat that when she goes into the sea, Spain claims her as a new world. I mean, come on. Your mama's a TV. Yeah,
listen, I know in America you think we do Chuck Norris mama jokes. It's not really a thing.
Have you heard your mama's a TV?
I'm trying to have agreements with you, brother. Why don't you like Bro Logic?
Why don't I like Bro? No, of course I like Bro Logic. Huh?
I like to not like him, and
no, that was a joke. It was part of a punchline.
Did you catch him and Jack's take on Israel, the far leftist take? Because I showed Jack that the Rothschilds and the Germans have gifted Israel to the Jews. So that Palestine-Israel thing, I think Bear Jew's kind of on the right side of the history on that.
The Jews, I'm on board with that. I think the Jews absolutely own that. They've owned it for 4,000 years. I think
going on. Jack claims to read that Bible. He doesn't know the whole conflict in the Middle East has been going on since that.
Yeah. I mean, you would probably know that that entire region was at one point Jewish, then Christian. It wasn't Muslim for. It's been only a Muslim for like a fraction of the time. It's
because
like
Muslims
a heartbeat.
are much newer to this world. Yeah.
Well, they came out of the Arabian Peninsula. Yeah. Are you into gematria by any chance, Tommy? You
I'm into Tomatria.
Sorry.
Tomatria.
No, that's yeah. I mean, that's Tom, but I mean, you know what I mean when I say gematria.
Yeah, I'm big into the crypto riddlers, and they get past non-disclosure
numerology and all that. So, have you ever spoken to a guy called Zachary Hubbard?
I've wrecked his ass on this very panel.
Oh, you did? Oh, so you know him? You know? Are you into his version of gematria, or is it something different? You strike me as someone who's into this stuff.
I'm not sure what his version is. I believe he might have created a quality calculator, but he's found his way on my bad side that mostly I just like, hey, I wanted to come up. I'm really busy in the background. I just wonder why everybody's attacking Jack. I'm usually the one attacking Jack when he comes up saying, hey, I just want to come up and see why everybody's attacking Jack. I'm really busy in the background, Jack, but I want to come up and see why everybody's attacking you.
Do you find a lot of people fall on your bad side? Is that a thing with you? Do you hate a lot of people? Online. No, mostly online people.
Here's where you're messing up. And it's okay because you're new.
I'm new.
Jack wants to take my personal animosity for good reasons that I have that. And he wants to say that's me across the board. When if you go on my channel, there's footage of me walking all over Vegas, helping a homeless man repair his electric wheelchair. Being kind and courteous. Jack is a liar, and the way he describes the stream last night is not how he went. He's a fucking liar. He's not my friend. He doesn't love me. I don't like him. I just wish he'd be straightforward instead of this bullshit.
But why do you then come to Jack's channel?
I want to help him, brother.
Well, you want to help him?
Today I want him to help me, and he denied me.
Why? I threw you off?
Because he's a fake.
Are you just that swell of a...
The problem is...
I think you and another man don't need a referee. You do just fine. Without clothes, without a referee.
Listen. You can talk. And when you don't have the cock, you can't talk. So
when what?
Are you familiar with Lord of the Flies? The book, the movie, the whatever.
Oh no. I thought you said if you have a cock, you can talk. If you don't have a cock, you I'm like what's with the penis jokes? I didn't hear it.
No marketing. If they don't let us get back to gematria, come see me sometime. I'm always open to new shit.
We'll dive that. We'll do that.
This guy's not going anywhere. This is a temporary thing till we're all tired of him.
Tommy.
You can only loop this in for
Barnabas needs the cock. Let Barnabas have the cock. Look, he's got his mouth open.
With Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
You remember when they formed the government? They had the shell for the animal. And they said, when you have the shell from the animal, you can talk. And when you don't have it, you can't talk. Let's follow Lord of the Flies rules.
Oh, I see. So do I have to now go and find the penis somewhere? I don't have many vibrators.
I mean, me and Hafez were a little bit of both showmen. We were kind of struggling for the mic, but I don't have a problem with letting you say your stupid shit. It's my reply you have a problem with.
I'm trying to mediate between you and Jack.
No, there is no mediation.
He's trying to bring you and Jeff together. That's what Jack.
I would like you to comment. You guys both stand with Palestine. Explain how I showed Jack the Rothschilds and the Germans gifted Israel to the Jews, the Israelis. Now, what do you got on all this? Oh, Israel bad. Of course they're bad. They're both fucking up. There's nothing either of you are going to do about it. Stop watching the fucking MSM news.
Is this why you're upset today? Is this what you want to talk about?
No, I'm upset because...
Pick a topic that you want to talk to Jack about, and I will mediate.
I asked you both a question. You're as deflective as he is. Did he tell you how to do that while you were sucking his dick?
Did you have the cock at that time?
It was that.
So
that looks like one of those words.
Hold on. Okay.
Were you holding the talking cock?
Situation.
I do find it difficult though to have the cock and talk at the same time. Usually they say it's rude to talk with your mouth full.
While Logic's working, he's instructing.
I was taught as a young man never talk with your mouth full. It's difficult.
End war. We're gonna end war.
Tommy.
You like a little tea? Just a little.
Tommy.
Have you read Roll of the Flies?
The beard tickles.
Wow. You remember Piggy from Lord of the Flies? Remember Piggy?
I see you shaking your head at me, Jack.
Daddy, does it tickle? Can we get a call on that one? Is that why you shaved off your beard, Barnabas, but kept the handlebar mustache? Is that something like 80s reference? Bow chicka bow bow.
He looks like the biker from YMCA.
Or the
from Village.
We put Hafez with Tommy, so maybe Hafez could help Tommy. Got the reverse kind of thing. Now Hafez is acting like Tommy. So I guess Tommy's star burns so bright that now Hafez is circling around Tommy. So
generically, these are the patterns of people.
It's
chaos
true.
spreads.
I flipped you.
Chaos
I flipped you for real, guys. I flipped you. You know I do that. I flipped you. I made friends with him. Now
He did the Uno flip on me. He did the...
And this is what they want. Look at the numbers going on.
I know.
We talk about world peace. We talk about things. No.
Want the chaos.
You were the one that came up with the whole holding the cock thing. Now, I had nothing to do with holding any cocks. I was willing to just take turns in talking.
Right.
But you had to bring it there. And now here we are. I'm holding a cock. Don't know what to do with it. It's difficult to talk.
You're holding a cock. Go ahead and talk with it.
I know what to do with it. Hafez, I got a question for you. Hafez. So, all the conservatives in America, we're all racist and and we see what's happening in England, and you guys are being taken, what's really going on over there, for us, white supremacists over here that are scared of everything. Go ahead.
Yeah. you want to lean into that white supremacy real hard. It's getting real bad over here. Literally, the white people are losing their country, and this is they're the indigenous. They're the indigenous population here. They're not even the foreigners here. I mean, at least you guys over there, they could say you're colonizers, you're foreigners, whatever. The English are the actual indigenous aboriginals here, and they're losing their shit. They are literally being colonized in front of us. It is insanity. But
here
that's
the
madness
fatigue.
of, yeah.
Black fatigue over here in America.
Yeah, no, we
Even
have
the
we have
blacks have black fatigue.
we have everywhere fatigue.
True.
Pakistan, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Nigeria, Somalia. It's all fatigue.
Okay. Let me try and explain to Bro Logic one more time. When I see this guy, I think, hey, Kyle. Hey, Kyle. When I see Bro Logic, maybe not get too friendly with him on that mustache stuff. Maybe keep him at arm's length.
How come the
I'll see
Syrians
this
aren't
guy
going
at the
home?
compound in the woods. He can probably sight my rifle in at the compound in the woods where we'll have the Scene Kyle meeting. Bro Logic, maybe not be able to go to that meeting. Maybe rejected by our group in the compound in the woods.
Hafez, how come the Syrians aren't going home?
Dude, once they reach here, they're never going home. Then I can have Japanese people come over here and they're not going home. They just don't want to go. They're never going home, man. They're never going home.
Actually, this is a topic that we started talking early before we opened it up about the migration of people and what to do with all these people that are being affected. I think as good neighbors, we can help restore their homelands so people can return to the land of their ancestors.
You know how you restore it?
A lot of the
You got to go in there with guns and tanks and Cobra helicopters and shit.
That's
how you do that, Jack.
there. Hey, right there. These are the people.
Oh wait, Jack shook his hand. War's end. I didn't realize.
Well done, Jack.
It's gonna
Put
happen.
Jack in charge of Syria.
It's
Bring
gonna
them
happen.
together, baby. Look, one thing, Jack is absolutely right. Yes, you do actually have to incentivize people to go back. You know, in Britain, we used to, in the early 2000s, we had a massive influx of Polish, Romanians, and Hungarians. Now, all of them have, almost all of them have gone back. Why? Because their countries are better off. They're better off in Hungary. They're better off in Poland than they were in England or Spain or France. Because France and Spain and all these places are becoming shitholes to live in. So they're in fact, Brits are now moving to Hungary and Poland.
U.S. black girl moved to Africa. Fucking hate.
Oh, is that actual Mike?
God.
What's up, Mike?
There's only.
You know, this is a good point. This really is not serving my purpose.
Jack, if you sit here and agree with our panel verse that that's all theater, that
There. Now it's already improving towards.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I feel like because I've been quote unquote backstaged, and it's like you're giving him mixed messaging.
Yeah.
Are you going to bring him back?
No. No, he's done. I thought we could give him another chance. He's not real interested in finding peace with me or contributing towards what I want. So
Is it time to have a conscious uncoupling?
it's time to take a break from Tommy, at least from here, for the rest of the day. So
Jack, if I may,
Yes.
sir, I have noticed a distinct difference in energy levels. You seem like a very calm, at peace individual with yourself and possibly the universe, whilst Tommy has done a lot of coke today, or caffeine, I'm not sure. But nevertheless, there is a distinct level of energy imbalance between you two. That's probably why you guys can't really meet, because you can't, you either have to jack yourself up to be at his cocaine level, or he has to like go through detox and months of therapy in order to actually find calm and peace inside. So it's going to be hard.
Fez, you're correct. I won't say that. I won't disagree with anything you say, but I don't suspect it's drug related. I actually believe it's personality, it's habits.
Yeah.
And
I wasn't being serious about the drugs. It was it's just part of the gag.
Patterns of behavior are actually something I understand very well. And Tommy and I could work together if he'd get past his ego. But if we work together, his ego will disappear. And he's holding on tight to his ego.
People love ego. Hey, man. Ego is I mean, if I'll be perfectly honest with you, it's kind of your ego is like a motivational coach. He's always positive. He's all, go on, you can do it. Screw them. It's you, man. You're number one. I mean, who wants to give up on that? Your ego is your personal motivational coach in your head, and to give up that, it means you have to actually face reality, calm down a little bit, calm your demeanor, be humble. Who wants that shit? No one wants that.
That's what I thought. Honestly, that's what I thought. But there's a clear energy difference between me and Tommy. And I've tried matching energy. Keith and I used to get into the lower energies and get angry at each other. And dropping down to that level doesn't work. Or in Tommy's case, picking up my pace to that doesn't work. So I'm really hoping to get him to slow down so we can communicate.
Can I? I mean, you go on this show quite a bit. Maybe he just wants you in his life so bad. I almost feel bad. Like
he wants a daddy.
Maybe you'll see him at his show later. I don't know. How you're feeling.
It's his own connection.
Yeah, Mike. Pretty sure it's your own connection. And welcome to you, Hank. And so Tommy returned. I actually kicked him from the back, and he's returned again.
I have a question real quick before you have Tommy back on. Are you selling your service as an ego replacement? So, like, if I didn't have an ego, you would act as my ego.
If you had no ego, I would match no ego. I believe so.
Yeah, you would act as an ego if I didn't have one for myself.
Hank, I'll take that service. I'll be your Jiminy Cricket, except for the ego side instead of your conscience.
There you go.
I'll just be there going, yeah, you can do it, Hank. You can do it. Yeah, screw everyone else. Just be a douchebag. You can do it.
That would be great, except I'm already a douchebag. I'm already a douchebag. But
I'll just encourage that. I'll just encourage all of your terrible, terrible habits.
Okay, thank you.
I think Hank just defined leadership.
Here, I'm gonna bring Mike up, and Mike, you weren't kicked. Your connection dropped or something. It was. Don't please. Blaming does nothing. And if you want to return and continue thinking that I did something against you, then we're not going to have the best. Okay.
I don't think it was you, Jack. I think maybe it was a mod because I just kept, because I didn't lose connection. My signal's perfect. I don't know why I just kept dropping. It was strange.
No, you don't have a perfect connection because you're breaking up now.
Yeah,
your
I
voice is
hacked into
breaking up,
your
Mike.
shit.
Your voice
I'm
is
the one who
breaking
kicked you
up.
from StreamYard. I hacked into your connection.
Please, don't.
No, you didn't.
And genuinely, Mike, no one has access to the StreamYard but me. So
And me.
I got you.
No.
Jack,
Folks, it's a clown.
I don't deny the false.
Is it a clown show? Dennis, is it a clown show or are we having a conversation? Which one? Is it a clown show or a conversation?
No, Mike, I swear, Mike, straight up, your voice is breaking up. There is a connection issue. Now it could be with your end, it could be at the other end, but there is genuinely, I'm not playing here. I'm being honest.
Yeah, it seems like it's turning into a clown show when you come up on panel. Please go fix your connection.
Is that what it is, Hitler? Hey, Hitler, is that what it is?
But yeah, we're losing packets. You're losing voice packets, so just probably a connection issue.
It's fascinating.
Spoiler alert, you're the clown.
Well, here, let's move beyond the small-minded conversations, please. Right? The topic today, denying the false. And near the beginning, I did some slides. For those of you who tune in late, please, check it out, see what you may have missed. And please hit the like and do the subscribe if you haven't yet. But regarding the topic, deny the false and the ideas of duality, to transcend the world, to overcome the world, it's a power of mind. Each of us has the gift to overcome, but if we sacrifice our mind into the victim state, where we're just running around upset because we've always got someone to blame, life becomes hell when you're consumed with blame and excuses. And I suggest today that that's why we have the world the way that it is. Blame and excuses have continued the funding and the heartless actions of the state of Israel. That was part of our conversation too.
Hey Jack, you know what I just realized when you were saying that is when we blame all the time, it actually causes more anxiety than you actually would have.
Yes.
A lot more.
Yes. Took me a while to realize that, but it's so obvious once you look. Every minute spent in blame, is diminishing our self-worth. That means we don't have the power, someone else had the power, and they're so powerful that we feel hurt. And so when we're blaming because of our hurt, guess what we're missing? We're missing joy, we're missing gratitude, missing laughter and love.
Well, and most of the time when we start blaming others, it's a lack of being able to take responsibility ourselves. That's our own pain. That's why we blame others, because we are not self-accountable.
Until we're not. Every one of us. This is the path to healing. This is the path to maturity. It's time to take responsibility. And if you're responsible for you, honestly, you're responsible for those who you experience too. Anyone you experience, even the ones you don't particularly like or understand. We're here to take care of each other. I'm sure of that.
Yes. So Jack, do you think everybody is redeemable? Everybody has redeemable qualities. Like no one is ever too far gone to come back and reinvent themselves.
There may be cases, but in my heart, I want to believe that everybody can change. It's in line with the scripture. And my story is what it is. Now these days, I talk about Jesus in the Bible a lot. It was the last place I wanted to go. These ideas are supported by scripture. Love one another.
And we hear so many stories coming out of this prison system of men that went in there as young men, criminals, mischievous, whatever, that did in fact find God. That is a good place to find God. However, we also hear those stories of those that cannot be saved. And that is a reality. But for redeemable people, I think I agree with Jack. Most everybody is redeemable one way or another. It's just a fact of turning to God to do so.
It's not just the individual, though, brother. There's a big part. The individual's got to be ready to change and willing to change, but it's up to the community. Whoever is around that individual becomes the community. And I believe we have a responsibility to each other to offer education, and support so that people can actually see themselves doing the right thing. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. That's a good reminder of why I wear this, because I see the same thing. It's not just the individual. It's the community that's supposed to come together. This is the village that raises a child. Well, what about the old person that no longer can take care of himself? He still needs that village. We are dependent upon each other generationally.
Sure. You know, someone told me one time, and a lot of people, and it's an analogy. So in other words, anybody who makes it famous, makes it rich, makes it big, always had other people to help them along the way. Nobody ever made it on their own. In other words, other people helped them get to where they are. And I think redemption is the same way. You need to lean on others to get to where you need to be reborn. You can't do it on your own, and that ties into submission.
Listen, I don't want to break it up.
Saying, look, I need help.
Let me just, I got to get going. Something came up here. My time is done here. I'd like the direction the show is heading. I'll be listening in the back, but I got to go. So I will probably hear if anyone says anything. Jack, thank you so much for inviting me. I look forward to more.
Much fun.
I feel like maybe if I could, is Tuesday your best day? The Talcott Tuesday just really,
whatever.
It seems like the best days ever. I mean, Friday is great too, but thanks for having me. Everyone's jealous. Well, here's Talcott in the flesh. And shout out to everyone. It is what it is. Maybe one day you and Tommy can have a civilized discussion. I don't understand what the problem is. I don't know what's going on there. And I'm letting it disturb me, and it shouldn't.
It'll all come together.
It'll all come together. It's all right. So peace and blessings.
Yes.
Take it easy, y'all. I'm out. Deuces.
Peace. Thank you for
Letters, Bonnie. Catch you soon.
There we go. Thank you, guys. Let's jump right back because Mike was saying some good things, and I meant to hold on to what he was saying. You want to remind us, Mike, or others? If someone else remembers, go ahead.
He was talking about submission.
Yeah, that was the last thing I heard was
So-
submission.
Hey, I just want to say thanks to Midlife Bro Logic. He's a cool dude. He's talented. He gives a weird perspective on the news, and he's acquired taste. But he's awesome, dude, and he can play guitar. He acts like an actor. I just wanted to give him props real quick. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike, you were muted, my friend.
Yeah, I mute on purpose. But I think there's a correlation between success and redemption. I believe that we need to lean on other people and find strength in numbers. That's all I'm trying to say. That's why it's so important to find fellowship with others that have the same goal to where you're going.
Hey, Mike, thank you for that. The path to redemption, truly, each of us is on our own individual life journey. And the truth is, yes, it's all up to us individually in the end. And and yes, in the end, I've got to do whatever I have to do. But if we can unite together, man, helping each other, leading each other to the right answers instead of just throwing people out in the wind, man. The path to redemption, Mike, I actually think I'm of the belief that my life story, I think there's something behind it. And one of the lessons in my life, well, there's many lessons in my life. You can't quit. There's no giving up. As long as you wake up, you're not done. You got to keep going, right? So there's no giving up. And there's no point in having faith in people. They'll let you down. That's the God honest truth. But you can't lose faith in God and trust that God is with you and God is with others. But the other clear and obvious thing with me, I believe, is the Alone we fail. You can't accomplish much on your own. But with the community, with the team, I believe this Live Without Fear is going to go worldwide. I mean, in greater ways than just what I found. Does that make sense? Sorry.
I just think when it comes to the heart, and I just think when you're trying to change your life or do anything successful, there's strength in numbers. That's what I'm trying to say. Whether it's business, family, religion, there's strength in numbers. That's what I was trying to say.
It most certainly is. And it makes sense. It's in line with scripture too. On our own, we're really not much. Jesus was the example of one, right? The possibility and what can happen with one. The world is changed from him, right? His being and his actions, one man can change the world. But where two or three or more are gathered, that's where we start overcoming our ignorance. That's where we start illuminating the darkness in each other. We help each other get over the blind spots. And my path, I've had a lot of distant teachers, right? And I've had a lot of support from a distance, but I haven't had a lot of firsthand interactions or working with a teacher or an instructor. But I do know that everything I've learned came from others. And when we unite to others, and that's another part of my story, guys, I had to humble myself and ask for help in my days of drinking. I was trapped in that disease and I was literally in my own hell. I couldn't escape it. And then through detox, through the 12 steps, I started learning to trust other people. And then eventually I realized that's what the blessing was for me. Other people had suffered and learned, sacrificed their time and money to educate, or else they suffered through addiction themselves so that they could have the knowledge. And then when I come along with my suffering, they got to feel better. They got to feel good about themselves, about helping a schmuck like me. So we all play these roles with each other. Sometimes we're the inspiration for others without even realizing it, just by the natural way we are. I've been inspired by people just because of who they are, right? And then there's others, they show us, yeah, I don't want to be like that. Still have Tommy in the back.
And I don't want to be like that.
No. The anger and the bitterness.
I think there's so much gratification in helping someone out. If you truly help somebody change, there's so much gratification in that. Like it's just you can't really explain it. It's like, you know, yeah. So it's very special.
That's actually one of my theories, that there's many layers and perspectives to this experience that we're sharing. But I do believe that some of the suffering in the world is so that heroes can emerge. And a lot of people don't know they're heroes until something happens in their life and they're the one who stands up, who speaks up, who does what is right. All of a sudden they're a hero. So I think that's part of the point of this evolution of people and this and the continuation of time. Got another guest in the back. I'm gonna take a chance. Do I know you?
It's Cage, Jack. You know me.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Yeah, it says Cage. You just got to have the mind to be able to read that. It says Cage.
Obviously, I guess if you look, and now that you said
Jack,
that,
Jack, I don't want to interrupt. I'm not going to be here for long, right? I'm just here quickly. Because remember the GoFundMe you set up for you? Remember we had a conversation, like, I don't know what to do with it. And then you
Yeah.
sent an email out to the quote donors saying that you're going to refund them.
I said if they wanted me to.
If they wanted to, okay. But look, you're the
said it's
beneficiary linked to
possible.
the account.
Jack,
And
if
you
you
know what
want me
you
to get
did,
him,
Jack?
Jack,
You went
I'll
and
get him
turned
if you want to get him.
around
Just
and
let me go, Jack.
you
Just
put
let
the
me
money
go.
into your account.
Let me
The
go.
organization.
You went and put the money into your account even though you said you're going to fucking refund people. Even though it's just like 1-2 person. So I'm just saying, like, that's kind of inconsistent, Jack.
Hey, Cage. All right. So you're coming with condemnation and conviction. Do you have any questions you want answered?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, all you have to
Hey,
say is you
Cage.
need to
Hey,
send me an
Cage.
email saying you're
Hey,
going to try to
Cage.
do something.
Hey, Cage, you don't understand. Your facts are not
It's not about the
accurate.
money. It's about the principle of the matter.
I know. And part of the principle is you and your behavior and what you're doing right now. This is not appropriate. It's not acceptable. You can be an adult and talk to me just the way you spoke to me before. If you want to resolve the issues, speak to me like a man, but you're misrepresenting what was happening. So here, let me try to clarify the confusion. See, once again, chaos comes into my life, offers me an opposition, a disagreement, offers me disrespect. Cage. So yes, there was a GoFundMe created in my name for me as the beneficiary. Initially, I thought it was an idea that, I could use some support, and it's another opportunity for people who may want to and who are able to share some support. So I did link my account to the GoFundMe thing. There was a donation that was received, and then it was around, I don't know, might have been around the 1st, there was a deposit made in my account. After receiving it and after talking to Cage, the originator of the GoFundMe, that I didn't really ask for, it's not even what I'm hoping for, and I've been bastardized because it was created in my name. People want to disparage me and my character because of that. So yeah, with friends like Cage, I don't need enemies. I spend enough time trying to fix this. This is why I'm against communism. I want to keep bad friends away and not possible. It's not possible in what we've got now. So there, as far as I know, there was a single donor. I found out through the GoFundMe when I was trying to figure out how do I shut this down. I found out that there was a way for me to extend a reply. So I offered back that, hey, after discussing things, this is probably going to go away because, it's not what I want. And I did offer that, I don't remember exact words, but I'm certainly happy to return anyone's money. So, Cage, for you to come on here and misrepresent and create this, kiss my ass, man. Holy cows. For those who don't know, I probably just wasted your time with some nonsense.
Well, and I'd like to point something out real quick, because first of all, he is the one that created it. He is the one that named you the beneficiary. And he also said there's nothing wrong with it. So what's the deal? It's the altruism that he didn't get any appreciation out of it somehow. Yet Jack has money from it. Jack got money from his efforts, and somehow Cage doesn't have the appropriate appreciation for what he did.
That's what it is.
Swallow it, buddy. Swallow it.
Well, it's interesting because this is a lesson I've had to learn quite a bit. I've done a lot for a lot of people. Did I get any appreciation? Nope. Maybe it didn't work out the way they wanted. I don't know. But I know I still did the right thing by trying to help others. And Cage, you did the right thing by trying to help me. You did the wrong thing in my mind by trying to bastardize me. You know how to speak to me as a friend. I don't know. Hey, I'm going to leave this. I'm going to step back and allow democracy, maybe, right? because we're at the 2-hour mark, and I usually tend to wind down around there. But you know, the conversations started out, I thought, pretty great, and then we took a side step. But we can always bring it back. What are you guys feeling? Is it time to move on or continue? What are you feeling?
It's your show, Jack, and I'm along for the ride. I appreciate you having me up and letting me speak.
Thank you, brother.
Same. As I say, I actually came because of Barney. I saw, because I wasn't subscribed to you guys. I wasn't subscribed to you, Jack. So I saw you on Barney's channel, and that's why I popped on.
Well, thank you.
So yeah. No, I'm easy. You guys, you do what you do.
Hey, you've been fun. You've been fun, and I appreciate you being a sport, engaging with Tommy. Tommy's a good dude. He really is. And he hosts panels and stuff too on occasion. But I do think maybe it's time to start wrapping up. Parting words of wisdom from folks.
I guess you have Tommy play us out. I'm not quite sure he's a good dude. He's a mod spook. He doesn't allow. He typically doesn't allow discussions to go through. He just tries to focus on himself. But other people like him, so I guess it's good. He's okay for the community, but it's just not my cup of tea.
That's an honest and I believe a fair feedback, Hank. I can't disagree. I don't know. Tell you what, Tommy has been sticking around, and I don't know.
First off, Hank, Riff Raff did it. If you got a low self-esteem, you can rent my ego. Neato. He already beat you to that business. You're not going to Shark Tank that shit. Now, you're calling me the mod spook. When Jack doesn't get modded, you didn't get modded. I'm the panel versus president. Nobody gets modded on my panel unless they're doing you or Snafu. And you think I'm the one that doesn't fit? I just resolutions with no TW. You're just looping, Hank. It's why you're autistic and retarded.
What are you doing? Are you
He's
not?
copying me. He's copying my look.
One-on-one with this. Actually, no, be one-on-one. Hefez, can you do your impression of ego one more time, please?
My impression of ego?
Yeah, whenever you were demonstrating ego, what the ego is or what it says.
Oh, God.
Like, fuck them, you can do it, right? Fuck them.
I can't remember what I did. Look, it was a spur of the moment. It was in the moment.
Hey, you're number one. Fuck them. That's what you were doing, remember that?
As in ego, as the motivational speaker.
Yeah.
I mean, you already seen it. You know, it's Tony Robbins. Watch Tony Robbins. You'll find he does it better than I do.
You know how sometimes you hear a song that you don't really like at first, and it becomes your favorite song. I hope you come see me, friend. You complete me. But you did an impression of Jack. That's Jack. No matter how much we tell him, Jack, you'd be good for these things that are actually lucrative goals. He says, fuck them. Fuck my friends. They don't know shit. I can do this. I can end wars as I sit near DC, and I only suck off bro logic instead of going to
Thank you, Tommy. I appreciate you joining. He's always got so much to share. He's very generous.
Sometimes too much. Sometimes too much to share.
It can be overwhelming.
Tommy, lesson of the day, share less.
It would help. All right, I am ready to wrap up. Final words, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I'll keep an eye on your channel a little bit more. I would say me and Barney we talk for we've been talking for a few years. Actually, it's over a year now. So yeah, no, Barney's a great guy. So that's why I follow his channel. But I'll keep an eye out, Jack. Thanks, and also Hank. Yeah, I don't know who Mr. Hitler is. Keith. Keith, did you choose that mustache like purposefully?
Absolutely, and I'll tell you why. Because I see, as I've said, and I go to city council meetings wearing this. And last year I went to the city council meeting and I warned them. that we are slowly becoming Hitler's willing executioners for a fucking dollar. I'm tired of it, and I'm no longer going to put up with it.
Keith, do you
So
record these meetings?
Oh, yeah.
And you put them on your channel?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I will find you. I will find that.
El
channel.
Let me drop a link. I'll drop a link.
Yeah.
Hang
I'll
out, hang
follow
out,
that
bro.
link. Whatever. Just send it to me. I need to see these because Alex Stein does that kind of thing quite a lot. You know how he goes to. I don't know if you guys know who Alex Stein is, but yeah, he goes to council meetings and he sort of trolls them. But that Hitler mustache, oh my God, I want to see the look on their face when you rock up to.
Well, I tell people I did this as my own little personal social experiment, and on the internet is the only place anybody ever says anything about it. Out in public, and ask these guys. I've been wearing this for over a year.
Nobody that confronted you. Nobody's mentioned it.
Nope.
Come on.
I dropped the link for you.
Nobody.
Here.
Thanks, Hank.
All right.
Oh, thank you, Hank. You come on. Nobody's like you. Have you
I go
realized?
talk to the mayor and the city councilor and the chief of police, the county attorney. Not a one.
That can't be right. They've noticed though. They've noticed. They're just like, we're not going to feed into this guy.
Here.
Sorry, is your channel El Perro?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I gotta look at that. This is gold. This is unbelievable. Thank you for being you, Keith. Because I don't think anyone else would. Wait a minute. I've got a picture of a pig, a dog. Sorry, sucking on a pacifier.
Yep.
That's your channel.
Yep.
Are you sure? Because this doesn't have any meetings. It's only got like one video.
Oh,
No,
you
that-
didn't click the link.
Yeah, he
I
dropped
clicked-
the link.
No, I clicked on the link, but unfortunately the link didn't quite work for me.
Let me pull it up.
But El Perro
3766.
Yeah, that's the bit that I'm missing. Because this El Perro is a different El Perro. Aha. Yes. I think I got the right one. I thank you, sir. And I will enjoy these videos at some point. I gotta sit down and go through them. But
All right. I'm ready to wrap up.
Yeah, you'll see the city council ones. They'll be titled Waterloo City Council last year. And thanks, Jack. Again, I am blessed for letting me have some time up here. You know I love you. Have a good day. Thanks again.
thank you, Jack. Thank you, everyone. Peace.
Thank you, brother. Peace. Hank Denizen.
I said mine, but I'll say another one. You're good. Barney's good. Denison's good. That other couple guys are good. So we have lots of good people.
Thank you, Hank. Appreciate it. Denizen, you there? I guess you stepped away. Cage, you were in the back. And here, Cage, you should give me a call because what you're spreading around, why don't you check your facts, buddy, before you accuse me of fraud? You better check your facts, Cage. And I tell you what, anyone out there, you want to start accusing someone of lying? You want to start accusing someone of wrong? You want to take that risk upon yourself that you're casting judgment, that you know enough. This world is the way that it is, filled with liars because people tell lies. Don't be one of those people. Don't be one of the people who serves the Lord of lies. Serve what is true. Align with what is true. What is true works for you. If you stray away from truth and you just want to get sloppy with your words and start exaggerating, start calling people names, you're going to miss out. I used to do those things. I don't, not anymore. Because, brothers and sisters, I deny the false. I align with that which is true. That which is true is holy, right? There's something holy about the truth. It's got a power, and it gives you an inner strength, an inner power when you know. But you got to make sure what you know. You got to humble yourself and examine what you think you know to make sure that you're true. Brothers and sisters, to all who joined the link today, all who tuned in, whether in the live or the later, whatever platform, whatever way you found it, thank you. I truly appreciate you. And to our friend, Midlife Bro Logic, who started out with us here live and in person. What a treat. I had fun today. And you know what? I'm going to throw this out there into the universe and into the realm of possibilities because it's something I'd love to see. I would love to see Jack Talcott speaking with Joe Rogan, with other larger podcasts where I may be a guest instead of the host. And then maybe we can get some really, truly powerful conversations together. I'm doing my best. And if you missed the beginning, please go back, take a look and see what I offer. It's just some basic, real kind of basic and simple stuff regarding duality. But it's important for us to recognize these things. Because if you don't align with what is right, you'll create a hell for you and those around you. And the only way to align with what is right is to be true. And the way to be true is to deny the false. And I'm going to wrap it up there. Peace is the answer, and my thanks go to you. Till next time, choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. Thank you again, and peace.
Person who likes black culture or a black person who likes white culture. Now, you guys know how I feel about black and white culture. I think that's very silly to generalize the races and the culture like that. But for the sake of her argument here, let's say, yeah, we have these people. That does not mean that they want to become black or to become white. People are allowed to appreciate all kinds of different things enjoyed by all kinds of different races without us saying, oh, they're actually transracial.
Those animalistic beasts.
You can't fight racism with more racism by becoming the thing you claim to hate. And you don't get justice by dehumanizing people because of their race.
They walk around here trying to talk like us, dress like us, act like us. Everything they do is looking up to us while they're claiming to be the superior race and the ones that we should be striving to be like. They are actually proving we are the superior race.
I don't think there's a superior race. What now? Do I still want to be black?
Wake up and know yourself, black man and black women. Ye are gods. It's always black power forever.
Oh, period. Ye are gods. Yeah. So she's a racist and she has a god complex. You seem lovely.
I'm not going to hold y'all. I just want to say, if you're white, it's never ever going to be revolutionary, innovative, or necessary for you to criticize somebody black in public.
Oh, really? Well, okay, so I can't criticize like that last woman, for example, because she's black. You can't call that out when she's calling white people pink animalistic beasts because she's black. Accountability is oppression? Let me tell you a little secret. The idea that no one can ever criticize you because they're outside of your race, that's not justice, that's not activism, that's censorship. If someone someone is saying something harmful, their skin color should not shield them from criticism. You're not above other people just because of your race. And if you believe that, you are a black supremacist or a white supremacist or whatever race you are. If you think your race somehow makes you untouchable, no one can ever criticize you. You're delusional. You say it publicly, people can respond publicly. That's how discourse works, not just when it benefits you. Okay, we have button poetry.
White boy says, I had to wait in line at Starbucks today, so I know about oppression. White boy won't admit it, but he likes it when you get the answer wrong. Likes the feeling of knowing just a little bit more than you do. Not glad that Trump is the president. Not glad, but safe. Happy to know he will not have to live in a world where white people are the minority. White boy says, aren't you white?
Is white boy stupid? Because you're obviously not white. So why would white boy say that? Did white boy really say that? I have a feeling white boy didn't say any of these things.
White boy says, I had to wait in line at Starbucks today, so I know about oppression.
I don't know. I think you're making it up.
His favorite movies are The Social Network and American Psycho. He jokes about luring me in like prey. Tells me about the way bunny rabbits are calmed to stillness and forced to trust just before someone slides the skin off their small bodies. He tells me this while playing with my hair.
I think you were dating Jeffrey Dahmer. What kind of white boys are you dating?
So I am splayed across his chest, wondering why I keep making the same mistakes over and over again. He's so comfortable with the way that history keeps repeating itself, and I just want to kick and push my way out of his palms. I am all bunny rabbit, heartbeat, and sudden will to live. White boy always leaves me hoping that I won't have to run away screaming this time. Leaves me wishing that he was better than all of the men and mistakes before him. White boy says that he is already the best that there ever was.
You're generalizing an entire race of men. If you think that all white boys are like this, don't date a white boy. Since you can always tell, what gender am I? Female, obviously. But then I found this video, so I guess that you're a pretty boy. So let's pretend for a second that it wasn't obvious that you are a biological woman, right? The whole argument of, well, you can't tell my gender, so that means gender isn't real, or that means I'm non-binary, or that means I'm a man. It's ridiculous. Okay, this generation turned it into a guessing game with 500 made up rules and genders and pronouns and zero logic.
People keep telling me that I'm a fake woman because I'm transgender. Bro, look at these brownies that I made. You think that I'm a fake woman? This is as womanly as it gets. I sit down when I pee, I wear dresses, and I love the colors purple and pink, and you think that I'm a man? I sleep with stuffed animals. Of course I'm a woman.
So I get this person's trying to be sarcastic and make a point, but I think you're actually proving the critics liking stereotypically feminine things does not make you female, but also growing out your hair or putting on a shirt and then pulling it over your shoulder doesn't make you a female either.
Oh no, I obsess every day about what outfit I'm gonna wear. I'm so girly, there's so many clothes in my closet. Look how full my closet is. I just be shopping and being bisexual and I eat hot chips and I lie all the time. I'm everything that a woman is with zero exceptions.
Womanhood is not a checklist of stereotypes. Baking brownies, liking shopping, those are called having interests. But tomboys exist. For example, women with short hair exist. Women who hate shopping, women who don't wear makeup, they're all still women.
Because I love the kitchen and I love men and I love shopping for clothes and being on my phone. Gosh, I love being on my phone.
So I get the sarcasm here, but unless you're critiquing transgenderism as a whole, then this doesn't really make sense. Because then we're left with, I said I'm a woman, and that's what makes me a woman. People do realize that some women can't give birth, right? So replacing mother with birthing person to be inclusive is actually not inclusive at all. It just excludes the mothers that can't give birth to include the trans community. Exactly. And it's insulting because you're not expanding the definition, you're reducing women to their body parts. Some mothers, for example, are adoptive mothers. Are they no longer mothers? Or women, again, that cannot have children, they're not women? Because your new inclusive language just excluded them to include men. And honestly, that's misogynistic.
This might be controversial, but I don't usually tell people I'm trans and like if I'm dating them until later on when we're about to get intimate, because I just don't think they need to know. And I want them to get to know me first.
Yeah, that's not controversial. That's just deception. If you're dating someone, especially with the intent of getting intimate, you owe them honesty. You don't get to withhold information like this, biological information, because you hope they'll like you and overlook it later. What? That's manipulative. Imagine someone lied about their age or their marital status or something like having STDs. All of it is wrong, and people have the right to informed consent. That includes knowing whether the person you're dating is biologically female or male. I can't believe this has to be said. The guy I was on a date with just found out that I was trans by Googling my name, and now he left without paying. Why is it so hard to date straight men when you're just a normal trans girl who makes content for the internet? Probably because a straight man is attracted to women, and you are a biological man. The guy made a decision based on what you should have shared before the date even happened. But because so many people now feel so entitled, there's so much narcissism going on, you feel like you can withhold that information and then act shocked when he's not into that as a straight man. Why are you after straight men if you're a biological man?
Some guys aren't willing to date trans girls, but I just don't understand why. Can you even give me one good reason why someone wouldn't like trans girls?
Yes, I can give you one reason. Guess the reason. It doesn't make someone evil for not being into trans people. Actually, in general, trans or not, you cannot force someone to be into you. You can think you are gorgeous or handsome or just such a great person, and still no one owes you romantic interest. That is not how attraction works. You can call them mean, you can call them a bigot, you can do whatever you want, but you'll just come off as a bitter creep. Trying to guilt trip people into dating you doesn't exactly boost your appeal.
Normalize neopronouns. Today's neopronouns are rots. Did you hear my friend Process just started a band?
Process?
Yeah, Rot plays guitar. Nobody even knew until like a month ago. Rot got Rot's first guitar from Rot's dad like 10 years ago, but never told anybody about it. And then last month, Rot started putting up flyers looking for a singer and a drummer. Oh, you saw those? Yeah, those were Rot's.
Those are Rot's.
Yeah, I guess Rot didn't want to play by Rot's self anymore. Oh, you want to join? Yeah, I bet Rot would totally let you join.
Going full gremlin mode when someone get my pronouns right without me having to say anything.
She, they, she, they, she, they, she, they, she, they, she.
That might just be the best song I've ever heard.
Had to ask your dad for his permission for this first. I want to know, will you marry me?
What's on the dad's face? What is she talking about? How old is he?
Yes.
Careful! Obviously, I checked Illinois and Indiana laws. There's no law regarding how young you can get proposed to.
Ho! Dress code has got to go!
Hey! Ho!
Dress code has got to go!
Hey!
This protest is about uniforms. Is that what you want to wear to work? A trans cape? The oppression that these baristas face, it's unbearable.
You for giving me this drink. You
Don't try. Yeah, don't try. Yeah,
Speaking of libs of TikTok though, this is a recent post. Prostate cancer is serious. Hopefully Congressman Tim McBride gets his prostate screening periodically. This is in response to a message from Sarah McBride, who is trans, and all it says is, I'm heartbroken to learn of President Biden's diagnosis. President Biden has faced immense challenges throughout his life with resilience and grace. I know he'll face this battle with the same strength and dignity. My prayers are with him, Dr. Biden, and their entire family during this difficult time. Okay, completely normal message, and I think that's a very inappropriate response from libs of TikTok. I usually love what libs of TikTok posts, and you guys know I'm not a fan of Biden, but this is very weird. Like this comment about the transgender politician's prostate screening right under a completely normal, heartfelt post about Biden's cancer. It's not the time for snarky comments like that. That said, a lot of people are saying it's completely inappropriate to question how they didn't catch this earlier, and if the Democrats are trying to cover it up. No. This is a very aggressive form of prostate cancer that already spread to the bone, plus presidents have amazing medical care, so this whole thing is very weird. I guess some people are saying that he would have won, and then they would have had Kamala take over. That's a theory. The whole thing is suspicious, so it's totally fine to question it. But celebrating someone's illness or saying they deserve it is disgusting. It's no better than what we saw from the left with the Donald Trump assassination attempts. It's clear that some conservatives are now slipping into that same kind of unhinged behavior when it comes to Biden. It's not at the same level, but it is not the direction they want to be heading. If you're gonna call out the left for their cruelty, you can't go ahead and do the same thing, even if it's tempting to ignore it when it happens on your side, your team. There has to be consistency. This is another video that's gone quite viral.
Me down, fascist. I don't give a who you are. The fact that you feel this way makes you completely immoral, intolerant of anybody. I don't care if you have a master's degree. I don't care if you feel like you're tall and proud. Go yourselves. This is absolutely disgusting. I can't believe you. And you can take your Blue Lives Matter flag with you. Nobody else. The flags out front. Nobody cares. Yeah. Nobody has a problem with this.
Yes, seems to be the case, which is a good indicator that you're overreacting, that you're crashing out for no reason. Good time to reflect and realize, wow, I should get checked out. Something's wrong with me.
I just texted my best friend of 14 years. Literally half of my life, I'm 28, and I asked them who they voted for. They said Donald Trump, and they said, I'm assuming you voted the opposite. And I said yes. And then my friend texted me and said, will you still be my friend?
And you ended the relationship?
Half of my life. This person is my best friend.
Okay, so maybe you're not the tolerant one in this friendship. Me happily becoming a communist because I want the best for all people. You want the best for all people, that's why you became a communist. Wow. Wow. Have you ever sat through a history class ever? Everyone, everywhere is suffering constantly, and I am almost powerless to help. Communism will fix that, will it, girl? Posting this from your iPhone, by the way. Yes, romanticize famine, censorship. You're so for the people. So ridiculous. A message to skinny people. Fat people are not your punching bag. Fat people are not your joke. Becoming fat is not a punishment. Being fat isn't a bad thing, really. Fat people shouldn't be your worst nightmare. I think it's totally reasonable to be afraid of becoming fat. Just like it should be a fear to become underweight. It's the same thing when it comes to being overweight. I do think that death by obesity at 24, for example, is a nightmare. It's not about body positivity or representation. It's about reality. I'm not saying fat people can't be fat, but pretending that obesity is not a bad thing is what gets people killed. This is not healthy. Sincerely, fat people. And this person speaks for all fat people. Maybe she ate them all. I don't know. Thank you, Vic, your butch lesbian queen. A gentle message to skinny/straight size people. What is straight size? Straight size? We are not enemies. Fat liberation benefits everyone. Remember to love everyone, even people who are not like you. It's one thing to love everyone, okay? It's another thing to promote obesity and say that it's not a bad thing. 100% my worst nightmare. She goes, boo. Oh, what a comeback. You're not fat, you're obese. Obesity is the biggest contributor to heart disease, diabetes, and a slew of other health issues. How is it not a bad thing? You are literally ruining your health. And personally, not being able to go up steps without being out of breath is my worst nightmare. I value my mobility. She says, boo, boo. I love your arguments. You can write a love letter to fatness all you want, but it's not going to change what it does to your heart, to your lungs, to your joints, and your lifespan. And that's the issue with this entire movement. It replaces responsibility with emotional theatrics, silences facts in favor of feelings, in favor of your appetite. It is not compassionate to lie to people, to watch them die a slow, painful death while you clap along and say, you look so good, girl, and then call that body positivity. If you made it through all of that without throwing your phone, you're stronger than most, and you do have to subscribe, and you do have to hit the notification bell. Also, like, share, and comment to see more videos like this, and I'll see you all in the next one. Bye.
Good night, wherever you are. Good night, wherever you are. Mad love and strength to all good spirits. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll see you again soon.
Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. My spiritual chick, ooh, my spiritual chick is always tight, incense lit. Bring the crystals, I'll bring the pipe. Do yoga on my shit all night, all night. Ooh, Phantom of the Opera. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Girl, let me hit that coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Coochie chakra. Oh, girl, let me hit that coochie chakra.